Though not within view of our camera at the moment, they are indeed checking all of these support columns at this massive freeway intersection, this junction here, to get a better assessment of damage. But once again, 14 is a major problem. 14 as well as 5. 5 shut down in both directions, north and south. 14, same situation.
All right, Fernell, thank you once again. We have felt several sizable aftershocks since the big quake early this morning that hit at 4:31, at least 2 of magnitude 5 or more. Let's go to Conan Nolan, who is at Caltech right now. Conan?
Right now we're waiting for another update from some of the scientists here at Caltech, but I have to report we have a name for this earthquake. They have dubbed it the Northridge earthquake, magnitude of course 6.6 on the Richter scale. The last aftershock, or last major aftershock, was 4.7, felt in Newhall. That was at about 9:54 this morning. We understand again that this was centered about 10 miles deep below the surface on a previously unknown slant fault. That's what we're told, again, below the San Fernando Valley. Now, we've been given some estimates on potential aftershocks this week as a result of the quake this morning. We are told that there's a 50% chance that we will have another 5.0 earthquake, I should say aftershock. There's a 25% chance that we'll see another 5.5, excuse me, and a 10% chance that we will have an aftershock ranging in about the 6.0 range. Again, they say that this is a common aftershock sequence that we're seeing here. Nothing new about that. It's very similar to the Fillmore earthquake of 1971. We've had scores of aftershocks, over 35 aftershocks above 3.0 on the Richter scale. That's as of 9 o'clock this morning. 2 aftershocks over 5.0 and 5 between 4.0 and 4.5. And we're expecting further update on this as we get more information about the size of this quake, epicenter, and about damage. We'll have more on that.
All right, Conan, we're losing your audio there, and we apologize for that. But we're back on scene here. This is a live picture of the shopping center in Northridge, the parking structure here, where we've been looking at a rescue going on for about 3.5 hours right now. We do know they have air supply going into a hole there, and other than that, we don't know much. We don't know if someone is strapped there or what the situation is.
Let us also repeat some of the information that Conan was passing out before we had some problems with his audio. In case you missed it, he was talking about the percentage of probability of aftershocks in the 5.2 range, about 50%, 25% possibility of a 5.5, and only a 10% that an aftershock of 6.0 or greater might occur. So far, Caltech is reporting at least 35 aftershocks. 35 aftershocks. Now, returning to the roof of this parking structure and what is going on here, Captain Bob, do you have any idea what they're doing now? It seems that as if they're not working with the intensity at all as they have been before.
I think Captain Bob doesn't hear us, but...
well, this is Bob Petty. This is not Vicky. We're still above that Northridge shopping center, looking down at the rescue attempt as they try, Los Angeles City firemen attempt to get through those layers of concrete that collapsed here at the Robinson's May shopping center. We're still trying to reach some fire helicopters that may be able to shed some light on what exactly they believe they have down trapped underneath these layers of concrete. So far, the fire ships are obviously very busy working throughout the valley here. They've divided up the valley and the city for each helicopter to be able to survey the damage and relay that damage back to the main base. And I'm still trying to contact the one who is the helicopter that's in charge of this part of the the San Fernando Valley, to be able to see if he's got any information on what the firefighters are trying to do here at the Northridge Shopping Center. This particular area took a major hit, obviously, from this earthquake. We've got the Bullocks building collapse, we've got that shopping center collapse, that parking structure, plus the Best store, which is across the street, plus a train that derailed, carrying numerous tank cars and freight cars that derailed just back of the Best store, and several houses in the neighborhoods in the immediate area, both mobile home and regular residences, that have burned to the ground, probably from their gas mains breaking and igniting on some flame source. But the main drama here right now is not the fire, it's not the building that has collapsed at Bullocks, because it indeed was just about empty because of the time of the day and the day, but this parking structure that obviously Los Angeles City Fire feel as if they've got some people trapped beneath those beneath those layers of concrete.
Captain Bob, you know, we have Vicki Vargas just adjacent to you on the ground. Maybe she can tell us what's going on there, or maybe she has some information on what is happening in that parking structure.
Okay, Colleen, what I want you to do is take a look at the Bullocks from ground level. This is what we can see. That is what is left of this store from the outside. This Northridge Fashion Center, built in 1971, ironically the same year we had that Fillmore earthquake. The concern and the reason we're so far back is that authorities here are worried that if any more of that building gives way, it could crumble, in their words, down to another 12 floors below. A lot of instability here, even though the earth itself seems to have stopped moving. I want you to continue to look to your right, because on the side of this building, the steel girders, which you can take a look at from here, are virtually exposed. A lot of that insulation, everything flapping in the wind. I can fill you in a little bit on what Bob Petty was talking about, what's happening on the other side of this building, the concern inside that parking structure. The word is that the people, perhaps one person trapped down there, is someone who was sweeping, cleaning through the garage area. Because it is above, rather below ground, the concern is that any weight up here could fall through, making things extra doubly difficult. We talked to some folks who work inside this Bullocks. They said they were still a little shook up. They've taken off since then. They said, in their words, thank God it happened when it did. If it had been during the regular store hours, at least 150 employees would have been inside. We can tell you there were at least 6 Orange County fire trucks parked here in this parking lot. They have assessed the damage. They've decided there is, of course, a bigger concern, a greater concern on the other side where that parking structure has collapsed. So we want to break down as well, go around to the other side where emergency crews are working right now. They also want to make sure that there are no gas leaks. They said they've done most of that assessment so far, but beyond what you see on the outside, we're told inside virtually every store at this center, there is damage of some sort. I'm Vicki Vargas reporting live from Northridge. Back to you.
When we take a look at the roof of the building, we go back to that shot from the helicopter. You can see that the actual rescue workers are working in 2 areas. One area that's almost to the center of your screen, a little to the upper right, which is now almost in the center of your screen. You can see they're working in 2 areas. They have been bringing in a lot of hoses, and as Captain Bob mentioned, and as Colleen was mentioning, they might be used to put some airbags down there to try to lift some of the rubble. As
well, we're just getting word the California Office of Emergency Services is sending in some strike team, 36 strike teams, in fact, from local fire departments to help with the fires, which seem to be under control at this point. But we also understand the state has sent 10 National Guard air ambulances, as well as 600 National Guard troops in to help out as well.
And once again, the word from the DWP, they are asking people to boil their water for at least 20 minutes before using it. That's because one of their chlorinating stations went down. Also, there's a lot of areas around the San Fernando Valley that are without electricity, and they're working on that too, but they say that it'll probably be some time before that's restored.
Again, this is a quake that hit at 4:31 this morning, measured 6.6 on the Richter scale, centered in and around Northridge, which is why we're seeing so much damage right in that area. As we heard from Caltech just a few minutes ago, this one was 10 miles beneath the surface, and this was on a quake or a fault that no one really knew about up until now.
Previously unknown slant fault is what Caltech is officially saying. If you notice the trees there, the winds are picking up, and the forecast was this afternoon for Santa Ana wind conditions, which, if there were more fires, which would be just added problems heaped on the problems which we already have here.
We understand the Red Cross is opening some emergency shelters for people who've been displaced, and we saw several instances of that this morning. One in Northridge, the Northridge Meadows apartment complex out there. That whole complex is gone. It was a 3-story building, and it collapsed into 2 stories. Also, there was a mobile home community in the Fillmore area where at least 30 homes were lost by fire this morning.
Okay, we're going to go to Captain Leonard Thompson, who's on the line from the LA City Fire Department. Captain Thompson, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning.
What can you tell us now? I understand that we have a couple of more fatalities, is that correct?
Right, there was a hillside home at 3855 Sherwood Place, and apparently the home collapsed due to the earthquake, and 2 dead bodies was the result. We don't have any confirmation or what sex the dead bodies are, but we do have 2 fatalities.
Where is that? Is that in the Sherman Oaks area?
I believe it is in the Sherman Oaks area, yes.
Captain Thompson, can you shed any light on the work that's going on in the parking structure out at the Northridge Mall?
We have what we call USAR teams there right now. specialists in excavating people from trapped buildings, collapsed buildings. They have specialized equipment, sensitive hearing devices to hear any noises, breathing, heartbeats, etc. underneath the structure. Also some heavy equipment to move heavy things such as concrete, etc. to excavate the people.
Can you confirm that there are people down there? If so, how many?
We don't have a confirmation if there are people down there. I understand initially there were reports of workmen down in the collapsed structure. So we're still working on that right now. We'll update you as we get more information.
So you've had no contact, or the rescue people have had no contact, voice contact with anyone down there?
That's correct. No, we have not had any voice contact.
Can you walk us through this? What's a standard procedure on something like this? What do they do when they come on scene, and what are they up to now?
Well, the first thing they've got to do is make sure that the area is safe for firefighters to work in. That means if there is any compromise in the structural integrity of the area that they're working in, they've got to shore it up and make sure that it's safe. At that point, they can start investigating and looking and listening to see if they've got people that are trapped down there.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the Northridge Meadow Apartments. The death toll we got there was 5 dead. There were 2 rescued?
That's not confirmed yet. We're still looking into that. Thus far, all LA City Fire Department has confirmed is 3 dead bodies, the 2 at the Sherwood Place address and the earlier 1 fatality on the 14 and the 5 freeway.
We're looking at some tape now of one of the men who was brought out of the apartment building.
Earlier today, one of the people rescued this morning.
Are your men still on the scene there, and do they believe that there may be additional people in the rubble?
That's always a possibility. What we've got to do is go over every square inch to make sure that there is nobody in there, and question anybody in the area who have any knowledge of the occupants, and then question them to make sure that we've gotten everybody out.
As we've seen in so many quake situations, they tend to bring in dogs to help find victims and things like that. Does that happen here as well, too?
Yes, it does, but that will probably come later on. If we've got any doubts that there are people there, then we'll also got some sensitive listening equipment that we'll bring in, and that will also assist us in finding any possible trap victims.
Can you shed any light on the earlier, which we reported, the trailer park fire?
In Fillmore.
In Fillmore.
This was at the 210 and I believe the 5?
I believe that was at the 12,000 block of San Fernando Road, 13,000 block of San Fernando Road.
Yes.
Right. Initially, there was approximately 12 to 15 trailer park homes on fire. That amount of loss increased as the fire continued, but we do have a handle on that, and that fire is under control.
Just getting back to these teams, you call them USAR teams. Are these specialty teams that go all over the state? Are these teams...
Right. In fact, they go all over the country.
Did they work in the San Francisco quake as well?
Yes, they did, and that's part of our emergency system throughout the state, where these specialized teams that have specialized equipment are called out to assist in the retrieval of trapped victims.
Leonard, as best you can tell, are these the bad areas right now? The shopping center we're talking about, Northridge Meadows, the apartment complex. Are there any other spots that you've got crews on the on scene?
Right now, we're currently working on 6 collapses. I don't have the exact addresses on all of them, or partial collapses. And we've got crews on all those scenes, and we're working to make sure that we have everybody that's trapped out and checking for any other victims in the
Are they all in the Northridge area?
Right, all in the north end of the valley.
For someone who may just be joining us, or someone from out of state picking up our signal, if you had to put this thing into perspective, what would you say?
I'd say we're very, very fortunate. The time of day, the fact that it's a holiday, the fact that we have such an excellent emergency system here in Southern California, all attributed to the minimal loss of life and the fine work that everybody's done.
All right, Captain.
Thanks,
Thank
Captain.
you very much. At this point, we're going to switch live to Granada Hills, a community hospital there. That's where our Diane Diaz is standing by. Diane?
Colleen, he talked about how lucky we were. Well, we didn't have as many fatalities as we might have, but we still had quite a few injuries. Just take a look around and see how the numbers of injured have swelled since we last talked just a short time ago. We have far more people here for treatment at the Granada Hills Community Hospital, despite the fact that administrators here are saying that this system is already overloaded. They are saying that they really do not have the capacity here to treat any more people with serious injuries, yet that word seems not to have gotten out substantially. People are still coming in. In addition, we are told that a number of people are responding to the call to volunteer, to help out. We've had a number of people come in as medics, as simple volunteers doing what they can. Let me just ask you, we're live on Channel 4. What's been your situation? How have you been dealing with this today?
Just been waiting. I'm going to wait probably for a couple more hours.
What's your name?
Pierre.
Pierre?
Yeah.
What brought you in? You have a hand injury there? Or?
I had to jump through my bedroom's window to try to get out because the door was jammed. So, all the doors were jammed, and I guess I missed it.
Okay, thank you very much, Pierre. We've seen that kind of situation before. A lot of cuts, a lot of glass cuts, a lot of people injured by things falling on them. We've seen broken bones, a couple of dislocated shoulders. But again, I think that we want to also point out that the spirit of volunteerism is already alive and well here in Granada Hills. Take a look over here and see the people who are pouring this water. This young couple just decided to come out. They live right across the street. They decided to come out, help out. Brian, tell us what got you into helping out here.
Well, we have everything that's been going on. It's been really crazy around here. We were watching across the street and we seen the building come down this morning. It was really unbelievable. And there was just so many people around here, and we came over here and I heard some real old lady, she asked for some water, and I seen the bottle that was so heavy that no one could lift them, so we just started pouring water and trying to help people out and make them feel as comfortable as possible. And you know, it's just a real tragedy when we try to work together here.
Right. Brian, you were one of the eyewitnesses to the actual disaster. I don't know if we can see it in the light that we have here, but we'll try to show you the Kaiser Permanente building just across the parking lot from the Granada Hills Community Hospital, completely destroyed. You saw that go down. Describe it for us.
Yes, I came out of my house this morning after trying to get dressed and stumbling around, and I grabbed my fiance and we headed out to the lawn, and it was really hard to stand up. So as it really started kicking in, I just seen the building rocking back and forth, and all of a sudden just a big dust cloud as a 5-story building turned into a 4-story building just like that. It was unbelievable.
How did it sound?
It just, the rumbling from the quake and everything going on, it was like being on a roller coaster, you know. It was like almost like a ride or something. It was just unbelievable.
Hey, Brian Dupuy, thank you very much. A witness to the collapse of the Kaiser Permanente building, and also a volunteer out here right now at Granada Hills Community Hospital, where the numbers are absolutely swelling. We cannot begin to give you a number of the injured who are seeking treatment here. We do know that a number of them have been diverted from Holy Cross Hospital. That's also in the San Fernando section of the San Fernando Valley. They've been diverted to this location, and we're told that that facility is undergoing an evacuation. So many of the people, if they don't have too serious an injury, are coming here to seek triage treatment, and they're doing pretty good so far. A long wait, but it appears that the emergency system is working. Diane Diaz reporting live from Granada Hills Community Hospital. Back to you in the studio.
Diane, are they still calling for doctors and nurses or not? Earlier, can you hear me, Diane? I guess she cannot hear us. Earlier they were making a call for doctors and nurses to come down to the Granada Hills Hospital.
Okay, now we have an update on the Red Cross line. The hotline number you see on the screen there is 1-800-540-2000. We'll leave it up for just a minute. If you have any concern about loved ones or family or friends in the area, this is the number you need to call. This is the preferred number. Other numbers could tie up the agency, and so this is the number you need to go to, 1-800-540-2000.
We're now coming up on 11 o'clock. This is KNBC, Channel 4, Los Angeles. Here's an update. What we do know at this hour, we have a death toll of 14 confirmed dead. And search for victims continues, especially in the parking structure over in the mall in Northridge. Building collapses, as we have been looking at, including that apartment complex where 3 died and 2 were rescued. Gas leaks and fires, not as many at this hour as we had earlier in the day. But of course, gas leaks are still a possibility. Major overpasses down. We've taken a look at the freeway situation. We've got at least 4 major freeways, the 10, the 14, the 5, and the 118. And of course, they're asking you to turn off power if you don't need it, and the other thing is about boiling water. And that's
right.
because of the chlorination facility, which was heavily damaged and is now out of service. They want you to boil your water for at least 20 minutes before using it.
Okay, again, we're looking at a live picture right now. This is where the 5 and the 14 meet. The freeway is shut down in both directions. This was the scene of a fatality early this morning, initial stages of the earthquake in Fillmore. This is where the LAPD officer went down. He was a motorcycle cop. We have Officer Ernie Garcia, I believe, on the phone with us.
Yes, good morning. Good
morning.
Afternoon. I don't even know what time it is.
You know what? I don't think anybody does at this point. It's 11 o'clock, and we've been at this since about 4:30 this morning. What can you tell us?
Well, you know, as you have been witness to, we have had damages ranging from road buckling to collapsed overpasses and roadways, general structural damage to many freeways, including landslides and damage to sound walls. The closures you have mentioned are still in effect. I should tell you that Interstate 5, the closure extends all the way from Lavelle Road in both directions. A lot of people who are in Northern California are inquiring as to how to get out to the south end. And basically, I'm telling you that 101 would be your most expeditious route if you don't know a bunch of little side routes. However, do expect delays. Highway 14, the closure extends all the way from Mojave. And, of course, we have numerous closures on the 118, including another one closer to the downtown area. Interstate 10, the Santa Monica Freeway, closed at Washington Fairfax. That is due to the collapse of the overcrossing.
Sergeant Garcia, let me ask you this. You mentioned landslides there. We haven't heard anything about those up until now. Where can you tell us those are?
Well, there are slides on Angeles Crest Highway. That is entirely closed at this time. Gavin Canyon, the bridge there has collapsed, and also there are slides in that vicinity. And Las Virgenes Road north and south closed at 101. Las Virgenes from Pima Canyon to Pacific Coast Highway, that is also affected by landslides. So, you know, that is also something that we are having to contend with. The California Highway Patrol is highly mobilized. Also, many other emergency agencies, of course, are on the job. And one of the things that we can tell the public is do not become spectators. Please stay home if you can. Do not come out. Just care for your safety and that of your loved ones.
Okay, thank you very much. Sergeant Ernie Garcia, the CHP. Our Jim Giggins has been in the Emergency Response Center down in Parker Center. Let's go to him live now.
Yeah. We are right here now at Parker Center in downtown Los Angeles, and we're expecting Governor Wilson, who's going to be coming here giving a news conference about the tragedy here in Los Angeles. Now, earlier today, we went into the Emergency Operations Center. Now, this is across the street in City Hall East. The mayor chaired this meeting, and all the heads of departments were there. He had declared a city emergency at 4:50 this morning. This is exclusive footage. Channel 4 News was the only organization there. We eavesdropped on this meeting. They were deciding how they're going to handle this situation, who was in charge. Of course, the mayor was, the heads of departments, and how they're going to get the city operating back to normal. Of course, that's very difficult right now. This is a major tragedy, as we know, in Los Angeles. And so the mayor, of course, wanted to get together all of these people to decide what steps would be taken next. The mayor said just before this meeting that he talked to President Clinton, and the president had offered him all the help that was available from the federal government. And now, of course, we're back here at Parker Center and awaiting Governor Wilson, who is going to tell us, we hope, the state response to this major emergency in Los Angeles. This is Jim Giggins reporting live from Parker Center. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Jim, and we're back again live. The picture
from
the 14 from Fillmore, from the 14 and the 5 freeways. Something we hadn't heard, Sergeant Ernie Garcia told us about the Las Virgenes, which is a main thoroughfare in and out of Malibu, and the 101, the San Fernando Valley, is closed down in both directions.
I would say it'd be very, very tough to get in or out of the area today. You know, later on, when we have a time to really digest everything that's happened, you know, we talk about images. The one on your screen right now is probably that image of this particular earthquake on this day.
It's the one we'll remember, like we remember the 880 freeway from the San Francisco earthquake in 1989, where one freeway simply pancaked on top of the other. And again, we had one fatality here. An LAPD motorcycle officer went down about the time the quake hit. Our Phil Schumann is on the set with us here. What have you got for us, Phil?
In fact, you were just talking about Las Virgenes Canyon Road. We started out in Santa Monica, drove north on PCH through the canyons over to the Ventura Freeway, and the canyon roads are shut down because of all of the rocks that have tumbled down, but they are passable, so they're shut down as a precaution. Let's go to some videotape. We'll start with the PCH at Chautauqua. That is the Beach Cafe, and you can see what happened there. That is one of the old masonry brick buildings. Just at the corner of PCH, landslides there destroyed a couple of vehicles. This is a scene that's been repeated over and over again up the highway. And that house you see right there, a major disaster. The back half of it has literally fallen down the hillside. Now we came over the canyons and into the San Fernando Valley, and you can see the damage there. We spoke to one man who came to his cleaning store in Tarzana early this morning. This was the scene.
It's been crazy. There was people driving around. We had some kids come into the gift shop right there and take some stuff, and I chased them down. They left, but it was just chaos. I mean, it's incredible how people act strangely when there's like an event like this, and people should help everybody. And
yeah,
it's been nice. Some customers have been coming in to see how I'm doing, how the store is doing, and they're really concerned. And it's a little anxious right now.
Move with us now to Encino, the corner of Havenhurst and Ventura Boulevard. This is actually a water overflow pipe that was out of control for some 5 hours.
Olivier is with me. You rode this out here in Encino. What's been your experience this morning?
Well, this morning we woke up and everything was just shaking. Everything was falling down. Our front windows, all of them are busted out. We have a huge crack going down our living room wall. It looks like the balcony in the apartment above us is going to come down. We just have to wait and see right now. We're trying to find a place where we can get some fresh water and get some food.
Now this is another apartment building. You can see the facade of the front came right down on top of that car. Fortunately, no one was inside, but this is the type of scene that was repeated over and over again, both on the west side and then in the San Fernando Valley.
Back again, looking at a live picture here, it seems we just had another aftershock. It appears we filled up the Seismic cam drum there this morning.
They
with
put a new drum.
So many aftershocks and the major earthquake this morning. Again, as you said, this is the picture that will stay with so many of us from this earthquake today. One of the major thoroughfares in and out of Los Angeles shut down, scene of one fatality, several people in critical condition here.
When you look at this picture, and now they are removing a automobile from the truck there, you know, you talk about miracles. It is a minor miracle that this occurred when it did. I mean, can you imagine what that would have been, say, 5 o'clock, 5:30 in the afternoon?
Again, just to recap, if you're joining us, this was a quake that hit at 4:31 this morning, measured 6.6 on the Richter scale, a major earthquake centered in and around the Northridge area. This one was centered about 10 miles below the surface, and it was on a fault that no one really knew about up until now. A slant fault.
It's what they call a slant fault, and what is actually happening is Los Angeles is moving closer to San Francisco all the time, and they say that, you know, in something like 50 million years, you know, this could be a suburb of San Francisco, which means that the San Gabriel Mountains are actually moving closer to the Santa Monica Mountains.
Okay, I believe our Carla Aragon is at the community desk in the newsroom with some important information. Let's go there. Carla?
Thanks, Colleen and Chuck. As you're looking at this picture on your screen right now, we had somebody that came through the Sierra Highway, which parallels the 14 and the 5 freeway, and they were telling us that it took 2.5 hours to get through that Sierra Highway. And that's the only available mode of transportation available to commuters from the Antelope Valley into the downtown Los Angeles. Now, a couple of things to tell you about. There was another earthquake in the California area, this one in Northern California, and it hit on the Green Valley Fault north of Napa. It measured 3.5 on the Richter scale. Now, seismologists do not believe that there is any link to the Southern California quake, but that happened a little bit earlier in the morning. Also, you were talking about Red Cross. Well, we have shelters set up right now at Sylmar High School, and that's on Borden Street in Sylmar. San Fernando Recreation Center, that's on 208 Park Avenue in San Fernando. The Church of Christ, which is in Van Nuys on Sherman Way. And then we also have earlier that address in Glendale. Now, The Salvation Army has opened up several emergency centers throughout the valley area, one in San Fernando Valley in Van Nuys, another one in Burbank, and also another one in Glendale. We should also tell you that Salvation Army has set up mobile kitchens, and they are now driving around the valley area trying to pass out food to people who might be temporarily displaced. So they're trying to get out food as well as care to those areas. The other thing that's kind of interesting is we are not the only ones that have suffered through power outages. This earthquake snapped power to 5 western states. It was all linked to the Intermountain Power Plant in Delta, Utah. And there were power outages reported in Utah, Oregon, Washington, Wyoming, Montana, and British Columbia in Canada. So amazing what this earthquake has done. You can feel the reverberations all the way across the western United States. And that's the latest from the community desk. One last thing. Please do not use your telephone unless it is an emergency. They are blocking the network into the San Fernando Valley, so you're going to have a tough time getting in. Only use your telephone for emergency purposes. Colleen and Chuck, back to you.
All right, Carla, thank you very much. Again, we have crews all over the area this morning. Our Wendy Takuda was one of the reporters on scene early this morning. She filed this report.
Okay. We're waiting for her report to come in. Let's just go over a couple of other things. Earlier today you saw the firestorm, is what we would call it, at the Tahitian Park trailer complex in Fillmore. 64 of 350 trailers were destroyed there this morning by fire. The Santa Monica Freeway, we've talked about how that's closed. Nation's busiest freeway. 350,000 automobiles a day are now going to have to find some other way to get back and forth. We saw the train wreck, the Southern Pacific freight train. Derailed. 29 of 64 cars there derailed.
16 of them with sulfuric acid. I believe we have Wendy Takuda's report. Let's go to her again.
I'm Wendy Takuda in San Fernando at the site of a fire that has burned 3 houses and an apartment complex. You're looking at the apartment complex that was burned down. A gentleman here is trying to put out some flames that are still burning from this morning. I have with me Leticia Garcia, who was in one of the houses that burned down. Tell me what happened this morning, Leticia.
Excuse me, hold on.
Are you okay?
Yeah. When the earthquake, I was in my house. So as soon as the earthquake stopped, I came and checked up on my mom and dad. And then we saw a fire starting in the back building. So I got them all out. We're all on the street, and all of a sudden explosions started going on. And they went right into my mom's house, and everything started burning down. Everything is burned.
Your sister owned 3 houses?
Yes. My mom's house and my brother's house burned. There's 3 families out now. They lost everything. Everything. I don't have anything left.
You weren't able to get anything out of the house?
Nothing. They're all out in their pajamas. I don't have anything.
So you just left the houses and you had to turn around and just watch what happened then? Huh?
Yes, we couldn't do anything. We just watched everything burn down.
How many families now are homeless?
That I know of up here is 3. There's a lot more back here. I mean, the whole apartment building is burned down.
So it's this apartment building and 3 houses.
3 houses down. Look, that's the whole apartment building right there. 3 houses, my mom's house, my brother's house, and there's about 3 houses down back this way that burned down too.
And you're still continuing to have to put out some of the flames, as we showed here. Leticia, do you have any idea what caused the fire to spread so quickly here? Was there a gas problem, or was it simply the fire itself?
It was simply
There was a gas explosion? Okay, someone here is telling us that there was a gas explosion. Did you hear something?
There was.
The firemen were saying it was a gas explosion, and it started from the houses back here.
When we were across the street, we saw the explosion inside my mom's house. We just saw everything exploding, and we heard a big boom. I don't know what caused it, but...
And so what now, Leticia?
What now? I have to start all over again. We all have to help them out.
Thanks
They're both retired. Don't have any money.
As you heard the situation here, there are a number of families that are homeless that have lost everything in the fire. Letitia, thank you for talking with us, and we're sorry. We're sorry it happened. It's just some of the human faces on this disaster that has happened today. We're talking 3 houses in this area in San Fernando burned, and an apartment complex as well, and as we mentioned, they're still dousing the flames at this point. I'm Wendy Takuda, back to you.
You know, Chuck, as I look at this, it's so reminiscent of the firestorms that we saw in November in Altadena, Malibu, and Laguna.
You know, tragedy does have a human face, and you just saw one of them there, and there will be so many stories like that throughout the day.
We're also seeing stories of communities pulling together this morning. Yep. We saw that in Granada Hills at the hospital there this morning. At this point, we're going to go live to Beverly White, who is at the scene of another freeway collapse. This one is the 118 and San Fernando and Balboa. Is that right, Beverly?
San Fernando and Gothic, but it bears repeating. We've been here a while, and we'd like to restate this location and the reason motorists and pedestrians should avoid the area. Now, in the distance, you can see people who've been crawling on the eastbound 118. That's the freeway that collapsed almost in its entirety across Gothic Avenue. And police and the Highway Patrol and the Caltrans folks stress that you should stay away from this area, certainly not be as close to this location as people are here in the distance, because we felt some aftershocks since we arrived, and if this thing comes tumbling down, this time it could cause major injuries and loss of life. As it stands right now, when this thing went down right after the earthquake, there was no loss of life and no critical injuries that we're aware of. There's one car up top that did flip over as it crossed the break in the roadway and tumbled on its roof, but we're told that no one was injured in that. But again, it's a serious matter here, and just to see the extent of the damage at ground level is awe-inspiring, because it's tons and tons of concrete. Traffic engineers will be struggling to figure out how to reconstruct this stretch of the roadway, although we understand from Caltrans that the majority of the 118 withstood the impact and the trembling from the earthquake, but this one intersection, again, as it crosses Gothic, the eastbound lanes of the 118 came tumbling down. Luckily, it's a holiday. There weren't a lot of motorists on the road, no one down below, and only one car, we understand, up top that was involved in an accident brought on by the earthquake and the resulting crashing of this concrete structure behind us. And again, they're asking people to steer clear. If you have any business in this area or if you live nearby, prepare to brace for detours, significant detours. We're standing not too far from a brace of city-erected barricades, and of course the City Police Department and Highway Patrol have been here throughout the morning trying to redirect people just for safety's sake. And it's a shame you have to restate it over and over again, but they have had some trouble getting people to avoid the area. It's become a bit of a magnet for cameras and looky-loos and folks who I guess consider themselves to be thrill seekers, but it's simply not worth it. They're asking folks to stay away and tune in and continue to watch the coverage from the safety of your homes if you still have electricity. But for all intents and purposes, enjoy the holiday if you can, and don't hit the roads. Certainly don't come near here at San Fernando Mission and Gothic Avenue in Granada Hills. Reporting live from Granada Hills, I'm Beverly White. Back to you.
Obviously, when you look at the damage, the freeway damage there, you know that it is going to be quite some time before things are back to normal. It is going to take quite some time. Once again, another aerial view from the helicopter out in the San Fernando Valley area, the Northridge, the Fillmore area. We have Dr. Bruce Hensel who's joining us now in the studio, who has some additional information for us. Bruce?
Chuck, I visited a number of Southland hospitals, and this is the busiest I have ever seen our emergency rooms in nearly 10 years. As a matter of fact, our emergency system is probably completely saturated at this point. Almost all of the beds that I saw were filled. Now, most of the injuries that we saw really were minor, and many of them can be prevented with the simple steps that we're going to tell you how to follow. Patients started streaming into emergency rooms just a few minutes after the quake started. Like many people, this man was injured not by a collapsed building or a hole in the ground, but as he jumped from bed to take refuge in a doorway.
An antique that I have fell off the wall and I ran through it. The glass came down and I tore the tendon in my toe.
All of the beds inside Cedar's emergency room are filled at this point. People are waiting in the hallway, in the waiting room, and outside in the street for care. We're seeing all sorts of injuries and illnesses worsened by the quake.
My husband's on oxygen 24 hours a day. When the electricity went off, his compactor that makes oxygen also went off, and he only has about another hour of oxygen now. And it was time for his breathing treatment, so he's here because the electricity isn't working, and so nothing is working.
While Barbara's husband was doing fine after receiving oxygen in the ER, others were not necessarily faring as well.
People are having chest pain and shortness of breath. People who are barely compromised medically have not been able to withstand the emotional stress of the earthquake and have come to the emergency department.
Now, luckily, many staff members, doctors and nurses were on overnight duty in the hospital when the first patients came in, and many plan to stay until all the patients are treated.
My daughter stepped out of bed onto a piece of broken glass and has a severe laceration. And so we've been here since 5 o'clock in the morning. This is very, very important, Chuck and Colleen. Almost all of the injuries that we have seen are from people panicking. They are not from buildings collapsing. We're hearing about that, but most injuries occur from people jumping up, running into things, falling downstairs. So the most important piece of advice, if you hear one thing, is if you feel another jolt, please do not panic. Walk quickly to a doorway. And right now, take all of the pictures and mirrors in your house off the wall. Make sure you don't have any gas or water leaks. And don't drink the tap water. You've both mentioned this before. It could be contaminated. It may not be chlorinated. Boil it before you drink it, or use bottled water. Very important.
Let me ask you this. One of the DWP spokespeople we talked to earlier today said something about you can chlorinate it at home by yourself. Do you know how that works?
You have to have a chlorine tablet to do that, and most people don't keep those on hand. Well, no, I wouldn't take a chance with that because you might not dilute it in the right strength. You can do yourself more harm than good. It's better to boil it. If you don't have gas, then don't boil it. Try to get some bottled water. The Vons down by me and many other supermarkets are opening up to offer bottled water at this point. The gas and water main under my own house broke this morning, and I stayed around until DWP got there to make sure that everything was shut off. These are very important because they can lead to more dangers later on if you don't take care of them.
Thank you. Let's go back up to the telecopter if we can for just a moment. It's over Topanga Canyon. This is a park, obviously, and what you're seeing are people that are, well, have taken their cars out there, and it looks as if they've almost begun to camp out. We'll get more now from Bob Petty. Bob?
Yeah, Chuck, this is Lanark Park, Strathern and Topanga Canyon Boulevard out here in the West Valley. There's several large apartment buildings at the top of the picture. The cameraman will pan up and go wide a little bit. There are about a dozen or more apartment buildings immediately adjacent to this park, along with other residential areas. These people apparently have taken refuge in Lanark Park, possibly because they've had some structures failing around them in those apartment buildings or just because they feel safer outside during these mini aftershocks that we're experiencing. But I'm sure you'll be seeing this throughout, although I see lots of schoolyards that are still empty. These people have apparently taken it upon their own to go ahead and move out here into the openness where nothing can fall up. Again, this is Lanark Park, Strathern and Topanga Canyon. Local residents just going outside to make sure that they don't have anything else fall on them being knocked off by these aftershocks. Bob Petty reporting live from the West San Fernando Valley. Back to you in the studio.
Bob, where is this in relation to Northridge?
This is just about due west, about 5 miles, maybe 4.5 miles, slightly south of west. So if you came straight out Nordoff and then down Topanga Canyon, you'd have to come about a mile or so south after you came out here to the west.
Okay, I just wanted to check. We saw a picture of this as well on the campus of Cal State Northridge this morning. Students apparently worried about the buildings and the structure there, just decided to camp out outside. We've got a live picture now from the ground of this is the Bullocks department store in Northridge.
And this is the parking structure that we had seen earlier from the air. And apparently what we've done is we've moved around the other side of the parking structure, away from on the opposite side of where the Bullocks store is now.
They appear to be on ground level here. It makes you wonder if they've pulled someone out or exactly what's going on here.
And apparently
another aftershock.
One of these little aftershocks. If you recall earlier when we talked to the folks down at the fire department, they said that they weren't sure whether they had somebody under the parking structure or not. They believe that somebody was down there early this morning doing some sweeping. And rather than take any chances, they've gone down there. They had some air hoses, and they are looking for someone. But as yet, we don't have confirmation that they've actually located someone there. But I do see that it looks like we have a reporter.
Yeah, we have Vicky
at the
Vargas.
bottom of the screen there.
Vicky Vargas is there, and I believe we're trying to establish communication with her.
I don't know if she
what
can
we
hear us
can't
yet.
tell you about these about these firefighters is that they're special units that excel in this sort of work. Apparently they travel all over the country to rescue people trapped in buildings, collapsed buildings like this. Vicki, do you hear us? Do you hear us now, Vicki?
She doesn't hear us yet, but when she does, she can bring us the latest on that. Also talk quickly about those freeway closures again, the I-5, Highway 14, the 118 freeway, and the I-10 in the Santa Monica area. And now we're back with the telecopter and Bob Petty looking down on the roof.
Yeah, we're just coming back over the scene now, Chuck. We're being restricted up here of above 3,000 feet by the Federal Aviation Administration, so we can't give you the close-up shots that we were giving you before, but you can still see
Bob,
some of the activity down below us there on that. This is actually the Robinson's May store parking structure back of the Nordup, or the back of the Northridge Fashion Center. I keep when other people are talking on the IFB, it blows me right off the air.
Okay,
up here,
Bob,
so
let me interrupt you for a
stuttering
second. Bob, let me interrupt you for just a second.
Sure.
We've reestablished contact with Vicki Vargas, so we're going to go back down to ground level. Apparently she has some new information here. Vicki?
Okay, Colleen, this is what I can tell you. The gentleman who is trapped inside, his name is Salvador. I have with me Arnaldo, who also works with him, sweeping some of the area here at the Northridge Fashion Center, but he speaks Spanish, so I'm going to ask Jesus to interpret. What do you know about where he was when this happened?
¿Qué es lo que sabe cuando el temblor ocurrió? Bueno, cuando el temblor ocurrió yo estaba allá adentro. De ahí nos salimos a la carrera. Nos fuimos para el parque, para allá para el restaurante.
Well, we have confirmation then that there is at least one person trapped under there, and his name is Salvador. As soon as we reestablish contact with Vicki Vargas, the audio will go back down to her. Once again, you can see these air hoses, the long yellow hose going across the top of the roof. There's a lot of smaller hoses. They almost look like power lines running along there. You see one crossing over.
Helicopter TV4.
Okay, that's just Bob Petty checking in with air traffic control. But anyway, those hoses, the red ones, the smaller red ones, would be used to inflate
airbags
or something like that.
They're also using power tools in that area as they cut their way in. We saw so much of this in the San Francisco earthquake in '89 when the freeway pancaked on top. They tried to rescue people. Bob told us that the airbags actually go in and displace some debris, and they're able to lift tons of material that you wouldn't be able to do normally without large cranes, and the problem with that would be debris then falling on the victim underneath.
Now the victim's been down there since the quake occurred around 4:30 this morning, but these men have been on the job for a little over 4 hours now.
I believe they're called, let me see, USAR teams. As I said, they travel.
Is that what it is?
Urban Search and Rescue? We've got Phil Schumann on set with us. Why don't we open his microphone? Maybe he can help us out with this a little bit.
Well, we've done stories on this group before after some of the instances where people have fallen into rivers and where the wells might collapse or trenches collapse. USAR is Urban Search and Rescue. I believe the county and the city have elements of them. And they're highly specialized. They can rappel down the sides of buildings, hills, cliffs, whatever the occasion is.
And right now, as we said, there appears to be one person trapped underneath there who was doing some sort of custodial work this morning, sweeping up. His name is Salvador.
And not far from there is the apartment complex where they were also involved earlier today, where unfortunately 3 people lost their lives, but they did manage to rescue 2 individuals, and we saw earlier tape of a man an elderly gentleman who they brought out who said he was just happy to see the sky again.
Northridge Meadows, that was called. It was apparently a housing complex that Cal State Northridge uses for its students. A lot of students in that area. Again, it was a 3-story apartment building, collapsed 1 floor.
We're going to do an update now. It's coming up on almost exactly 11:30. Here's our quake update. 16 confirmed dead now in this earthquake, magnitude 6.6. Officially, it's called the Northridge earthquake. 7 die in the collapse of apartment buildings around the area. Aftershocks continue. What was the latest count we had? Was 35 or 36 aftershocks?
At least that.
Key freeway overpasses collapse. We have been looking at those.
On the 10 freeway, the 14, the 5, and the 118. And we understand LAX is back to normal. It had been shut down earlier this morning while they checked for damage there. The same with Burbank, I believe. Should be up and running.
And John Wayne.
And John Wayne Airport. None of the taxiways or runways had been damaged, so they reopened. It was just a matter of checking to make sure everything was back to normal. We also have reports from Ventura County. Most of the damage there is in the Simi Valley area and Fillmore. We've been wondering about Fillmore all morning. We had heard some reports they were evacuating up there because of some structural problems with the dam in that area. Apparently 4 houses have been destroyed by fire, and a fire station was severely damaged in the town of Piru. There were other fires throughout eastern Ventura County, but at this hour they all appear to be under control.
Let's go now live to Gordon, who's standing by in Northridge. Gordon?
Yeah, I can barely hear you. We are at the Northridge Manor Apartments, one of the most hardest hit buildings in this earthquake, and we have an update with Captain Wade Jones. Captain, if you could step over here, please. What is the fatality rate at this building right now?
Well, it's unconfirmed at 9, but we're not sure how many more fatalities we're going to find.
So does that mean that you are still searching?
Yeah, primary search is still going on in the building right now. We have a strike team that's on scene from Orange County, and they've started in a portion of the building that we've not been able to attack as yet. But it's a slow process now, just trying to find the people that may still be inside.
Do you hear any voices? Are there any indications
No,
of...
we're not hearing any more voices. Now it's just a slow process of going from unit to unit to try and find the people. The people that were on the first floor, we're actually having to dig through the concrete between the second and first floor so we can find them. That's what we're finding right now.
Okay, now, we did have some victims who were just injured. Where does that toll stand at this point?
We have treated 13 people. We've transported 7 to local hospitals. The last patient just went to St. Joe's. Many of the hospitals here in the West Valley area are inundated with walk-in casualties, and so we're having to slowly move patients to other hospitals in the other end of the valley.
Okay. As we look behind us here, we see a big pile of debris. A lot of that came from the firefighters themselves as they were trying to extricate one of the victims. What is the most difficult part about trying to pull these people out of here?
Well, it's just gaining access to where the patient's at. And the pile of material was what we had to remove before we could even get to the patient. When and if they allow you back into the structure, you'll see that we've had to do that in the other areas where we have found live patients as well.
Okay, sir, very important question to wrap up here. We are feeling some aftershocks. The building does not look very safe. Are you recommending anything in terms of people staying away from the building or buildings like this?
Building and safety has already tagged the building as being unsafe. Unfortunately, we still have a job to do, perform the tasks that we're assigned to do, and we have to work in this type of environment. We're taking all the safety precautions that's necessary for us to protect our people. The residents will not be allowed back into the building, and building safety has already tagged this building as not habitable. They've done the same thing with the building next door as well.
But the possibility, again, always exists that these places could come down if...
There is that possibility.
Okay, thank you very much. Captain Wade Jones with the LA City Fire Department with an update here at the Northridge Manor Apartments, one of the hardest hit buildings. As he said, 9 fatalities so far. That is unconfirmed at this point, but likely. Reporting live from Reseda, Reseda Boulevard, this is Gordon Tokomatsu. Now back to you.
Gordon, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Gordon, do you have any idea how many people lived in the apartment building? How many people are now displaced?
Yeah, I just got through talking with the acting manager at this apartment complex. She said they had about 130 units. She said there were only 5 of those units that were vacant. So we're looking at easily a little over 100 folks that were displaced by this catastrophe.
Gordon, we're also hearing reports at Cal State Northridge. A lot of students were housed there. Are you hearing anything more about that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
I said Cal State Northridge. A lot of students apparently live there. Are you hearing anything about that?
Yeah, we understand that there are some students that did live at this apartment complex. In fact, I've seen a few of them wandering around here. They have CSUN sweatshirts and so forth on. As far as we know, there weren't any of the students that were any of the fatalities, but we cannot tell for sure. There are no IDs on any of the victims at this hour.
The last rescue then was made a little over an hour and a half ago?
I believe so, yeah. That's the last one that we saw. There were 2 gentlemen, an elderly gentleman and a man, I believe, in his late 30s or 40s, that was actually brought out of this particular corner. As you can see, there's a lot of rubble here. There are mattresses, lots of debris. This is stuff that the firefighters worked on for about an hour and a half to pull out. to try to bring the victims out. And that, of course, was a very difficult part of this process. And the firefighters themselves had to remain safe as well while they were doing that.
Gordon, we heard from the fire chief there that he doesn't think there are any more survivors there. What exactly is going on?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you please repeat, Wendy?
It's Colleen, Gordon.
Colleen.
What exactly is going on there right now? We heard from the fire chief that there more than likely aren't any more survivors there. But what are they doing to ensure that?
What they are doing is, as we understand it, using sound devices to go through the rubble here to see if they can try to find anyone who may be in there, whether they are alive or not. I think he is basing his theory that there may not be any other living victims of this earthquake on the fact that they haven't heard anyone screaming for help or yelling from inside the rubble. That was the case earlier, about, say, 2 hours now. They heard a lot of people yelling for help, and they were able to pull them out of the rubble.
Okay, thank you very
Gordon.
much.
Of course, we've been switching back and forth. We've also been, it's just literally blocks away from where Gordon is, the shopping center, which is the North.
Aftershock? Another Aftershock.
Another one here. Northridge Fashion Center, which was built in 1971, and there you can see the Aftershock as it appears on the little drum. Had a lot of those. One person trapped at the Fashion Center, and they're working on the parking structure there.
As well, a pipeline running from Los Angeles County along the Santa Clara River has ruptured. Apparently that's leaking gasoline into the riverbed. That's something we'll have to contend with down the road. Orange County fire units have arrived in Ventura County and they're assisting local firefighters. But as of now, there are no quake-related fatalities in Ventura County. Again, we heard from Gordon there are 9 unconfirmed in that one apartment complex in Northridge. And I believe the latest toll we had was something like 16, but that should be inclusive of that 9.
Okay, the picture on the left of your screen is at the shopping center. Well, now we're going to take a look at the seismograph. But the picture you were seeing was from the shopping center. I think we have somebody on the line now from the telephone company, from Pac Bell. Is that correct? Hello?
Yes, Chuck. This is John Britton with Pacific Bell.
John, what is the situation with incoming and outgoing calls?
Well, the good news right now, Chuck, is that all of our central offices are operating again. We had some impacted earlier. As far as incoming calls right now, we are limiting calls into the 4 LA area codes, 213, 310, 818, and 805. And the reason we're doing this is because there's extreme congestion on the network. Lots of people trying to get through, and we want priority to be for emergency people who need it, and also for people living in the area so they can call out, Chuck.
So there's not a problem for people in the affected area calling out?
Well, there may be some people who have equipment problems, you know, that are not related to our central office. We're still trying to assess cable cuts and fiber failures and things like that out into the field. But our central offices have all been straightened out now, and they are sending out dial tone. We are asking people, please limit their calls only to emergencies into this area.
John, do you have any idea of the extent of your damage area?
We really don't. You know, we're still trying to get people out, like I say, to test the cables and things like that and find out where there are failures. I can tell you that we're getting excessive calls into 611, which is, of course, telephone repair. So that would indicate that we do have some problems out there. We're running into 2 difficulties in the field. Number one is that there are places where, you know, emergency authorities aren't letting us through yet because of fires, natural gas leaks, and other safety problems. A second problem is the road conditions. Our people are reporting they'll be heading somewhere, they'll come to a road that's out, and they'll have to seek an alternative route.
You got your work cut out for you today.
Yes.
Thank you, John.
Okay.
We've reestablished contact with Vicki Vargas here at the parking structure. Vicki? Once again, this is the parking structure at the Northridge Fashion Center, where they are looking for a man by the name of Salvador. All we know is that his first name is Salvador, and he was working in the parking structure at the time of the collapse. Let's see once again. I'm hearing sound from the area. I don't know if
we
Vicki
understand
can
the
hear
upper
us.
floors of that concrete actually fell onto the man's vehicle. He is a street sweeper, and he was cleaning the lower parking lot structure when the quake hit this morning at 4:31. Vicki, are you with us now?
I hear you, Colleen. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, let's start over. What I want you to take a look at, probably, I hope, in the center of your screen, is a huge black mat with a yellow X through it that a couple of the firefighters are holding. What that is an airbag. I'm going to have one of the firefighters here off camera describe what it is they do with those airbags.
Basically, the airbags are there to elevate the concrete, which is surrounding the patient and the firefighters, and it's used to elevate it so that they can get to what they call shoring, the wood underneath it, and stabilize the whole area for the safety of the patient and the rescue operators.
It looks like such a simple plastic mat. You said it's flat so they can get it obviously into small spaces. How much weight could it actually pump up? How much weight can it take off the victim if that's the case inside?
I can't exactly see what size they have there, but a tremendous amount of weight, close to 4,000 to 8,000 pounds it could lift.
So they're in the process also of pumping up those air mats as well as trying to keep some airflow down to Salvador, correct?
That's right. That's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to make everything safe so you don't have a domino effect. But they're doing a great job. They're really tenacious, and they're staying with it, and they're in good contact with the patient right now.
My thought is, as they all stand on top of this scene, is there a concern that they could fall in as well?
Well, the first rule of any kind of rescue operation is firefighter safety, because you don't want to have more than one patient. And basically what they're doing right now is, before they even get there, they stabilize it and work their way in, and it's safe for everybody.
And we're going on 6-7 hours now. What do you think his chances are?
I'm not sure. I've not been in contact with the incident commander or anybody there yet, so sounds like they're getting some things underway now. So.
And the 2x4s, they use that to wedge the airbags even deeper into where he may be.
That's right. They use that. It's also called shoring, and they use it to stabilize the whole area so that the workers can work and perhaps even lift the concrete off the patient or whatever is holding the patient down. In this case, perhaps a car, but we're not sure.
Okay. I want to fill you in a little bit more with someone who has talked with a gentleman who works with Salvador. Jesus, why don't you come on over? If you can remember what Arnaldo told us, he was in there working alone on the bottom floor?
Yeah, he was working on the bottom floor, sweeping the bottom floor when the earthquake struck, and he got trapped in there.
As far as you know, would he have been inside his vehicle, inside his truck?
He's been there like from 4:35 in the morning till now, and he's still alive. That's what I heard about it.
Yeah, and we want to confirm that as well. The only reason firefighters obviously are continuing these very heroic efforts is that they tell us they can hear Salvador down there. Exactly how they're doing that may just be by earsight, but we know that they can hear him. That's a good sign. They're moving very slowly, very cautiously, and as we said, there's a lot of work left to be done. I'm going to throw it back to you in Burbank unless you have any more questions.
I have a quick question for you, Vicki. You say they can hear him. What's his degree of consciousness?
We haven't been able to get a real fix on that. I think they're just thrilled to either hear some breathing or perhaps some moaning and groaning, and that alone is a good sign at this point.
Okay, we're going to stay with you. Was that a piece of his vehicle that they just removed, that white piece just a minute ago?
Yeah, I believe so. It looks like a car truck door.
Okay. While we stay with this picture, we're going to check with some of our other reporters in the field right now. But Vicki, the minute something happens, we'll get right back to you. I understand there's a gas fire in
Granada Hills, and Bev White is on the scene. Bev?
Yes, I don't have to say much, quite frankly. The pictures speak for themselves. Behind me here in the 11,000 block of Balboa, north of Rinaldi, is a gas main that broke shortly after the earthquake. I'm going to step aside for just a moment so we can speak with one of the residents who witnessed this, or heard it anyway. Nancy Bunner, you heard it after the earthquake. Can you describe exactly what happened?
Well, it was about 15 minutes after the earthquake, and we were looking out our window, and everybody was asking if everybody's okay. And a water main had broke, and the water was just so powerful. It was like the river. It was like a river here. And then I kept looking out the window because I didn't know whether we should leave. I didn't know if the water was going to get in our house. I didn't know. We kept on continuing watching. And then all of a sudden, these trucks started driving up the street, and a big wall, like a water main broke, and it was shooting up. And I think it stalled their cars. And when their cars went to start back up, the gas main broke, and then it was like 200 feet in the air. It was taller than these palm trees. It was really high, and it was just a big wall. And when the fire took off, it just went like it just shot in the middle of the street and hit both sides of the streets and caught all the houses on fire.
What about the person inside that truck, Nancy? Do you know anything about that person?
I heard that he was on fire, that he did catch on fire, but that and he tried to get out, and I guess the river took him away. But they said he's okay, so I guess he's okay. I don't know if anybody else got hurt, but. It was like a towering inferno. It was just a big wall of flames, and then it got these palm trees, and then you couldn't see nothing. Everybody just left. I mean, we just had to hurry and leave.
Right. And over to the west, we can see where a couple of homes were once standing. Let me get you to step aside just a bit here. There's now chimneys where the homes used to be. 2 residences caught fire, evidently as a result of this same gas main break. I don't know if that means they had gas utilities or if they were just involved in the flames, as it were, but there's nothing left. Those homes are gone, and the truck in the middle of the street also just incinerated. And if the passenger, the driver, whomever was in the vehicle managed to escape, it was truly a miracle. The street is covered with debris that no doubt rolled away as a result of the water from the water main break that came at the same time as the gas main break. As we drove up this street from the direction of Rinaldi, we could see major cracks in the roadway and had to dodge lots of gravel and concrete. So it's a significant effect here on this street in the 11,000 block of Balboa, where the residents are standing by more or less in a simple amazement as to what happened some hours ago and how they're going to put their lives back together as a result of this remains a mystery. They tell us it's going to be some time yet before they even get electricity. So they haven't been able to monitor what's going on in the rest of the community to a great extent. But right now, again, the residents safe and sound, but rattled nonetheless by what happened this morning. And behind us, you see the gas main break that they have yet to control. Reporting live in Granada Hills, I'm Beverly White. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you, Beverly. Governor Pete Wilson has signed a state disaster declaration for the Los Angeles area. The declaration makes Southern California eligible for state emergency help and loans. Wilson is also asking President Clinton to make a similar federal disaster declaration. The governor spoke to reporters just before boarding a plane to head to Los Angeles. In fact, we just had word that Governor Wilson, along with Mayor Reardon, will have a news conference at about 12:15, at 12:15. What you're looking at now, we're back at the shopping center in Northridge, where Vicki Vargas is standing by. She reported we do have one known individual who's buried under that rubble there.
I believe at this point we're going to listen to Governor Wilson. He had something to say earlier this morning about the earthquake that hit our area at 4:31 this morning. Governor Wilson.
In fact, I just spoke to the president, and we've made arrangements so that we can clear up the paperwork and get the federal declaration before the day is out.
What are your plans for the morning?
We're going to go to the City Emergency Operations Center and get a briefing, and from there we will probably travel someplace most likely up there in the valley.
I know you had other plans for this week. Will this postpone your crime summit?
Can't tell yet. You're going to have to make that judgment later in the day.
Have you deployed the National Guard yet?
We have ordered all of the bucket units that are not there at Los Alamitos to move to the Los Angeles area, and we are prepared to respond to requests from either the city or the county for aerial firefighting assistance. We have not had such requests.
Okay, we are looking at a live picture again, this one from Rinaldi and Balboa. This is a gas fire. A gas main broke there this morning. It's been burning since very early this morning, since about the time of the quake.
Then we also have the rescue, which is ongoing at the shopping center in Northridge.
Just to fill you in a little bit on that rescue, if you're just joining us, if your power's just been restored, the picture you see on the left-hand side is the shopping center in Northridge. This is a parking structure. Apparently there was a street sweeper cleaning in there early this morning on the bottom floors. When the quake hit, the upper floors of the concrete fell onto the gentleman, I believe his name is Salvador, fell onto him and his vehicle. Firefighters have been able to ascertain that he is alive. They've heard some sort of tapping noise or some sort of sound there. They're right now, as you can see, working feverishly trying to get him out. They've been able to put an air line down there, an air hose, so that he continues to breathe.
That's an airbag. Believe it or not, that big board there with the X on it that said 20, that's an airbag. They're going to take that down there. They'll attach a hose to it, inflate it, and the airbag will be used to elevate the concrete.
That's the little narrow hose that you see there is what they'll use to inflate that airbag. And they have been working on this, Chuck, now for almost 5 hours, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
We first got this picture early this morning. As we said, there's a large yellow tubing that you'll see if we get a wide shot here. They're supplying air oxygen to the man, but at this point they're putting this airbag down there to inflate it to move some of this debris out of the area. Keep in mind, he is on the bottom floor of this structure.
Yeah, it was a 3-story parking structure, I think as Bob Petty described it to us. The other thing is they're handing stuff down to individuals, so there are some rescue people down under the rubble now.
We were watching earlier, some of the firefighters were managed to climb in. Our Vicki Vargas is standing by with us.
You just saw somebody pop up out of the hole.
Jump in with us, Vicki, anytime you have any new information.
Okay, let me do a quick update, Chief. We're live on Channel 4. What I can tell you is that they are in the process of what he calls cribbing it, meaning basically trying to get a real stable foundation for their rescue efforts, but he says it's going very slowly. The airbags we showed you, they shove them in, they pump them up a couple inches, they go on. They shove them in further, pump them up a little more, and go on. Keep in mind, the Chief had told us just a moment ago that Salvador is under literally 2 floors of concrete and everything in between. Chief, let me ask you, the conversation, if any, that you had with him, what kind of, how coherent?
I haven't, they're in communication with him. They've established an IV and they're giving him oxygen right now. I haven't seen any other than gestures and some sounds.
But he's moving, he's groaning?
He's moving, yes.
What time?
I'm not sure.
You said
Over 3 hours ago.
You said you're going to airlift him out of here?
Yeah, we're going to airlift him out. The hospitals in the area are so impacted right now that we want to take him to a trauma center out of the area.
Okay. And what about literally getting him out from where he is? Are we talking a stretcher? Are we talking? They're taking one in now.
Yeah. It's going to be real difficult because he's in a car. He's in a vehicle. So not only do we have to remove the concrete, but we've got to extricate him from the vehicle in a tight, cramped area.
Can you describe to me anything at all about how he's positioned in that car?
He's sitting upright in the car, and it fell on both sides of him.
Not on his head?
No.
That's a
so
miracle.
You can picture this the way that's built. He's in there, the cab of the truck is in there. That's where he is.
Okay. And again, if you had to guesstimate time, any idea how long we're talking about?
An hour, hour and a half. How deep is he from right there? He's in the bottom.
Is he below the floor? Did it get knocked down below the bottom floor of the parking structure?
No, he's 8 feet down. Say it again.
Did he get knocked down below the floor of the ground?
He's in a vacuum truck.
Right.
And he was driving in there when the earthquake happened, and that's where he is right now.
Any idea the tonnage, the weight that you're having to remove to get to him?
Lots. I don't know.
Okay. And any of your guys, what kind of things have they worked on before that may have given them good practice for this?
Well, the USAR team from the county, this is their expertise. And as far as the city is, we have the tools and we've done the training, and now we're just seeing how it works.
And what about his physical condition? You said an IV, etc. How long can he last under there?
I'm not sure of that. There's paramedics working right there with him, staying with him.
Are they down at his level?
Yes. Yeah, we're down at his level.
And they were able to squeeze in through all the debris?
Well, they cut holes in it to get down to him.
And what are they doing right now, the sawing of this wood?
That's cribbing. They're cutting the cribbing to the exact sizes they need to crib it as he goes.
They have to literally lift and scoot in and lift and scoot in.
Yeah.
Okay, Chief, thank you very much for talking to us. So that's the latest from here. I'm going to let you continue looking at this rescue effort as it goes underway. Salvador is his name. He is a street sweeper. He is only one of 2 people who would have been here at the time of this earthquake. I know we keep talking about when it happened, and in some cases how thankful we are it happened when it did. According to the folks who work with him, he was obviously the only one missing, so they knew fairly soon after this happened that he was caught underneath there. Colleen and Chuck?
Vicki, you know what I'm wondering about are these aftershocks that we've been having, and obviously the one thing you don't want to happen is any of that rubble which is there now to shift on those people.
Yeah, it's a real good point, Chuck, because in the couple of minutes that we have been here, before you came to us live, we felt all the same aftershocks that you did there in Burbank. And it seems when that happens, the firefighters, the rescue efforts stop, they look up, they make sure everybody on top level is okay, and then they try and go back to what they're doing. So it does make things even more precarious in knowing that this rumbling hasn't stopped in some cases.
And these gentlemen from the USAR team from the county are literally risking their lives going down there.
Well, they are, but they're doing it cautiously. They tell us that they're not going to go out of their way to go into some place they can't get out of. We've seen some very heroic things from them in the past, and so what they're doing is moving very slowly, knowing that Salvador is still in there, still breathing, still moving. They're going to try and take their time and do the best they can to make it as safe as they can for themselves as well.
Okay, Vicki, thank you very much. Amazing story. They've been able to get down on his level. He's about 8 feet down enough to insert an IV in. and
Look
keep
at this
them
shot.
alive. This is a picture from Granada Hills. This is the one at Rinaldi and Balboa that we've talked about. Take a look at the street here and how it's buckled. The best picture you can get is from the air here, because
That's
we've seen this at
incredible
street
shot.
level all morning and never really understood the magnitude. There's a gas main break there, and this fire has been going since about the time the quake hit this
It
morning.
has been since this morning, and as they pull wide, and we're going to go up to Bob as soon as he finishes talking with air traffic control, look at the holes in the roadway.
There, Chuck, is the water main broke just north of where the gas main broke, completely undermining the street, and maybe that had something to do with the gas main break too. But this was the first fire that we spotted when we got up this morning about 5:30, 5:45.
Well, you can actually see the pipe.
But the fire is still burning out of control. And this is actually just south of a little street called Lorillard, north of Rinaldi on Balboa. And we're still seeing some small smokes come up from different places all over the valley. But this is the only open flame gas main that we still see that's out of control, and that's right up here. It's probably one of the major lines coming down out of the Newhall Pass transmission lines, bringing gas down into the
Bob,
valley.
as you swing around there, it doesn't look like there's anybody even around there fighting this fire or trying to turn the gas.
Chuck, someone's talking on IFB. I can't hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. As you swing around there, we notice an absence of people. I don't see any fire trucks. I don't see anybody, trying to do anything to stop this.
Well, no, but if you'll look right up above it, the cameraman will open up wide a little bit and show you those two houses. They're completely destroyed. There's nothing that the firefighters can do here. They have to cut off the gas main upstream from this and just let the residual gas come down and burn off. But you can see those two homes must have been a direct cause of this gas main bursting and burning to burn those two homes there on that side of the street, and also 3 homes on the other side of the street. So 5 homes right in this vicinity of this broken gas main, either direct cause or obviously direct cause of the earthquake, but possibly a direct cause of this gas main break after the earthquake broke it and it flared up here on Balboa near Lorillard and Rinaldi.
Bob, as we look at that big hole just north, you said, of the flame situation there, you can actually see exposed pipe underneath. This is where the water main broke?
That's where the water main broke, and just completely, just like you take a hose in your backyard and squirt out the side of a hill with it, this is what it did underneath the street here. When we first got up here, the fire was already burning, and the street, Balboa, looked like a river all the way down towards Van Nuys Airport because of the water main break. Must have been at least 6 inches to a foot of water down to the 118, and then of course it spread out into tributaries of streets. But at first when we got up here, when I saw that flame and all that liquid as we came up Balboa, I was afraid that it was gasoline and we were going to have a big spread of fire. But fortunately, the liquid was water, and the gas is natural gas coming up out of the pipeline here that's ruptured. And the flame doesn't seem to have gone down too much. It was 60, 70 feet in the air this morning. It's probably 40 or 50 feet, which may be an indication that they're getting some of the gas turned up upstream, and just the residual is burning off here. But the street has collapsed. The heat and the water undermining it, and the heat weakening it, has collapsed all around the gas main and the water main just north of that. But police are just keeping people back. The fire are not even here. There's really not much they can do about it. They're elsewhere doing things with and working where they can help.
Beverly White on the ground was reporting to us that there were injuries there, that one man was on fire and he was taken to the hospital. But as you look at that...
Was he in that truck, Chuck?
We don't know for sure if he was in the burned out truck.
There's a truck that was burned, and it was there when we first got here this morning. So maybe he was driving along because the cab of that truck is singed and charred.
All right, Bob, as we come up on the noon hour here, let's take a quick look at the update on the quake situation. We, at this point, have 16 confirmed dead. The trailer park fire we saw in the Fillmore area this morning was a big fire. There have been, by our count, more than 40 aftershocks, several of them big ones. The Red Cross and the Salvation Army have opened shelters. I believe the Red Cross primarily the shelters. The Salvation Army has a mobile food truck going around trying to help out people in the area. This is a news conference at Caltech. Let's go there live.
Dying off, as we would expect. And we have Professor Iwan here, who's a structural engineer here at Caltech, to talk to us some about the damage that we've seen in the earthquake.
Thank you, Lucy. We're beginning now to see some of the damage that's taken place from this very devastating earthquake, and I think you've all seen the pictures on television. Unfortunately, what we're seeing here is very similar to what we saw in 1971 with the San Fernando earthquake. A very great deal of damage to our transportation system and to our pipeline systems, as well as, unfortunately, a lot of damage to some structures. What we're seeing, though, is really very similar to what we saw before. And the serious questions that we have to ask now is whether or not we had learned those lessons in the past, or why we were not able to take steps that would have given us greater safety. I think it's important that we all realize that one of the goals, the main goal of structural design, is not to keep a building functional, but to protect life in that building. And we don't know exactly now what that situation is, but if we have not had a great loss of life, then the goals of the structures will have been satisfied. But unfortunately, it feels that we do have some collapses. It looks like there's going to be some loss of life, and that would not be in agreement with the major goals of the building codes. So we need to get out in the field now and need to look and see what the damage is going to be. I'd be happy to answer questions based upon the limited knowledge we have right now.
Dr. Iwan, the reason you don't have a great loss of life primarily is because this happened at 4:30 in the morning, the day before a major holiday. Had that happened at a different time, you would have had a major loss of life. 20 years after the Fillmore quake, what have we learned?
Well, I think we've learned a lot after each earthquake, but the question now is, did we learn enough, and did we put it into action? And we see again the same kind of structures that we saw in the Fillmore earthquake. We see structures primarily that are weak in their lateral load carrying ability, either by virtue of having a very soft first floor. These are the same things that we saw in the San Fernando earthquake. Why we haven't done a better job, that's something we'll have to look into and find out. It's the same kind of damage that we have seen over and over again in these earthquakes, and we should be able to keep that from happening.
What kind of confidence should the people of this state have in our ability to maintain the infrastructure? I mean, should they drive to work under overpasses tomorrow?
I think that should not be a problem in terms of the highways are concerned now. I'm sure that Caltrans is out in the field and they've examined, or in the process of examining, all of the overpasses. The good thing about this is that the damage that would cause an overpass to collapse in an aftershock would be very obvious at this point. And I think they can do a good job in finding out which are the critical overpasses that might be subject to further damage, and then restricting passage through those structures.
So if it didn't fall, it's safe now, is what you're saying?
Well, if it didn't fall and there's no evidence of damage to it, it's probably okay. I think the damage will be quite obvious for those structures that may still have a collapse hazard.
But you're not suggesting that people get on the freeways right now, are you?
I'm not suggesting that people do an awful lot of traveling in any case right now. I think the wise thing to do would be, if you don't have an essential job and you don't need to be someplace that's not extremely important, now's a good time to be with your family and to take stock of your own personal situation, make sure you're protected. Those people, of course, who have responsibilities elsewhere won't need to be on the roads, but it's a good time to let the emergency personnel be on the highways and let that job be done first. Then we can assess what's happened and get back to normal.
Dr. Iwan, can you assess for us or analyze for us what's happened with the freeways? What has worked for the retrofitting and what hasn't?
Well, in 1971, there was a failure very similar to the one, apparently, as I look at the pictures, that occurred at the 14-5 interchange. And the major finding at that time was that the components of the freeway which constitute the roadbed of the bridges were not adequately tied together. And so a major program was undertaken after 1971 San Fernando earthquake to tie the roadbeds together. These are tied together with cables. And it was proven in the Loma Prieta earthquake that was fairly effective in holding the structures together. Of course, in Loma Prieta, the columns failed and the structure came down. And so then at that time, there was a new emphasis on strengthening the columns that hold these structures up. However, there's not adequate resources in the state of California to go through every single bridge in the state and retrofit it. The highest priority was given to bridges that were supported by only a single column. And that retrofit proceeded, and I think at a very good pace. It will remain to be seen now to go back and find out whether any of those newly retrofitted bridges were ones that were involved in some of the damage that we see. I suspect, though, that if you look at the 10 freeway, those are different kind of a structure. I doubt if that had been retrofitted at all at this point. It was a lower priority structure because it had multiple supports to it.
Doctor, we're talking about 23 years since the 71 quake. People may be thinking right now, how long does it take to take care of our infrastructure and get it retrofitted, get it up to speed?
Get it right.
Get it right, okay. And I don't know the answer to that, obviously, and I share the concern that everyone has. We should be able to feel that our infrastructure is there and in place when we need it. And that's certainly a goal that I'm sure every person in the state of California has that has anything to do with these structures. I know Caltrans is working very hard to do that. There was a report after the Loma Prieta earthquake that one of our faculty members here, Professor George Hausner, chaired the governor's panel, and they came up with a number of recommendations to strengthen the highway system. And I know that they were taken to heart, and I know that they're being implemented. There's always a question that we could do things faster. And basically, if we had the money, we could make progress at a lot faster pace, but there are a lot of things that compete for the same dollars. We have social problems and a lot of other problems that society wants taken care of. Earthquake safety is only one. And how do we balance those? Well, that's a social issue.
But in a bigger question, I mean, can you really design a system of bridges, of roadways, et cetera, that's going to be earthquake-proof, that it's not going to fall down, period?
As we've said many times, there's no such thing as an earthquake-proof building, and there's no such thing as an earthquake-proof bridge. But you can design a structure such that the likelihood of its collapse is very, very small. That doesn't say that you can make it zero, but you can certainly make the likelihood of collapse very small. And we need to do that. We need to make the likelihood of collapse of these major arteries for transportation, the likelihood should be very, very small, because we need those arteries in a disaster. And it's clear, I think, from this earthquake that we still have a ways to go in understanding how to do that, and if not understanding it, then certainly in implementing that and getting the job done. And that takes a lot of will.
Part of the worry, though, is that although you can never earthquake-proof a building or a structure, certainly you can do better than a 6.6 earthquake. I mean, when you do earthquake-proof a building, it's for a 7.5 or an 8.0. This was, considering the fact that Landers was 7.4, 50 times the size of this. Weren't you yourself a little shaken when you took a look at all the collapses that took place in this basin for such a moderate earthquake?
Well, I must agree with you that I'm concerned. And you look back and you see some of the same general areas of damage that we saw in 1971. That, of course, concerns you, because we should have learned our lessons and been able to take care of that. Now, I don't know, though, without further analysis, what the cause of that failure might have been. And so it's difficult to sit here and be judgmental. But certainly I'm concerned, and I think we all ought to be concerned, and we need to decide, do we want to really go after this problem in a way that will resolve it? And what is our commitment? Certainly when there's an earthquake, we have a tremendous commitment to solve this problem. Usually 6 months to a year later, people forget that, and we have other things that we want to get onto. So the question will be, I think, in this case, again, can we have a sustained commitment to finding out what the problems were and correcting them? And we need to do that, I agree. We've got to resolve this problem.
Professor Iwan, we are going to see a lot of the interchange you were talking about earlier with the I-5 and the I-14. Earlier, I think you said that was a single column structure, but it's not known if that was retrofitted since the earthquake.
From the pictures that I've seen on TV and from what I know about the general nature of that structure, I believe that it was a single column structure. I do not know whether that was part of the retrofit program, but it appears, in fact, that the column is still standing. That may say that there's another problem.
And even a problem separate from, say, the roadway as well, since that was.
That could be. And, without really analyzing the situation, it's awfully hard to say what the cause of failure was. But it's clear that that's an unacceptable failure that took place at that point. And we have to figure out what it was and how to correct that.
What's the first step that your commission will take from this point on?
The responsibility of the Seismic Safety Commission is to advise the governor and the legislature on seismic safety policy. It's not our responsibility to meet the immediate needs of the community following the earthquake. The Office of Emergency Services is doing a good job at that. Caltrans will be in the field looking at bridges. After the disaster and its immediate consequences are over, the commission will likely hold hearings. Try to find out really.
You're listening right now to Dr. Wilfred Bill Iwan. He's a professor of engineering. This is Dr. Wilfred Iwan, professor of engineering here at Caltech and head of the state's Seismic Commission. He's the man who's been overlooking the seismic retrofitting of Southern California to a large degree and is at a loss to explain what has happened today. these freeways and some of the buildings were designed so that they would not come
The major
down
damage
in a
to
6.6
structures
earthquake.
usually arises.
All right, at this point, we're going to have to interrupt and apologize
You know, let's
for the
talk about
quality
this
of the audio.
retrofitting for just a moment. They retrofitted the support structure, which you see in the center of your screen. That's still
Obviously,
standing.
that's standing.
However, the freeway itself isn't.
I think a lot of people are at a loss when they take
Yeah.
a look at these pictures. This is the first time we've really seen aerial pictures. This is the 14 and the I-5, the Antelope Freeway here.
Phil Schumann is with us in the studio. If your mic is on there, Phil. You know, when you drive along the freeway, we've talked about this before, you've seen those bands, those straps that they put around the support structures, obviously to keep them in place if an earthquake should occur. But the structure itself, the roadway itself, you know, it appears that little, if anything, had been
pulled
done.
away and collapsed.
And obviously, we don't know the extent of the work that had been done on that particular section of freeway. Part of the problem, and from talking to people that do these kinds of things, is a lot of this is theoretical. You can't build a freeway, reinforce it, and then shake it to a 7.08, 6.6. So a lot of it's theoretical, and obviously some of it's more successful than others. But I think everybody would agree that this is not supposed to happen.
No, and it's not just one isolated freeway. You know, we're talking about
several sections,
four
four
different
major
freeways
freeways today.
with many, many sections on it. So this is one of those questions that is going to be addressed, and obviously it was addressed at the news conference, and somebody's going to have to supply some answers to it.
Now, Phil, you used to commute through this area every single day, sometimes a couple times a day.
Right.
What are we looking at right here? You said this is a truck route here?
It's tough to tell from the close-up, but obviously it's the interchange between the 5 and the 14, and there are a couple of truck ramps that come both north and south off of that.
I think that's the truck ramp now coming.
It's a narrow, highly elevated type of interchange, a little bit more narrow and higher than some of the other ones that we may be used to in the central parts of Los Angeles, and maybe that played a role in it. You can see it's kind of a crisscross of narrow bands of concrete there.
Except for surface streets, we've shut down the Santa Clarita Valley, right?
And that's been a concern in the Santa Clarita Valley for years now. There's really no way out except through that Newhall Pass where the 5 and the 14 meet, and then there are a couple of surface streets below it. Sierra Highway winds in and out of there. There was a toxic chemical leak there a year or so ago, and the valley was literally isolated. And we're talking about Canyon Country, parts of Valencia, Saugus, Newhall, and then, of course, farther out, Agua Dulce, Acton, all the way out to Lancaster and Palmdale.
Now, these are all the damaged freeways. That was the map we were taking a look at. Pretty much 4 major thoroughfares in and out of Los Angeles. We're talking the Santa Monica Freeway, the I-5 and the 14 freeways we're looking at right here, the 118 into Simi Valley. And what's the other one I missed there? 118, the 4, the 10?
The 10 and
the
the
5, the I-5, I
Right.
believe.
Yeah, is Bob Petty also on the line? Can he?
Yes,
can you hear us, Bob?
I'm here. I couldn't hear a lot of what you were talking, and now I still can't hear you now because someone else is talking on the IFB again. But you've got 2 southbound lanes coming off the 14. So if indeed they can do the inspection and determine that the columns and the structure underneath one of these southbound lanes, if you come back wide a little bit, Dane, you'll be able to see to the right there's another whole lane that will carry traffic south. One is the truck lane, as Phil said. The other is the car lane. So you've lost one of those southbound, but if the structural integrity is good on the other, at least we'll have that artery coming in. But the northbound 14 transition to the northbound 5 is gone, although they may be able to fairly easily circumnavigate it by getting off on the exit and then back on immediately onto the northbound 5, off onto surface streets and then back on the 5 if they somehow can figure out how to do that.
You know, let me ask you a quick question here. Was that a tanker truck we saw just pass under that freeway on the other side? Just
yes. Yeah. You've got You've got traffic being taken off the surface road, and then they're still being rerouted underneath the freeway, but there's no structural damage or obvious structural damage from my altitude of the freeways under which the traffic is being routed. But it's a traffic nightmare up here right now, as you can well imagine, with traffic backed up in all directions, trying to wind their way either northbound or southbound, depending on which way people want to go to check out the damage to their own property.
Okay, thank you, Bob, and we're going to be coming back to you, obviously, and Phil Schumann as well, who's with us here in the studio. Right now, we want to go to Wendy Takuda, who's been in the city of San Fernando all morning. That's one of the areas that's been hardest hit. You remember the trailer park, there that we showed you earlier in the morning, because right now it's afternoon. Well, there's been other homes lost there as well. So here's Wendy's report.
I'm Wendy Takuda at 3rd and Hager Street in San Fernando at the site of a fire that destroyed 3 homes you can see here and an apartment complex. And I have with me Hector Hernandez, who is one of the people who lost his home here. Hector, tell us what happened this morning.
The boiler, during the earthquake, it was just, one of the pipes ruptured because it tilted, and it was a back room, and that's where all the fire started. I was trying to put it out, but there wasn't enough water to put it out.
So you were awakened by the earthquake, and then you saw that there was a fire in the back room.
Yes, and the first thing I did was get up and see if everything was all right, and then I saw the fire.
Come over this way and show us where that fire started. Just if you can point it out.
It was about right over there. You can see the boiler right now. Well, it was tilted the other way. I guess it fell another direction.
And then, Hector, basically what happened is these homes are so close that they just caught on fire one to another,
yeah, and there was a little breeze going down that way. So that's why this house got on fire.
Hector, what's your guess as to how many families are now homeless?
About 10 families.
10 families. You were able to get your family out safely. Who was with you?
My mom, my dad, Enrique, and myself.
Well, we're glad you were able to get out safely, and it sounds like this is you've pinpointed then how this fire started in the boiler, because you actually saw it start.
It wasn't a boiler room. I don't know if that was that exactly it was that. I just figured.
Okay.
Because I could see, the blue flames circling, and that's natural gas. So.
And what now, Hector?
Well, now I guess we start all over somewhere else. This is down the drain.
Hector Hernandez, another one of the people affected by the earthquake and the subsequent fires this morning. I'm Wendy Takuda in San Fernando. Back to you.
All right, Wendy, thank you very much. Again, we're looking at a live picture of the San Fernando Valley.
We're headed, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, Bob. Where are you heading?
I didn't realize my microphone was open. I
We can hear
apologize.
everything.
Oh, my God. I'm inbound to the Northridge Meadow Apartments, where we had new information that firefighters on the ground are saying that as many as 9 people may be dead inside these apartments. That's not been confirmed. That came from our ground, Joe Rico, who's down on the ground talking to the LA City Fire. We're just coming back over it now. You're looking at the to the left there.
Bob, we're going to interrupt you. You mentioned 9 unconfirmed dead. Our Gordon Tokumatsu is on the ground. Let's go to him for the latest there while you travel in that direction. Gordon?
Yes, Colleen, at this hour, we want to remind people that it is still very dangerous in some of these areas. We are standing right in front of an area where earlier today, 2 surviving victims were pulled out of the rubble and were saved from this situation. That was earlier this morning, approximately 3 hours ago, and I understand that we have some tape of those victims being pulled out of the rubble here. It is a very dangerous situation. The police are not allowing us to go much beyond where we are in terms of getting any footage for you, but I would like to zoom past, if we could, so you can take a look at what this building looks like at this point. That used to be level up there at the top of the roof, and now it is completely crooked. Apparently this part in the foreground fell onto the first floor and created a pancake effect that virtually destroyed the parking structure underneath the building, as well as a number of apartments. Now, we understand at this point that in terms of victims and in terms of people that live in this apartment complex, it is about 50-50 divided between senior citizens and students. We're going to take a walk over here real quickly. As you can see, they've got we have some search and rescue folks walking through here with a gurney. A lot of the action in terms of rescuing victims and trying to extricate any bodies that may remain is happening about 50 yards or so from us. You can see quite a collection of people there. We understand that there is a coroner's vehicle parked there in case there are any other bodies that need to be extricated from this situation. That is the very latest from here. As we said, it is still a very dangerous situation. The police department is not letting people get too close to the building because there is a danger of the building collapsing, of course. Reporting live from Northridge, this is Gordon Tokumatsu. Now back to you.
Okay, and thank you, Gordon. As we look at the aerial shot of the area, once again, where Gordon is on the ground, let's put the human face on this. You're talking about a 130-unit apartment complex, at least 100 people. They are homeless. That's their home there, and that home will no longer exist because all of what you see is going to have to be knocked down, and this is where 9 fatalities occur. Now, aftershocks continue throughout the Southland. Another aftershock over at the I-5 where we were earlier. Fernell Chapman is there live. Let's go to Fernell.
And 5 freeways. And as you can see, there's an entire chunk, an entire section of freeway. That's the 14 that would take you north onto 5. That entire section of freeway is gone. It has collapsed. And if we can pan over to your left here, Roger. Roger Harbaugh is my cameraman with me here. As you can see, an entire section of another part of the freeway. This is the 14 section of the freeway. That entire section, my estimate is perhaps 100 yards of it, has pancaked atop Interstate 5. That's the situation here. It has been that way for several hours now. There was one fatality here, the fatality, an LAPD officer, a motorcycle officer. He was on his way into the San Fernando Valley, headed for his duty post, when he simply careened right off the side of the freeway. He was headed south on 14, ran out of freeway, literally, plunged several feet to his death. He died here at the scene. There were a number of other injuries here at the scene, including one to a 6-month pregnant woman. She was airlifted out to a nearby hospital. We are told she is in pretty good shape at this hour. Right now, the situation here is one of assessment. Caltrans is on the scene trying to get a handle on just how bad the remaining structures that are still standing might be. That, at this point, we're just not sure about. But there are Caltrans workers scavenging all about, rummaging through the columns that support this very significant juncture for Southern California. This particular artery leads in and out of the San Fernando Valley, leading north to the northern part of the state, as well as northeast into the Antelope Valley, to residents of Palmdale, to residents of Lancaster, many of whom work in the Los Angeles area. So it's very significant that this part of the freeway system in Southern California is now shut down. Both northbound and southbound lanes, all lanes, north and south, are now shut down on both the 14 Antelope Valley Freeway as well as the Golden State Interstate 5. As you can see, there are some CHP officers. They too are out. There are some construction crews. They are out as well, attempting to make an eyeball assessment of the situation as it exists now. But again, traffic is shut down in all directions on both 5 and 14. One fatality at this major freeway junction, several injuries, and Caltrans is now on the scene assessing damage. This will remain closed for quite some while. I'm Fernell Chapman reporting live at the junction of the Antelope Valley Freeway and I-5. Now back to the studio.
Fernell, let me ask you very quickly, what does it feel like? What do you see when we have those real strong aftershocks there?
Well, we had one just about 10 minutes ago, and it was quite a jolt. In fact, it was probably the strongest aftershock that I have felt since arriving here a few hours ago. What it does is causes some alarm, of course, but it also sends down some dust, a few rocks, a few boulders, a boulder or two every now and then, from the adjacent hillsides. This was a hillside area here, which you can see it was carved into to get this freeway section through this part of the northern end of the valley. So when those aftershocks occur, we get a lot of dust, of course, a jolt, and some of the workers down below who are assessing structural damage to this section of the freeway, they are very, very much alarmed. As we can look further down here, you can see these sections of the freeway are elevated quite high. Very tall columns supporting the freeway inner structure here. So those people who are down below assessing those columns, when those aftershocks come along, it's quite frightening, I'm sure.
Fernell, are you standing on the ground or are you standing on one of those overpasses?
Well, I'm actually on ground where we are now, but I would say from where I am, the drop, 20 feet or so from where I am, the drop is, I'd say, a good 60 feet down.
Okay. You know, it's amazing when you look at the picture, if we could pan back to your left there, Fernell, take a look at where that freeway just abruptly ends. When you imagine that at 4:30 in the morning, this police officer was on his way into work, it's dark outside in the morning that early, and he just ran out of freeway. He wouldn't have known.
He wouldn't have known.
I'll
tell you, you know, I'm not one who gets scared easily, but I'll tell you, when that happened this morning, that had me going. And I've lived in Alaska through some earthquakes.
This is the officer who is being removed later this morning. His body, we still don't have name or an identification on him, but you're right. We're sitting out here with Phil Schuman, and that's part of the big story out here today.
And people are going to be talking about this for a long, long time.
Everybody was jolted out of bed this morning. It's stronger than we.
It wasn't a rolling sensation either. I mean, it was
a strong jolt.
Oh, it was the worst. I mean, everybody we've talked to this morning is in shock. I mean, they're walking around in a daze, lucky to be alive. And you know, there's going to be a couple of stories about this earthquake. One is the fact that the time that it struck, relatively low number of fatalities. And number two is what went wrong, if we can say things went wrong with the freeways and so forth. And then we're going to see people leaving. This is the type of quake that makes people pack up and move.
Lieutenant Duncan this morning, remember, he said he'd been here something like 47 years. He had never felt anything like this, and he'd been through all the big quakes, including Fillmore.
But, you know, on the other hand, too, it is a part of living in Southern California.
I have to ask a question. Does this look like the governor's chopper off on the right-hand side of your screen?
I'm not sure whether it is or not, but as we know, the governor is coming in, and he's going to hold a joint newscast along with the mayor.
That's been backed off to about 12:45. So
within the hour.
Yeah, we're standing by live. We will bring that as soon as we get it.
We also have that rescue attempt that is still going on, where Vicky Vargas is, and that's over at the Northridge Fashion Center.
And
where we have the man Salvador, who was apparently working on a street sweeper, and he is actually inside the cab of that street sweeper. It was a 3-story parking structure which fell down on top of him. The rescue teams are using airbags to try to get some of the concrete off so they can work their way down there.
Okay, and the picture you see on the left-hand side of the screen is the apartment complex, Northridge Meadows in Northridge, one of the areas where we've seen the most number of fatalities today. 9 unconfirmed dead. Our Phil Schuman, as you've heard, is sitting out here with us. Now, Phil, you were in Sherman Oaks as well today, right after the quake.
Right. Well, we came up through the PCH along Malibu, which was largely untouched, it looked like, except for some rock slide problems along PCH. Then we came over one of the canyons, starting at Pepperdine, and then came east through the valley along Ventura Boulevard, through Woodland Hills, Tarzana, and so forth. And we really got a strong sense of the fortunate nature of the timing of this earthquake. We'll show you some tape of what happened in Sherman Oaks. Now imagine if this building had been full of people working. This is the front of an office building at Ventura and Cedros, but take a look at the back. It was Cheryl Nerney's office, and you can see the entire back 3 floors of this building are exposed. Much of the contents fell out onto the alley behind. She came along with her friends and colleagues to see what, if anything, they could salvage. What was your reaction as you came in here?
Surprise and disappointment.
Yeah. What was the building like before this?
It was a marble exterior with a wall. You can see where there used to be coverage of the tiles further up. The offices displayed here are 3 individual offices. You can see our bookshelves have come down. Most of the goods from our office have come and plummeted to the ground.
You came down, what, to try to salvage some materials? Or?
Everything we have is in there, all our records, our computers, everything we need. So we're going to try and get the help of maybe the National Guard or someone to go in and salvage what we can.
What about where you were at home?
We live in Studio City on one of the hills, and unfortunately, we have extreme damage to our house as well.
And there's more to tell about that building. That was a building that houses a business called Interactive Media. There were several people apparently inside working on some telephone equipment. Were able to scramble down the stairs and outside when the shaking started. That back in Sherman Oaks.
We're back at the live look from the telecopter down on the apartment complex in Northridge, and what's happening now, they're going to go around to each of the units, make sure that nobody's inside. They're also checking out the structural damage that has been done, but as we've reported, it's a 130-unit apartment complex, and it is a total loss. The whole thing is going to have to be torn down.
You really
9 people died there.
Clear picture of this when you see it. Used to be a 3-story apartment complex, and as we look
It's
down, we can
2-story
only
on the
count
end.
2 balconies. We should also mention there's some damage in the Pasadena area. An apartment complex, a multi-story apartment complex at Villa Street and Marengo Avenue. It is being evacuated. 3 structures in the complex have been declared unsafe by the city building inspectors, and according to a spokesperson in Pasadena, they've established a shelter at Victory Park.
And once again, we have this live rescue attempt, which is going on. It's probably in its 5th hour now, if not a little bit longer. We have one man who's down there. He was sweeping out the parking structure at the Northridge Fashion Mall, and he is in the cab of the little sweeper. And we understand that there are some fire rescue men who are down there at the same level that he is now, and they're trying to get the debris off of him. And in order to do that, they've been sending down airbags, which they inflate, that hopefully will lift the concrete, but they have to do a lot of shoring up. And the thing that makes this so dramatic is the fact that we do have aftershocks, and the one thing you don't want to happen is have an aftershock which would in any way move the rubble that's there now, and of course the shoring up which they're doing, which we can't see.
This has been amazing to watch as this story has unfolded this morning. We've watched them bring in the airbags, we've watched them bring in the hose, and then about 30 minutes ago, in talking to Vicki Vargas and the fire chief out there, we understand they're actually down at Salvador's level.
Right.
He's about 8 feet down. They're at his level. They've been able to, in fact, supply him with an IV to keep him alive at this point, and oxygen.
We've also got air going down there.
Yeah, this is the picture from above the area from our Telecopter 4. Captain Bob is over the scene.
Yes, I'm here, and it's still the same situation as far as we can see, with air hoses and the paramedics standing by as the firefighters pump that air down there to make sure the trapped individual has plenty of fresh air. The only difference that we've got out here is now we do have rescue ambulance, and we do over in the parking lot have a Los Angeles City Fire helicopter standing by in case I believe this man should need transport, but still working carefully, working diligently, but apparently with some success as far as talking and reaching voice contact with him, using those airbags, the air hoses to pump up those airbags that indeed can lift tons and tons of debris to free the man or free other parts of the structure that may have collapsed around him and is holding him, pinning him down underneath there.
Bob?
Yes?
A question. You've been flying for a long time, and of course you have a different perspective because you're up there looking down on this. Have you ever seen anything quite like this?
No, this is the worst damage I think I've seen. The Whittier earthquake had some pretty widespread damage, but this, to me, is a lot worse. We've got the apartment, the residences that have collapsed, actually losing one whole floor. In 1971, I was in Vietnam, so I didn't get to see that earthquake. But we saw parking structures such as the one this man is trapped in collapse down in Whittier, exactly the same. And I think it was at a May company down there. But the structure, the residences, and the fires in the residence were much more widespread up here in the San Fernando Valley than they were during that Whittier earthquake. Although some of the buildings that collapsed during the Whittier earthquake were older brick buildings, some of these up here seem to be more modern, which may or may not mean anything as far as earthquake structural proofing, but they seem to have been modern things that you would think would have taken into account some of the stresses that would occur during an earthquake, which just goes to show you that you can't prepare for something as abrupt and as strong as this earthquake was.
In fact, the structure that you're looking at, we were told, was built after the '71 earthquake.
Well, there you go. You just can't fathom why they wouldn't take into account the needs, or is this just shows you that you really can't take into consideration the forces of nature when she strikes, because this parking structure is completely gone, and as we fly over the valley, obviously we see blank spots in neighborhoods where those homes have burned, or we see collapsed roofs out here in the industrial area of Chatsworth that we hadn't even shown you yet, because of course the drama of searching for hopefully still living people inside the rubble of the residences takes precedence of our coverage. But all throughout this industrial area out in the Chatsworth area, you've got broken roofs, collapsed walls, and all through the neighborhood you see minor damage, smaller damage, of course pockmarked with those empty lots of homes burned out.
Okay, Captain Bob, thank you. Stand by. We'll get back to you in just a few minutes. As we said, people walking around shell-shocked after the earthquake this morning, especially after they see the damage. The Los Angeles County Mental Health Hotline will be up and running in just a couple of hours. At 3 o'clock, it's supposed to come online. People can call there for counseling. If they need help, they need to talk to someone. The hotline number is 800-854-7771. Again, the number is 1-800-854-7771. And if you missed the phone number, there it is on the screen. Give us a call here at Channel 4. We've got a list of these numbers. We'll be able to help you out. In the meantime, our Wendy Takuda has been going house to house surveying some of the damage in the city of San Fernando today. As we look at a split screen here, on the left-hand side, you see the aerial view of what's going on as they try to pull Salvador out of this parking lot structure. And this is the ground level view on the right-hand side. Anyway, back to Wendy. She is with a man now who narrowly escaped death today or serious injury when a television set crashed to the ground in his house.
I'm Wendy Takuda at a home in San Fernando at Haskell and San Fernando Mission. With me is Carlos Ortega. We're in the bedroom where he was sleeping when the earthquake happened. And the TV fell down on your head?
Yeah, the TV was up here, and the TV fell down, and he jumps on the bed, and he got to my head. And as you can see, the TV is all completely gone. It's broke. And
everything is off the shelves over here, Carlos. Dave, if you can take pictures and show us how everything has fallen to the ground. And in your house, you've got some cracks in the walls as well now?
Right, correct. It's on the main bedroom and in the bathroom. And there's some cracks outside, too, in the house, in the bathroom, too.
Right now, we're looking at another one of the bedrooms.
This is my son's room.
Where also the TV
and
flew off.
He was trapped in there because of the, the mirror, and all these dressers just went into his bed, and he was sleeping. So, and the baby was in the other room, which we couldn't get it out because, I mean, it was so dark, no light, no electricity, no nothing, and I mean, I really thought it was the end of the world.
But everyone is safe.
Thanks God, yes.
Let's take a look at some of the other damage. This is the baby's room here. You can see the.
She was in the crib. And she was crying, and I mean, she was petrified.
Maybe, Dave, you can show us here. This completely has fallen over here, the chest of drawers.
Right.
And follow us over here.
The crate was kind of far away from out there.
You were saying, Carlos, that you thought it felt like the end of the world, huh?
Oh, yes. Yes, believe me, I've been in earthquakes before, but nothing like this.
Okay, this is your front room over here now.
Yeah, this is the living room.
Mm-hmm. Let's take the camera over. This way you can see things have fallen. All the fireplace tools have fallen, pictures hanging strangely off the walls. All of the items have fallen off shelves. This is the kitchen that we're looking at over here.
Right. As you can see, it's nothing on the shelves. Everything is on the floor. And, well, now I guess we're going to have to start again.
Over in the front room, over right behind us, over here, you can see the shelf where all the CDs were on has also toppled.
A collection of CDs. I work for the music industry, so, well, here they are. Part of them. The other ones are in the garage, and I don't know what to say. What to say.
Do you have insurance?
Yes, I do, but I don't know if he's going to cover this. I mean, I'm going to have to look at the papers and all this. I mean, if it doesn't cover the insurance, or if it's no insurance, hey, we're alive, everyone,
Well, we have that to be grateful for. I know
I hope everybody's is doing well and feeling all right. I mean, real well. I mean, real good. I'm kind of nervous right now. So.
Yeah, emotionally, this has not been an easy day.
No, it's a tough day. It's been a tough day and tough night, and it's going to come a worse night tonight.
Where are you going to stay tonight, Carlos?
I'm going to stay outside. I'm going to put my tent, and I guess I'm going to go on camping and relax.
That's the situation here at the home of Carlos Ortega. You can see it's just a mess inside. Here in San Fernando, and a lot of the families in this area are having have the same complaints. I mean, things off shelves, chimneys cracked, a lot of the plumbing has been pulled out of walls, and down through the alley. The fence all the way along the alley is completely down. All of the fences around in this area
all
are just
fences,
a mess.
Everything is, I mean, gone. So I guess we're going to have to start building again and pick it up. We're just going to wait a little bit until see what happens. You know, the aftershocks and all this. And
Yeah, it's a nervous time for all of us.
It's
here.
real bad. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks for talking with us, Carlos. And that's the situation here.
Pleasure. Anytime.
I wish it was under better circumstances, but that's the situation here in San Fernando. Back to you.
Okay, Wendy, you know, we look at the tragedy of buildings being destroyed and fires as we see here. This is a live shot from the telecopter. We're looking down at a fire in Van Nuys. It's apparently one of those gas-fueled fires. But remember, this tragedy has a human face. It's people being displaced, people who've lost their homes, people who have died, people who have been seriously injured. Let's go up to Bob Petty and find out what this is. Bob?
Chuck, right along those same lines, you know, the fires that we had back in November and October affect just a small number of people inside those fire areas. This earthquake has affected every one of us that live here in the Southland. Yes, some more than others. You're looking at that right now in Van Nuys. This is on an 80th Street, just off of Sherman Way, just to the south and east of the intersection of White Oak and Sherman Way. And when that initial shock hits, the earthquake hits, you break those gas lines and they cause those initial fires. But you also may weaken some of those gas lines inside those homes and have these fires that pop up hours, even maybe days later, with the aftershocks further damaging those homes. This is a single-family structure in the 17,000 block of in Adia, just south of Sherman Way and White Oak Boulevard in Van Nuys. City Fire is on the scene. You can see the fire turning, or the smoke turning white, which indicates water getting on it. They were able to prevent the spread to any homes nearby. But again, another victim, another loss attributed to the earthquake this morning.
All right, Bob, thank you. You know, Chuck, you talked about putting the human face on this, despite the damage, and we understand damage will now reach hundreds of millions of dollars. That's the estimate we're hearing, but Carlos said it very succinctly. He said, at least we're alive, the gentleman that Wendy talked to in San Fernando.
He is obviously one of the fortunate ones, as are we. An update on the death toll out in Northridge at the Northridge Manor Apartments. They're now saying that 12 have died. And if you recall that when we came on the air this morning, they were talking about 3, then went up to 6, to 9, and now they're talking about 12 dead, 13 injured, and 7 people have been hospitalized. 130-unit apartment complex destroyed. 100 people have lost their homes today.
Again, we're looking at a live picture here from Van Nuys, what appears to be another gas main break. We've seen several of those today. One of the largest we've seen was in the Granada Hills area at Rinaldi and Balboa. But certainly one ray of hope that we have right now is for Salvador, the gentleman who is trapped in the parking structure at the Northridge shopping mall. As we've said all along, he is trapped about 8 feet down. He was on the lower floor, the bottom floor, in a street sweeper this morning when the earthquake hit at about 4:31. He was trapped inside. We understand from firefighters he is alive. They've been able to crawl down and put an IV in his arm so that he is alive at this point, and we hope to have him out in the next hour or so. I believe the last estimate we had was an hour and a half to 2.
They were talking about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Again, as we look at this live picture from Van Nuys, and as Bob Petty was saying, the white smoke indicates that they're putting water on this, but you see just how close this house is to the one next door.
This is an area just west of the Van Nuys Airport.
And again, the initial word we have, this was caused by a gas leak. And it's probably a good thing to remind you that the folks of the DWP are telling people that live out in the San Fernando Valley area that you really should boil your water, because one of the things that happened today is one of the chlorine stations is out of service.
That's right.
So just as a precautionary measure, they're asking you to boil your water before you use it. And also we've talked to the people at the power company who are asking you, if you don't need to turn something on, then don't do it. And obviously, you know, stay out of the way of rescue teams. It's no time to be driving around taking a look at the damage.
We've been talking about LA County primarily, but there was some damage as well in Simi Valley and Fillmore. 4 homes that were destroyed by fire in those areas. A fire station, we understand, was also severely damaged in the town of Piru. There are reports of other fires throughout eastern Ventura County, but apparently they are under control. They've been able to put those out. Adventist Hospital in Simi Valley was evacuated because of a fire on the roof, and the hospital remains closed at this point while the fire department works to contain some hazardous material there. One of the death tolls we had today was from Rancho Cucamonga. A young mother, 34 years old, went in to check on her kids, 3 kids, early this morning, and apparently fell and broke her neck.
Tragic story. We also have earthquake damage down in Redondo Beach, but right now I think what we'd like to do is go out to the Granada Hills Community Hospital where Diane Diaz has been all morning. Diane?
Well, right now the latest from the hospital here is that they have treated about 100 people so far for minor injuries. Among that group, they have had to admit 10. 10 of those were more seriously injured. They had injuries like chest pains, burn, broken limbs, and so 10 people have been admitted. Take a look around. You can see from the last time you checked in with us, we've actually depleted the number of people waiting out here in the sun. It's pretty hot out here, 80+ degrees probably at the minimum. A lot of people waiting, a lot of people still trying to get in to see doctors, probably anywhere from 50 to 75 people in line now. But we've had a pretty good response here at Granada Hills Community Hospital. They have 3 to 4 dozen of their own doctors here. In addition, about a dozen doctors showed up after the call went out for volunteers from the medical community. A number of paramedics have shown up, nurses as well, and nurses is what they continue to request in the way of help. They're asking anybody with nursing ability to come in and help out here at Granada Hills Community Hospital. We also know that the hospital is running now on emergency generator power. They have emergency generator power inside. They have no water as yet. The pipes burst, and so they're somewhat flooded, and everybody who was on the 2nd and 3rd floor were brought down. It's only a 3-story building, so they have about 80 patients inside. Taking a look at one of the young folks waiting out here. This is the Hirsch family. Lou Hirsch, you brought your wife in, I noticed a little earlier.
My daughter needed stitches on her arm.
Okay.
She was next to a TV and an entertainment center with her children, and it fell at the time, and she braced herself and cut herself, saving them from getting injured.
How long have you been out here?
Oh, about an hour and a half.
Oh, we're rocking again.
We're rocking and rolling again. My granddaughter likes the rocking and rolling.
We cut away to the picture now of the building that's across the parking lot from us. This is the Kaiser Permanente Medical Building, and this was completely destroyed. It's a 5-story building. It apparently just collapsed during the earthquake. And right now, some of the security officers have put up a number of cones in the driveway right around the hospital, the Kaiser Permanente Medical Building. It looks like that building could go at any time. It looks like that whole layer of the side of the building could just come crashing down and crumbling on into this parking lot here at Granada Hills Community Hospital.
Diane?
And so there is a lot of concern here that that building is still very tenuous at this time, and so they're watching that situation. And here at Granada Hills Community Hospital, they're still working away in the triage department, trying to handle as many emergency cases as they can. But again, they are filled to capacity, and they're asking the more severely injured to go elsewhere. Reporting live from Granada Hills, I'm Diane Diaz. Now back to the studio.
Okay, sometimes I have a hard time hearing us. That was the largest aftershock that we have felt since the original earthquake at 4:31 this morning, and this one coming at about 12:46. That was a good one.
I tell you, it took my breath away. Here, we watched all the lights move around in the camera here, and you can see it on the seismic cam.
That aftershock brings out an interesting point. There's Bob Petty, and once again, he said when you have these aftershocks, you see this smoke, which is from the debris, falling rocks and whatnot. Bob, obviously you can't feel anything up there, but you can certainly see it.
Oh, you better believe it. Look at that. That's the side of the hills up just north of the Santa Susana Pass, up above the Topanga Canyon, where it hits the 118. When that aftershock hit, it just erupted and looked like smoke pouring out of the side of the hill, which is indeed just dust and rock slides causing that eruption of dust to look like smoke. And you can see that happening all the way up above Porter Ranch, all along the hills of the Santa Susanas, Oat Mountain, all the way around to the up above Whiteman Airport and the Fillmore area. All those hills are erupting with small little geysers of smoke. But this just happens to be the most dramatic one out here. And all the way out towards Fillmore and Santa Paula, I can see dust rising, fresh dust rising from that aftershock. Not being able to feel it, you can tell me what your seats felt like as it did it.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Without a doubt, it was the strongest
We're
one.
in a studio, so we have a lot of lights, obviously, on chains and pipes that are hanging over our head, and you could hear quite a commotion and
Yeah, I'm glad there's nothing over the top of my head out here.
That's one reason why it might not be such a good place to sit. But we're okay here.
This morning, just to give you an example, one of the hard things to get this particular helicopter out of the hangar is the huge hangar doors were warped out of shape, and we could not open them to get the helicopter even out, and could not even. It was undergoing some maintenance, and we couldn't get the work done on it because we had no electricity. It was quite a sight this morning at Van Nuys Airport, and still continuing to be with these aftershocks in the hills overlooking the San Fernando Valley.
Which brings up an interesting point about a natural disaster like this. Here is something that happens totally without warning. A hurricane, you've got some warning. A tsunami, you've got some warning. Even a fire, you've got some warning. Flood, you're going to have some warning. But in an earthquake, you get absolutely no warning. It could happen at any second. There is no way that you can tell. And as we've heard from the people at Caltech, there's no way that you can predict when it's going to occur.
The only thing you can do is prepare yourself for afterwards. Know what to do with gas and electricity. Have bottled water around your house. Have food in your house so you don't have to venture out for a couple of days.
If you live in Southern California, it's a fact of life. It's something that we have to deal with.
Yeah, and I still feel like it's just hard to prepare yourself for a 4:30 awakening with something of this magnitude. It leaves you confused for a minute or two, trying to figure out exactly what, where, and what to take care of. Yes, no matter how much preparedness you've gone through, teaching yourself and your children or your neighbors what you're going to do to help each other, those first few minutes, Mother Nature confuses you with the sound of the solid earth shaking underneath you like jelly.
Bob, you have small kids. What did you say to Trey, your 6-year-old, this morning?
I said, don't be scared, Trey. We sleep downstairs, and my wife was up feeding the baby upstairs, so I was by myself. The mirror fell on me, a big, heavy antique mirror, and I'm suffering for it still, but he was a little scared, and I just said, don't be scared. You've got to take care of people because I'm not going to be here.
You know,
but our interior of our house was trashed, I hear. I've talked to her since then. We've got some structural cracks, but luckily the house stayed on its foundations, which we understand 2 or 3 of the houses in our neighborhood didn't happen.
What we need to do right now is we need to go directly out to Vicki Vargas at the Northridge Fashion, the shopping center out there. Remember we told you the rubble, they're doing the rescue work, they're trying to find Salvador. We said if there was a heavy aftershock, who knows what could happen. That's the last thing in the world they need out at that rescue effort. So let's go live to Vicki Vargas if you can hear us. Vicki.
Chuck, I can hear you. I think it was perhaps the biggest setback so far this morning. We watched, the ground shook. There's a gas company truck standing next to us, parked next to us. It came and tilted back and forth on its tires, and we saw some of those rescue workers literally knocked off their feet. A few of them fell back. Thank goodness they wear helmets and knee pads. That's one of the reasons why, but without a doubt this is a setback. Because over to the right, what they're doing now is sawing up some more boards, sawing up some more of that cribbing that they were talking about. Obviously, they need to get a lot more of that in. And what I noticed some of these firefighters doing as soon as the ground started to shake here, of course, was to look up. But this structure, obviously, still very unstable. They don't know what's holding it together at this point. Those steel girders inside obviously weren't strong enough to keep it from toppling down on Salvador, who remains trapped inside there.
Hey, Vicki, what about the men that are down there, you know, doing this rescue effort that are down in that hole?
I can tell you this much, if there had been a major concern, if there was a lot of panic, we didn't see it on this level. If there's anything in an emergency mode down below that they had to react to right away, they would have, because as we said before, they're not going to go in someplace they can't get out of. But even here up above, we saw folks knocked off their feet. So as far as I know, everyone inside is still okay.
Vicki, do we know how many people are down there with Salvador?
I do not. I can tell you this, that you see the blue uniforms, that's the search and rescue team. They every now and then appear to be getting ready to go down in. These are the folks who will bring him out when the time comes. They're putting on plastic gloves, they'll put their helmets on and take them off. So obviously the process is just as tedious as they thought it would be. I think Bob Petty mentioned earlier there is an LA City Fire helicopter that is here, parked in the parking lot, standing by. The rescue ambulance is not too far from this scene, and so they're obviously going to put Salvador in that ambulance, drive him over to the helicopter, and as we heard the chief explain earlier, the hospitals here are inundated, so they have to fly him out of the area, get him to another trauma center where he can get attention right away.
You know, when this day is over, we're going to hear stories about a remarkable number of heroes
Indeed, we will. And I think at this point that headline that may end up in tomorrow's paper isn't anything that anybody here is thinking about. If you can pull out, I don't know if you can see this shot, but there is still a huge concrete beam that appeared to be part of the parking structure that's still somewhat precariously positioned above where this is happening. Now, I know you don't have any depth of field on television. It's probably, I'm going to guess, 30, 40 feet away from the rescue effort. But I tell you, the moment that ground shook, everybody stopped, looked up, and realized they're not any safer in some cases above ground than perhaps Salvador is down below.
Vicki, there's nothing really holding that post up except for that one column, right?
There are columns on each side of it, but you can see parts of it where those steel beams are exposed, where the concrete is broken away. You know, who knows how stable that is at this point, but they must feel secure enough to obviously be down in there working on him right now.
They told us to expect aftershocks and possibly in the 5 range.
Right. For the
I would be very surprised if that didn't hit that mark.
That and beyond some. We are told we can expect very strong aftershocks for at least the next 72 hours. And we have had as many as 40s, probably nearing 50 now, at least aftershocks since the quake, the initial quake early this morning.
Can you still hear me back there?
Sure can.
I should mention that we have also been told to back up. We used to be on the concrete that was literally in front of us here in between the rescue efforts and where we're standing now. But of course the concern is that whatever is remaining here may topple down as well. So they've asked all the media to pull back. And I think a lot of us were pretty grateful for that when that aftershock shook.
Okay, and once again, just to remind you, this is not far from the apartment complex where, what was the latest total? Was it 15, 12?
You know what? I believe it was 14.
14 people were killed and 13 injured and 7 people were hospitalized. This is all within just a very short range, and it's not far from the site of the train derailment.
That's right. The train derailment early this morning. They had some hazardous materials leaked there. I believe they had 16 cars with sulfuric acid leaked in that area, and that couldn't be more than half a mile away from the shopping center here.
As we continue to watch the rescue efforts, let's go up to Kent Shotnick, who's at the update desk. Kent.
All right, Chuck and Colleen, thanks very much. I know we are watching things as they happen outdoors in Northridge, but let's cut inside for just one moment so that you can look at the extra edition of the San Gabriel Valley Tribune that just came out. This tells the whole story in one number and one word, 6.6 quake. And then after that, San Fernando Valley hit hard, an extra edition that came out this morning. Now, there are a couple of things that we can talk about right now, and we're going to start with the Red Cross having officially now set up its 8 emergency centers. These are the 8 centers it says are going to be in full swing during this current ongoing emergency. Take a look at them. If you can't copy the one nearest you down on a piece of paper, give us a call here at the station. There's the Fillmore High School, at Reseda High School, Los Angeles High School, and Hollywood High School are the first 4, followed by Canyon High. There's also a Red Cross emergency shelter at the San Fernando Rec Center, the Glendale Armory, and the Church of Christ in Van Nuys. Now, those are the 8 places where you can go should you need help from the Red Cross. In addition, we want to tell you that hundreds of you have called in this morning saying, what can I do to help others? We thank you for your generosity. We thank you for your sharing and caring. And here's the advice that's the best advice right up to this hour. If you are interested in helping out, providing some sort of disaster relief, the Red Cross may be the best place to direct your efforts. If you're familiar with the Red Cross, you know that the way it operates usually is to ask for a check. The Red Cross can do more with cash than it can do with clothes and with food. And so, if you'd like to, you could go ahead and call the Red Cross and ask about making a contribution. And candidly, if you try to make that call right about now, you're going to discover that the phone lines, in all probability, are going to be busy. We have 5 separate numbers for the Red Cross right here in our newsroom, including the national number in Washington. We have several public numbers in Los Angeles and Southern California. We have this toll-free number for the public. It's on the screen right now. If you try calling these numbers, or even any of the inside media phone numbers that we've been trying, chances are real good that you're going to find a busy signal. So here's what you do. Write out a check simply to the Red Cross, Washington, D.C., Emergency Relief. And it's for help along the lines that you're looking at right now. People in the collapsed buildings will be needing your help in the days, weeks, and months to come. These are people whom, as Chuck and Colleen have been pointing out, now are people without homes, and so they could use your help. The Red Cross says the best way is to send a check. Send a check, Disaster Relief, Washington, D.C. The Red Cross will get it. Now, those of you who have been calling in, again, we want to thank you very much. And if I can here for just a second while we take a look at a live picture, I'll go ahead and see if I can't play individual matchmaker in one particular case, because two pieces of paper came across my desk at the same coincidental moment, and I think things will work out here. You've heard this morning that a shelter's been established in Pasadena at the Victory Park Center, and that's on Paloma Street at Altadena Drive. That's for residents of a multi-story apartment building in Pasadena. It's a complex at Villa Street and Marengo Avenue that was being evacuated. 3 structures in the complex have been declared unsafe there in Pasadena. That's one side of the coin. About the very same time that I found that message, I heard from a gentleman who runs one of the tonier, trendier restaurants in Pasadena, a place called the Parkway Grill. Just recently, as I recall, voted Pasadena's best restaurant, and perhaps here's a reason why. The man who owns that restaurant said that he wants to know where he can send food to make sure that the victims of this morning's earthquake can get something to eat. Well, there are those 8 Red Cross centers, and Greg Smith is the man's name. I will also point out to him that there is that shelter that's just been established at the Victory Park Center on Paloma Street at Altadena for the Pasadena victims of this morning's earthquake. Would that they were all that easy to match up, a Pasadena benefactor with the Pasadena victims. It's not going to be so easy in every single case, so the best place to send your help, your assistance in the form of a check would be the Red Cross Center if you're not a restaurant owner in Pasadena. I want to point out at times so dramatic and so tense as these that things like sports take a back seat in instances such as we have experienced today, but we do want to update you on a couple of local sporting events. Now, the Lakers' scheduled afternoon NBA game today at the Forum against the Sacramento Kings has been postponed. So the Lakers will not be playing their NBA game today at home against Sacramento. They're working in the front office there to announce a new date for the game. They say they'll have something in the next 48 hours. Meanwhile, they don't have a rescheduling just yet. The players are leaving this afternoon for a game in Seattle. Now, interestingly, Santa Anita Racetrack in Arcadia is going to be open today. In fact, the flag went up about a half an hour ago. Santa Anita Racetrack normally would be closed on a Monday and on a Tuesday. The track usually is quiet, but because there is the holiday schedule, the track had planned to open specially today, and indeed it is up and running. No other local pro teams are scheduled for home games until Thursday. That's when the Lakers come back home. They're scheduled to play Phoenix at the Forum. One last sporting note, expensive damage was reported to the Big A in Anaheim Stadium this morning. That's in Orange County, of course. That's just off the 5 freeway. The Big A sign that towers over center field. This is not the Big A that stands outside the stadium, but the Big A sign over center field that has the big picture facility on it collapsed onto the billboards on the roof of the stadium that run down the left field side. If you've been in the stadium, you know that area. The stadium is, of course, the home venue for the Rams and for the Angels. An Anaheim City spokesman says that the stadium damage is about $3 million. That's what we have for right now from the community desk. If you missed the Red Cross emergency shelters, give us a call here at the station. Chuck and Colleen, back to you.
All right, Ken, thanks a lot. Again, as we look at this live picture from the shopping center, there's drama unfolding in the Northridge area right now. Again, one person trapped on the first floor of this 3-story parking complex. Our Doug Kriegel is in, or was in, Sherman Oaks earlier today. That's where they had 2 people found in a collapsed house on Sherman Place. Let's go to his report.
Take a look to my right. This is all that's left of the beautiful hillside home in Sherman Oaks, where 32-year-old Mark Yobbs and his fiancée, Karen Osterholt, were killed when their house collapsed on them after the quake hit early this morning. Both Mark and Karen worked in the entertainment industry. They were asleep in their bedroom, and the structure of the house may have contributed to their deaths. The bedroom underneath the main portion of the house, so everything collapsed onto them, killing them instantly, police believe. Neighbors tried to save them, but it was too late. Both Mark and Karen were totally trapped and crushed by the house. Actually, the couple's dog survived. The rescue efforts did manage to save the family dog. As we speak, Mark and Karen's bodies are still at the bottom of this rubble. Mark's brother and father were here to survey the rubble. Moments ago they left. Sadly, Saturday night, they just had a birthday party here for the 2 brothers. It was such a happy occasion, said Mark's father and brother. So to sum up, Mark Yobbs, Karen Osterholt, killed in this Sherman Oaks house, this beautiful hillside home, when everything in it collapsed on them early this morning, just after the quake hit. Mark and Karen, both about 32 years old. Doug Kriegel, Channel 4 News, Sherman Oaks.
Okay, let's talk about the aftershock as you look now at where the train derailment occurred, and you have to remember, here you see the train derailment, next to that is the apartment complex and the place where the rescue is going on. Now, the seismocam drum is rolling, but you can see where the major aftershock occurred there. It's at the bottom of your screen. It happened at 12:46, and Colleen, it was?
It was a 5.0. This is the third major aftershock we've had since the quake early this morning. Again, the quake measured 6.6 on the Richter scale. By major, we mean anything over 5, and it's the third one we've had today. Again, we're looking at a picture of the train derailment. This is in Northridge, Southern Pacific freight train from Houston to Roseville. That derailed this morning around the epicenter of the quake. 4 engines, 29 of the 64 cars derailed. Again, 16 of these cars had some sort of sulfuric acid in there, but we are told no leaks, although there's something just to the
like foam,
right of
is
your
what it
screen.
looks
They may
like.
have foamed it down out there.
We should ask Bob. Bob?
Yes, they have phoned it down. If you look up where to the right of the tracks, or right of your picture, that squarish, it appears that they phoned up underneath there, and there seems to be some liquid in that one car, that tanker car, that's just about perpendicular to your screen. But of course, people are walking near it, so maybe they've somehow neutralized it as far as if it was a sulfuric acid. But as we come down that line, as the cameraman or Dane will pan down the train tracks, you'll see the rest of the train. Some of it's still resting on the track, some of it's still busted off, broken off like that, and then crumpled up as it comes up into the next series of freight cars and tankers. Again, that doesn't appear to be leaks, but just leaks. Just to the left of this is the best store. And you can see here this whole back wall collapsed outward, with the interior of the building collapsing and pouring out its contents and structure out onto the next to the tracks here, up here in the Northridge area. And then as you approach across, that's right next to the Levitt's warehouse, and as you come across the streets to the north, you come up into that parking structure where the man has been trapped ever since that earthquake hit at 4:31 this morning. So this whole area of Northridge, the Northridge Fashion Mall, the Levitt's and the Best stores, and the tracks, took a major hit and has suffered major damage from this 6.6 quake today.
I noticed too, as you were panning around, few people on the surface streets. That's good.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You stepped on by the IFB again.
I was sorry, Bob. I noticed that as you were panning around, there were not many cars on surface streets, which is good.
Yeah, there's people coming by, especially in front of this parking structure. It doesn't appear that they're being rerouted, so they must have chosen that route to see the damage that has occurred, because the rest of the streets, such as Tampa and the other surface streets in the area, are lightly traveled. But right in front of the damage, it appears that you have the most traffic, which there's probably some looky-loos out here, because they're not being routed that way. The only blockage, of course, are the railroad tracks, which would probably, that might take that back. That may funnel more people down that side street than would have normally been there. But the surface streets are, actually for this time of the day, especially on a holiday, look fairly normal.
Bob, have you noticed any of the surface streets being closed off to traffic by the police or sheriff's deputies in the area?
Only around the major fires or major collapses, or of course in this case the train derailment up by the Northridge Meadows apartments. At that, yes, they've got the street blocked there, Reseda blocked there, and they've got the street Tampa blocked here, but it's blocked just because the train stopped with a flatbed freight car across Tampa, not allowing traffic to go north or south.
We saw another collapsed building as you were panning across to the freight train there. It looked like it was in a
Yes, there's another collapsed building. The facade has come down, and plus the front part of the roof. Right there in front of your screen, Dane. Just push right in, right there in that parking lot. We'll get the name of it off the front as he gets in closer with the West Cam.
Okay. All right.
Okay, you need to go off me?
You can't help but notice as we go through this area.
The warehouse records.
Yeah.
It looks like the
Lens Crafters.
The lights are out as well. The traffic lights.
Oh yeah, the traffic lights are out here, and you can all up and down. But people are reacting real well to that. They're doing the four-way stop and letting the person on the right go first. I think in times of crisis, people seem to pull together and recognize they're all part of the same weak human race compared to Mother Nature.
Absolutely. You know, in talking with the police department earlier today, we understand there were at least 6 collapsed buildings in the Northridge area. One of them, of course, the apartment complex, another the shopping center area, and this one we're looking at right here, as well as the Best Store Bob showed us earlier.
And once again, you're real close to where they theorize now that the epicenter of this quake might be.
Yeah, I believe that they said it was going to be 3 to 4 miles north of Northridge on a hitherto unknown fault. I'm not quite sure where that puts it, up in Porter Ranch possibly, or maybe underneath the Santa Susana Mountains, the Newhall Pass area. There is a fault up in the Newhall called the Newhall fault. But why this particular 2 square block area took such a hit from that 6.6 while leaving other areas not unscathed but not as massive a damage, I think that's just the variances of the ground condition, the type of construction, and circumstance.
Bob, just to bring you up to speed, you talked about the fault in this area. The people at Caltech said this is on a fault they never even knew about before.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard.
Yeah, a previously unknown fault, and it measured 6.6 on the Richter scale. It's a slant fault, they call. Apparently one where the bottom pushes the earth up, a slant or a thrust fault, and it was 10 miles below the surface in this area.
Well, that's pretty shallow, isn't it? I believe that's a fairly shallow quake, if I remember my numbers correctly. I'm sure somebody will correct me if I am wrong. But the Newhall fault is up in the Newhall area. That's why I was saying 3 to 4 miles north of here, of Northridge, is about approximate Newhall in the Porter Ranch area. So I was not calling it the Newhall fault. I said that, in fact, that it was one that had not been identified before, but in close approximation between Newhall and Porter Ranch would be the 3 to 4 miles north of Northridge.
And let us remember that under that rubble that you see on your screen now, where the people in the yellow jackets are working, there is a man. And he is alive, and he is buried under that rubble, and he is sitting in the cab of a sweeper, and we've got a lot of brave souls that are going down there to try to get him out, to extricate him. And what with the aftershocks and all, you know that that has got to be extremely dangerous work.
I would think an interview with them afterwards, you'll have them talking about debris coming down, especially with that last aftershock of what, about 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Right, it happened at 12:46, and it was a 5.0.
Yeah. Well, I bet you had some debris coming down on them, but when they do go underneath there like that, they do set up umbrellas or some sort of protection above the working paramedics and working firemen and the victim, so as to prevent anything but the heaviest debris from affecting. And hopefully, obviously, that must have been okay, because we haven't seen any untoward activity of more people being rushed about or out here to the medical helicopter waiting in the parking lot for the victim to be extricated.
We have heard, Bob, this is a slow, tedious process, and we've been watching it for more than 6 hours this morning. Again, we're looking at a ground shot view. You see the gentleman in the blue just going down into the hole there. He is one of the rescue, with the helmet on, one of the rescue workers. This is a special rescue team that with LA County, LA Fire has their own, LA City Fire has their own as well. This is LA County Fire Department right here working this particular situation. But they've been able to scoot in flat plastic pieces that inflate to become airbags. And with these airbags, they're able to store
large squares of cardboard.
Yeah.
And they have an X on them, and they put them down there, and they attach a hose to them and inflate them. Okay, Vicki, you have an update? You go right ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, I appreciate it. I can't tell when you can't hear me. To answer your question before calling, there are 6 firefighters down in there. We're going on 7.5 hours of this rescue effort. We've been told that in that time, they have managed to lift the concrete 6 inches. Now, while that might not sound like much, the chief here says they do have good access to Salvador. They have removed literally the first layer of concrete. It's big enough for one person to crawl down inside. They're supplying him with oxygen, the IV. And what has happened, I want to try and describe what's going on exactly 8 feet beneath where we're looking right now. His truck, his sweeper truck, is pointed with the steering wheel and where he would be facing to the left, screen left. To the back would be the rear of the truck. What happened, according to the chief here, is that the concrete from the ceilings above fell on him and surrounded him on the hood and then behind the cab. It doesn't get any closer than that. If you can pan over here, what you're looking at is one of those ceilings, and if you see how the concrete sides come down, and there's probably a 3-4 foot space in between, that's exactly where Salvador is right now, in that space. But of course he's surrounded on both sides by this concrete. Officials say they know that he has crushed legs. It has literally hit the truck on the windshield, on the rear side. They call it a blunt blow on the legs. Now, there have been talk about what would have to be done to physically get him out. They say at this point,
Wait,
they don't plan to.
Vicki, can you see what's going on? Vicki, can you see what's going on there now?
We just had a flurry of activity there, Vicki.
Yeah, I think they're getting ready to pull him out. That a stretcher that was about to go in just a moment ago.
Actually, I think the shot from the helicopter, because we're looking directly down on it.
They look like they may have a backboard, and there is a flurry of activity right around the opening where the rescue team had gone in. And I believe they may have him, but let's hold on here and watch. But you can see them wrapping towels, wrapping bandages, or wrapping something around. And they had a backboard just come out. Dane, can you see better than I can with your monitor?
I can tell you this, they were going to try and stabilize his neck. They were worried about getting him out of there. Whether or not they had to do it vertically or horizontally, I'm not sure.
Vicki, talk about the extent of his injuries again. You said his legs are crushed?
Yeah, they know that some of the concrete came down on the hood of the car, hence his knee, his leg. They're concerned that that might have sent him into shock. I see a lot of happy rescue workers right now. I think it's a real good sign.
It appears that they have someone down there, right between all those men, as you can see.
They're bringing out the gear, they're bringing out the tubes, the hoses. I'm sorry, we're stuck behind the
Well, they're wrapping him up on the board. They're securing him to the board and attending to his injuries as best they can before they transport him to a hospital. That's what I saw, was the bandages being unfurled to wrap around his legs, probably since Vicki says his legs are crushed. He's probably got contusions and cuts that needed to be attended to immediately before they bring him down past you, Vicki.
Yeah, they're going to bring him right this way because they've got the ambulance nearby. I know they're going to have to be careful carrying him over here.
Are they going to transport him by ground ambulance, or are they going to put him in the LA City helicopter?
They're going to use the ground ambulance to take him to the helicopter, to then take him out of the area because the hospitals here are inundated.
I got you.
There's a man who's been buried alive for 8 hours.
Just 15 minutes shy of that. Well, let me take it back. It's been a little less than that they've been working on him.
And it appears that the city fire, or the fire people, the rescue people,
can you get down?
Do have him out putting some bandages on one part of his body. I can't see if it's the top or the bottom part of his body.
There's got to be a lot of happy men down there.
Yeah, I can tell you. I saw thumbs up just before they pulled him out.
Here we go.
Incidentally, Bob, this is a terrific picture.
Now, this is the West Cam, what we've been lucky enough to have here the past year.
Can you hear me?
You can't plan for earthquakes, so we didn't have it quite at first, but it sure makes up for any difference once you see it compared to what you have to do when you hold a camera.
Okay, Bob, the other voice you're hearing here is our Dr. Bruce Hensel, who is with us in the newsroom right now. We're going to bring him in on this. Dr. Bruce is an emergency trained physician. Bruce, when we talk about the extent of his injuries, I'm not sure if you heard, Vicki's online with us as well. We know that his legs are crushed. We understand he may have gone into shock. Can you take it further for us?
Well, there are a number of possibilities here. When the legs are crushed, there are a number of arteries and blood vessels in that area, especially in the pelvis, where you can lose a great deal of blood directly into the pelvis. It may not show on the outside. We can't see from this angle whether or not there's any blood on the ground, but even if there were not, it would be possible to lose blood and have most of it inside the body, in which case a person would go into shock. Now, when a lay person says somebody's in shock, they usually refer to dizziness or disorientation. Medically, that term means that the blood pressure is dropping, that there is not enough blood and oxygen going to the brain, which is why the person becomes disoriented, and it can become rapidly life-threatening. In pelvic injuries around the hip areas, we worry not only about blood loss, but about injury to the aorta, to the kidneys, and to the bladder. So this is an area that can be of major concern and can rapidly turn life-threatening.
As Vicki Vargas reported, it was a matter of inches between life and death for this man who just happened to be with his little sweeper between two large columns.
Now, that's often the case with injuries of this sort, not only inches in terms of whether or not the person gets injured at all, but sometimes millimeters, thousandth of an inch, whether or not the aorta, which would be immediately fatal, or one of the smaller vessels or one of the bones is injured instead, in which case the person may very well
Here
be
we
saved.
go. Looks like they're out of the hole.
Yeah, we'll interrupt you for just a second. They're
It looks like they're moving
Taking
him. We
him?
can see
They are
from here.
moving him. They're bringing him towards you, Vicki. They're bringing him across the center section of that collapsed parking structure.
And they have to be careful about that too, Bob, because
Yeah, I
it's
bet
not
they do.
real easy
And
terrain.
here, you've got a good picture of him now, much better than us.
Yeah, now at this point, one of the things you might want to notice is the person has the military anti-shock trousers in place. You see those rubberized garments with the orange straps on them wrapped around his legs and his abdomen. That's called the mass suit. It's there to both splint an area that may be fractured, to keep it from moving, and also to increase the blood pressure. Now, we used to think that happened because it threw the blood to the other parts of the body. That's probably not the case. It increases the blood pressure by changing the hormonal balance in the body and actually constricting blood vessels, and that may very well save the person's life.
Bruce, we're coming up on almost 9 hours he's been trapped down there. What condition do you expect him to be in?
Well, on the one hand, 9 hours with him still being alive and being what is apparently only mildly in shock, because he does not look completely unconscious to me.
Okay, let's go out to Vicki. Vicki?
We're getting a wonderful look at him. I see his neck brace like they said it would be. They need to stabilize him. They keep him steady. They're putting him on a gurney, getting ready to take him to that ambulance. We're being held back at this point.
Vicki, do you see any movement at all?
I can see that his arms are crossed over his chest, and they're not taped down. It doesn't look like they're concerned about that. A lot of applause. And he's in the ambulance. His eyes, I honestly couldn't tell if they opened or closed because his face was so covered with dirt, Colleen. It was hard to tell. But he didn't have an oxygen mask over his face. I think that's a good sign. Is it, Bruce?
No, that definitely is a good sign. There are a number of things going on here. As I started to say, the fact that he survived this long means probably that the blood loss is not life-threatening. Of course, other complications can set in. But usually if somebody is going to die from these injuries, it's usually within the first hour. Now they have to watch out for complications, see if he's lost blood, prevent infections, and see if indeed there really is a fracture there.
Okay, Bob Petty is following him as they take him over to the helicopter. Vicki, I'd love to hear from one of those rescue men.
I think a lot of them are patting each other on the back right now. Let me break away for 1 second. Let me see if I can grab one.
Why don't you do that? And as Vicki goes over to see if she can talk to one of the rescuers, we are following the ambulance as it goes over to the helicopter.
It's coming right up to the helicopter right now, Chuck. The blades are turning just to the left. You can see them in the bottom part of your screen. And they'll just take him out and rush him to that. And as Vicki said, they'll take him to a hospital somewhere out of the area of San Fernando Valley because the hospitals here are inundated with injured people from the earthquake.
Bob, we heard earlier reports that he might be coming to St. Joe's here in Burbank. Have you heard anything like that?
No, I hadn't. I haven't been able to talk to the fire pilots because they haven't been on frequency. They just now cranked up to take this man over to whichever hospital. If, in fact, you folks want us to, we'll follow him to whichever hospital they do take him to and take his picture getting out there so you'll know where he is.
This has been an amazing story from start to finish here. We've stayed with this all morning. If you're just joining us, you're just getting your electricity back on or something. This is a man who was trapped on the bottom floor of a 3-story parking structure since the quake hit at 4:30 this morning. Almost 9 full hours he sat in a sweeper, a street sweeper. His legs were crushed, we understand. Firefighters worked trying to remove tons of concrete for 9 hours almost. And there you see the end result. They've just pulled him out. He's on a gurney. He's in a helicopter. He's on his way to the hospital.
As opposed to the other stories that we've heard about this morning where there was such loss of life, especially at the apartment complex, which is just a few blocks from where we're seeing this right now. You know, this is that good news story. This is the story we like to report.
Absolutely. The apartment complex you're talking about, where 12 people confirmed dead in that one.
When we got here about 7 o'clock in the morning, we had a report of a person trapped beneath the 3rd floor.
When he was in there, we've been here almost as long as you. When he was in there, was there any conversation? Did you know he was okay?
Yes, the firefighters were able to talk to him.
He was moaning and groaning, but we were able to get vital signs. He was able to talk to us and tell us what was wrong with him. He sustained some pretty serious injuries, but we think he's going to be okay.
What was it? Was there a last-minute movement of the concrete? Anything that allowed you to get into him?
Just patience, having just the patience at work, and just it took a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of patience to remove all the layers of concrete one at a time.
Did he say anything when he finally came up?
No, he didn't. He was in a lot of pain, and we just got him to the hospital as soon as we can.
Tell me what it was like to be down there, to be watching all this time, wondering, waiting, not knowing if you're going to get him out.
Well, we knew we were going to get him out. It's just a matter of time. We take pride in our job, and we know we can do it, and we just know that we have the equipment and the manpower to do what we have to do to get the job done. And we got the job done.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Vicky,
well, there's a
where do
man
they go
who deserves
next?
a lot of congratulations.
Where do they go next? I mean, we've heard there were 6 apartment complexes or buildings that collapsed in the Northridge area. They've been working on this one since the quake hit this morning, almost since about 7 o'clock. Where do they go next? Do they head over to this other complex in Northridge?
I think she might be off mic, but I'll tell you, that guy deserves a lot of credit. I don't know who he was, but I'll tell you, that was quite some job. And we've got Bob Petty, who happens to be following the helicopter. Remember, this is a man who was literally buried alive for 9 hours.
And came out alive.
It appears he's going to UCLA. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the air. Pardon me there.
Well, that's okay.
This is Bob Petty again from the helicopter. He appears to be headed towards the Sepulveda Pass south of Van Nuys, which would indicate either UCLA or some other hospital down on the other side of the Santa Monica Mountains. We're trying to keep up with him. We're a little bit slower, but the camera should keep us about equal, and we'll let you know when we get there exactly which hospital he was taken to for treatment.
Is Dr. Bruce Hensel still online with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let me ask you this, Bruce. Where do you think he's going?
Well,
where's the trauma center that's closest?
Well, the trauma center that's closest is unequivocally Northridge Medical Center, but the decision...
But it's not up and operating.
Right. So the decision would be made based first on his injuries, second upon how quickly he needed treatment, and third upon which place was most likely to be able to handle him. Holy Cross, which is not too far away, is also closed at this point. So my guess would be UCLA Medical Center would be the most likely.
Okay, Dr. Bruce, I have to interrupt you here for just a moment because we're going to switch back live to Vicky, who's down on the ground, and I think she's got another one of the gentlemen that helped extricate the man we know as Salvador.
Yeah, we do, Chuck. This is one of the gentlemen who was inside. Let's listen into his story.
Across the legs of the victim.
What was your initial reaction when you first discovered it?
I knew we were going to be busy for a long time.
Did you ever worry that you wouldn't be able to get him out?
You worry about that all the time, but you just keep tackling the problem a little at a time until it gets done.
I noticed during one of the aftershocks that somebody got knocked off their feet. Was that you?
The aftershock, the big one, was real scary down there, and guys were scrambling a little bit.
When you first saw him, what were some of your concerns medically? I understand that there was a feeling that he had crushed his femur, which can send folks into shock.
Yes. The one thing that happens in a crush type situation is the beam itself, or the force that's doing the crushing, will actually tamponade or shut off the blood supply. So a lot of times the patients will present with better vitals. We're concerned when we lift the object off what happens to the patient medically. And it appeared this guy, when we took the weight off of his legs, he appeared to tolerate really well. And I don't know the extent of injury.
Did he say anything when you pulled him out?
The IV was really difficult to get. It was a confined space. The guys tried. They didn't have much room to work.
Did he say anything when you pulled him out?
I don't know. He spoke in Spanish, and I don't speak Spanish.
A thumbs up, a smile, anything?
Throughout the whole time. We had a man down with him, and the man spoke Spanish, and they were able to communicate. The one thing that was a very favorable sign is his vital signs stayed good throughout the entire rescue, and he was talking to us, so that was good.
One last question. What did it feel like when you finally took him out? What did it feel like?
You know how the adrenaline rush kind of subsides? It feels real good to get him out.
I saw a lot of thumbs up, a lot of smiles.
Yeah, it's a job well done. The teamwork between all of us that were working on this incident, LA City, LA County, outstanding. The guys did an outstanding job on this.
Did the aftershocks hamper you at all? Did this big I-beam across here scare you witless a couple of times?
Scared the hell out of me.
And you were down underneath then?
My name is Wayne Ibers. I'm a fire captain, LA County Fire, and I work our urban search and rescue unit.
Have you ever been through one like this before?
Using the wood and using the bladders?
Okay, the wood we use for cribbing to help keep things where they are, and the bladders are airbags, and what we actually use that for is lifting. We had 2 airbags down there that would lift 74 ton each, and we had 2 other airbags down there that would lift 43 tons. We used all of them to get the job done, and the coordination has to be very precise.
Captain, if you had to compare this with any other rescues, the most difficult or the most successful?
This is one of the most challenging I've been on for a collapse. And the patient survives, you always feel good about that.
What was he saying there back and forth?
I don't know, sir. I don't speak Spanish. Yes.
There's still a lot of information, obviously, from here that we're trying to get as well. We only know that his name is Salvador. Even his buddy, his friend who worked with him, didn't know his age. But he said he went home to check on his family, came back, realized Salvador was missing, and so firefighters came in at 5:30 this morning, worked for 8.5 hours to free him, and they did.
We were unsure of the exact weight.
You know, one of the things, too, as we continue just to hear them in the background a little bit there, is that they were very close to pulling Salvador out at 12:46 when we had that very strong aftershock, the 5.0 aftershock. So right at the critical moment, you could say, of the rescue, the last thing they needed was to have an aftershock, but this is a story which appears to have a happy ending.
Again, the chopper you're looking at, the picture you're looking at live right now, this is a picture of the fire department transporting this gentleman who was pulled out just a few moments ago. His name is Salvador. He was a street sweeper, literally buried alive for more than 8 hours today in a parking structure in Northridge. Captain Bob, are you online with us?
Colleen,
where are you
he
heading?
He is indeed landing at UCLA Medical Center in the Westwood, making his final approach right now. We're still about a mile north, coming up at 2,000 feet to watch him get out. But UCLA Medical Center, Bruce Hensel, Dr. Bruce called it correctly. As far as the trauma center closest, that's still operational. And he'll be getting out or being transported into for further treatment here. But yes, indeed, good news. And the helicopter
Bob, we
again
need to
saves
interrupt
lives.
here. Governor Wilson is stepping up to the microphone. Let's listen in.
That I was grateful that we had the City of Los Angeles Fire Department once again proving how good they are. Second, your impulse, quite understandably, is heartbreak for the people who have lost their homes. And our first concern is to prevent the loss of life. There's no way that words can express how you feel, what you say. There aren't any words that can comfort someone who has lost a loved one. But as we looked at the damage, we were grateful for the fact that it was not worse. What we saw structural damage to freeways. We saw some parking structures that had collapsed at shopping centers. Thank God this occurred at 4:30 in the morning. On a holiday, they might have been full of shoppers. We saw the same thing in the parking structure at Kaiser Permanente Hospital. We saw a number of mobile homes burned out. We saw a number of things that we know means heartbreak on the ground. But again, we've seen a very good response, both from city government, from the state agencies that are involved. I think there's excellent cooperation. Both Mayor Reardon and I have spoken this morning with President Clinton, and they are moving as quickly as possible on the paperwork so that We will have the declarations of emergency necessary to trigger all the responses from federal, state, and local government. Dick, why don't you respond?
I think the governor has said it all. Our hearts go out to families who have lost loved ones, also the people whose possessions of a lifetime have been lost. But now we have to get to the hard work of cleaning up and bringing things back to where they are, or where they were. Pardon? We have to get back to where things were before the earthquake. I've been very impressed by the heads of the departments of the city, heads of departments of the state, particularly Caltrans, who have already starting the architectural and engineering work to restore the damaged parts of the freeway, to clean up the rubble so that the surface streets in the area can be used in the near future. I'm very complimentary to MTA, to Caltrans, to the Department of Transportation of the city and the other departments who are working on plans to ease the traffic problems during the following days. It's not going to be easy, but I think in the city we have the leadership that's going to make it happen with the help of the governor, with the county, which has been great. The county immediately offered resources. We used a number of their strike forces from their fire department. Their emergency center was with us immediately, and I thank Yvonne Burke, who is head of the Board of Supervisors, for being there very early in our emergency operations center below City Hall. So in closing, I think now might be an appropriate time to ask Supervisor Burke to say a word.
Well, thank you. We certainly appreciate the speedy action by the governor and by the federal government. Let me assure you that the county will be making sure that health services continue. We only have one hospital, county hospital, that has been closed, and that will be for 48 hours because of gas and because of our concern for the electrical problems. If that's solved, we will be able to take those people who are being turned away from other hospitals. There's something like 5 hospitals that are closed, but those are private hospitals except for Olive, and we will be able to provide health services. In terms of roads, our public works people are there. They are monitoring the whole flood system, and also we have had a couple of dams that have had some problems. But we are on top of it. We're working with the state and with the city of Los Angeles. We are making all of our inspectors available to the city to go into city areas to determine if buildings are safe, because they will have to be determined safe before people enter once there's been determined there's some structural damage.
Governor, one quick question. What are you specifically going to be doing what specific things are you going to be doing? What specific things are you going to be, Jim Giggins with Channel 4 News in Los Angeles, what specifically is the state going to do for Los Angeles?
We're going to do whatever the city and county request of us, whether it be providing guardsmen to assist local law enforcement in policing areas that might otherwise be targets for looting. We will obviously, as you have heard from Mayor Reardon, be working through Caltrans to expedite the removal of the debris and the letting of contracts insofar as that's required, but completing the inspection work to determine what the state of safety is of those structures that have been damaged and also those that are standing. One of the unhappy ironies of this situation is that as a result of Loma Prieta in 1989, the state Caltrans, I think quite logically, divided all of the freeway bridges in the state into 3 classes, those that they put as high risk, those as medium risk, and those as low risk. And the purpose of that was to schedule work to address the greatest risk earliest. The high risk structures have been completed. The work on retrofitting those has been completed. 90% of the work on the medium risk. One of the next projects, one that was actually scheduled for retrofit in February of this year was the Santa Monica Freeway.
Will
Well, as you know, most of the financial assistance comes from the federal government rather than the state, but they can expect it very quickly. I was very pleased when, in the wake of the fires in October, I think we set a record in opening the federal and state centers, the so-called DACs, for the victims of those fires. When I spoke with the president this morning and when I had spoken earlier with James Lee Witt, his director of FEMA, they intend to complete the paperwork today, and I think they will be out here just as quickly as they possibly can.
I might, they're on a, let me just mention, James Lee, who is head of FEMA, Senator Feinstein, and HUD Secretary Cisneros are on a plane right now for Los Angeles and should be landing about 5 o'clock this evening.
Governor, will the National Guard be included?
Up on that, were these freeways and the bridges that collapsed, were they in the medium or the low risk range?
They were on the low risk.
And how soon were, for instance, the 18 and some of these other freeways scheduled, other than the Santa Monica?
I can only tell you about Santa Monica, but they were all in the low risk category.
Governor, will the National Guard
troops be placed? What's the first priority for them?
That will be determined by the local law enforcement authorities. They have requested that, the mayor and Chief Williams have requested it, and they will be placed in accordance with their wishes.
When? Will that be tonight or will that be tomorrow?
Be before the evening.
How soon before Caltrans will have an idea of how long it will take to repair the freeways?
That's a technical question the engineers would have to answer. The removal of the debris can occur pretty rapidly. The question as to whether or not there can be a restoration of normal traffic and a reopening obviously is another question.
Given the state's financial problem, where do you get the money to pay for it?
Well, the work on the retrofitting has proceeded after the expiration of the temporary quarter-cent gasoline tax. That's proceeded largely with federal funds. And there is more federal funding that is in the works. I think it's probably a virtual certainty that more will be requested.
Do you believe an inquiry is needed, legislative or congressional, particularly as far as Route 14, Interstate 5, that had collapsed, the second time it's collapsed after the 71 earthquake? Should there be a real scrutiny into this problem? Was there negligence involved?
Obviously, I don't think it would be appropriate. I don't know whether it was, and I think what we're more interested in doing right now is repairing damage, making people safe. But if an inquiry is in order, well, then let it proceed. But there's no way that I can respond to that at this point.
Governor, with disaster after disaster, it seems like every time we see you anymore, it's like another $1 billion. I mean, where is this going to end?
I've been trying to figure out which one of us it is that is the jinx.
But seriously, I mean, how much can we take economically?
This is obviously not helpful. It does not help anyone. The people who, of course, are suffering the most are the victims. And they are the ones to whom we are making the effort to extend emergency shelter where they need it, emergency loans. That is what the FEMA programs and the limited state programs are all about. Obviously, it is a tremendous drain in terms of the public cost to repair and to restore these structures and to, in several cases, take some preventive measures.
Mayor, do you think there will be a need for any business owners to protect their businesses the way they had to do after the riots?
I think it's prudent to, obviously, to pay attention to your business. Some of the shopping centers are having, security there already. The governor, through the National Guard, is working with the police department, and what they're going to do is spot the National Guard at certain key retail areas so that the police aren't needed there and they can roam around more looking for things. We did have some early problems with looting. They weren't really big, but I believe that Chief Williams and the police department have them pretty well under control right now.
Will any shop owners have to sit there with handguns tonight?
My suggestion is that they do not do that. I think they can cause more problems for themselves and for the looters, but I think that's a professional question and we should leave it up to the police.
How many people in total have been affected by this earthquake in general terms? Do we have an estimate of any sort?
I have none, no.
Governor, by 1994, after Loma Prieta, they had said that Caltrans had said that the bridges and retrofitting would have been done by 1994. Were these low priority bridges behind schedule?
I don't think they were behind schedule. The schedule is a matter of public record. The only thing I can tell you is that we have completed the high risk and 90% of the medium risk. And I am advised by Caltrans that they are greatly relieved about that, because they think that if that had not occurred, the damage and very likely fatalities would have been much greater.
Mayor Reardon, you mentioned that there was some looting. How serious was that looting, and does LAPD have it all under control?
I don't know if the chief is here with us now. He can answer that much better than I. And he felt very confident that they would have it under control when I talked to him about it 2 hours ago, and we were just together a few minutes ago, and he didn't mention anything about it. So I believe that it's pretty well under control, but it's something we have to watch very carefully.
Any specific area there where there was more looting?
In the valley. Yeah.
Mayor, I was wondering about just wanted to ask about
Oh, hi, Senator, you're here.
I'm here.
Would you come by? Supersonic.
Senator Dianne Feinstein has just arrived from Washington here to join this news conference.
How are you?
Senator Feinstein, your reaction to what, your response to the earthquake this morning? Step up to the microphone, please.
Well, as one who comes from San Francisco, my reaction is that, we have some increased earthquake probability in the area. We've had 2 moderate quakes in 4 or 5 years, which have had substantial impact, but one on San Francisco, Loma Prieta, and one here. I spoke to the president at LAX, and he said he would have the disaster declared. He probably told you that. He said he talked to you.
Yeah.
He would have it declared by 1 or 2 o'clock our time, and that a team was coming out with 2 cabinet secretaries, Cisneros and Pena. James Lee Witt is on his way.
And on a personal level, Senator, you've seen some of the damage here. You've seen some of the anguish. Your response personally, your gut reaction, if you will.
It's terrible. You feel so powerless, and an earthquake just, it creates a kind of a fear that is hard to handle. And I think one of the things that I've seen are a lot of very calm people helping others, and that is really the spirit. That's what matters more than anything else. I think the city has a very good handle on emergency services. The mayor told me that mutual aid had been activated. The governor has already declared a declaration of emergency. So all the things are in place that should be. And it's just like the water coming down this pathway, these things are going to happen. One of the things I noticed from the air is that water storage facilities seem to be holding, and that's really very good news.
Governor, your personal reaction also. You were here during the fires, for example. On the heels of the fires, this earthquake. You're the governor of California. Your reaction?
Well, you begin to wonder how much Angelenos are really expected to take. I have to say that my reaction was very much the same as Senator Feinstein's. There seems to be a remarkable resilience, and also these tragedies do seem to bring out the best in an awful lot of people. For every looter, I'd say there are more than 1,000 people who go out of their way to try to provide comfort, try to provide some solace. These are times of terrible stress, and for those who are the direct victims, they are incredible in terms of impact. No one else can really, I think, possibly know if they have not experienced it themselves. But both here and I might say that 5 years ago in Loma Prieta, I saw incredible acts of courage, incredible acts of generosity. And those are the Californians that I know. I just wish that we were saved the test and the demonstration of that kind of compassion and guts.
Mayor Reardon, we're showing right now on Channel 4 News pictures of people lining up at supermarkets. There seems to be that kind of fear, that kind of uneasiness. What can you say to perhaps ease their fears?
I don't think it's necessary to load up on food. nothing to indicate that we're going to have a recurrence of what happened early this morning. I can't guarantee it, but I think it's very foolish because, and it's one where, in effect, they're looking out for themselves without thinking of other people. I think that what we should do is think of each other, treat things as normal, and by the way, if there ever is any real problem, we will get plenty of food from the outside. So there's no reason to panic or to do anything unusual.
And people will be notified if there's a problem with the water. The last indication was that the water is still safe, they're checking it, but as soon as if there's any indication that
Let us tell you that you're looking at a live shot of a supermarket in Northridge, and the question that Jim Giggins, and properly did so, asked the mayor about people running for food, and obviously the mayor hasn't seen this.
The Department of Water and Power
food
suggests
and batteries. People walking out with food, water, and batteries in their hands.
They're being very conservative, but I think it's smart to be conservative. All the water that is in the lines now is chlorinated once, but what the city does is chlorinated twice. They chlorinate it before it goes in the reservoir, and they chlorinate it as it comes out of the reservoir. In some areas of the city, the water is not being chlorinated coming out of the reservoir, so that the suggestion of DWP is that you boil your water.
We should also tell you that many of the markets are giving this water away free. You saw somebody there just offered some money, and I think she turned him down. That was the report that we had, was that many of the markets were giving the water away.
I don't know anything. I was observing with Supervisor Burke and Governor Wilson as we went through that you couldn't find any rhyme or reason in the
We also
buildings
have
that
now
were
another structure on fire. Let's break away and go to Bob Petty. Bob?
Yeah, this is Normandy in South Central, just south of Martin Luther King Boulevard, where we've got an apartment complex or two large single-family homes fully involved. Again, with no telling whether it's directly related to the quake, but as all of us know, the shock of the quake knocking about the gas lines can cause damage later, especially when we have these series of aftershocks later. This is about 2 blocks south of Martin Luther King Boulevard, right on Normandy. Let me get around to this side here. Maybe I was wrong about the 2. It appeared to be 2 as we came up. As you can see, it's a fairly large, older home that appears to have fire escapes on it, which means it's probably a multi-residences or multi-family residence inside that. But the front of it seems to be fully involved inside, although the smoke is white. The firefighters still have not totally ventilated the roof to be able to get the water inside, so it's not the total knockdown white that you see. It's still a boiling, burning white smoke from fire inside that building. About 2 blocks south of Martin Luther King Boulevard, probably a direct relation of either the quake or the aftershocks knocking about the gas pipes and then causing the fire later on in the afternoon, as we're seeing right here.
We've seen some amazing pictures today. Take a look at this firefighter as he's frantically trying to ventilate the roof there.
There you go.
Yeah, look at that man.
Get that smoke out. Now that'll allow the firefighters to get down underneath. There you go. They're going down underneath now, inside the front, when they saw that the smoke is coming out the various spots on the roof, because a lot of the smoke will raise up and allow them to go low inside that building and hopefully get some water on the base of the flames inside that. Again, it looks like a multi-family residence here in off of Normandy and South Central.
And I want to compliment Bob Petty. What he is doing, friends, is not easy. Flying in those conditions.
Oh, no, flying in these conditions is nothing. We're looking at the people that are working.
You're too modest. You're too modest.
Well, we don't have the high winds we had during the fires, nor do we have nighttime right now. So we're working with daytime conditions. We did have a little bit of a problem with flight restrictions being imposed that were really too prohibitive, but we've gotten around those since then. The real heroes, again, just like in the fires, are the people that are down in that smoke, in that heat, in that rubble, rescuing people, pulling people out, and doing the job that we're just here to cover.
Here's another problem, too. You see the bars on the doors where they were trying to break in to get into the apartment there.
Well, I think you'll find that prevalent in many parts of L.A., maybe more so down here in this part. It's a fairly good-looking house, at least the whole thing was. I'm sure the inside is good. You can see flame now coming out.
That man's exhausted there. He's rubbing his eyes.
Look how close he is to the flames. This is not just smoke there. These are flames coming out of the roof there.
Finally, flames coming out where he cut loose. Now he's back to work again, raising that axe to cut. Oops, no, he thinks he's going to sit down again. Yeah, that smoke got right in his eyes with some ash and is preventing him from standing right up in it, but he's got a good start on the ventilation of this fire. Now this is only about a half mile to the south and west of the Coliseum, to put it more perspective for everybody down here. And they're got water on the roof. You got fire coming out, flames coming out of the north side of the roof.
He doesn't know when to stop.
Yeah, this guy does not know when to stop. I mean, he could easily slide off the top of that roof very easily.
Well, that's why he's got that sharp pick on that axe for. If he starts to slide, he'll just turn around and jam it into the top of the roof, just like an ice pick and ice climbers. Flames now coming out of the north side of the building, meaning more oxygen is getting in it, but also meaning that it allows the firefighters to be able to get water underneath and inside the house, hopefully saving the back part of this house, but the front is going to take some major smoke, water, and fire damage down here in Normandy and Martin Luther King.
Bob, as you listen to air traffic there, have you heard any discussion as to what touched this one off?
I'm sorry, what else?
I said, have you heard any discussion on the air traffic monitors there as to what started this one?
Oh, this fire? No, we have not. And it may be a real deep assumption, but we're assuming that most of the fires, most of these will be caused by the aftershocks, the initial shock loosening the gas lines, and then these aftershocks, or maybe just, now you got flame erupting through this
Look at
side. Now that's right where that firefighter was.
What did he do? Did he go down the other side?
Well, I'm sure he came down this side towards this ladder. I can't see up in the smoke, but we were around the other side when that happened. You can see the ladder going up through the gables there, coming down. I'm sure he slid down to safety. And if you notice, as soon as those flames erupted through the roof, the firefighters poured water into the opening to quell it and put the heat down so it wouldn't spread any more than it is going to spread. But as I get back to that cause of this fire, I think we have to assume, until someone else proves otherwise, that most of the fires that are happening like this will be caused by the shock and the aftershocks loosening the gas lines or some other sort of damage in the home to cause these flames.
Bob, you mentioned two key words here, aftershocks and weakening. We've seen that with so many things around the area today. We've had several strong aftershocks. We've had at least 3 major ones measuring 5.0 or more. What happens when we see that, as you said, the gas main in some cases is weakened, the water main, the freeway structures, parking garages, houses, large buildings, tall buildings.
And people's nerves.
Absolutely on that as well. So with each aftershock, you sort of need to reassess the area where you are.
Absolutely. You've got to look around you. You've got to keep your nose open for that those gas smells. You've got to be aware that each aftershock could bring new danger to both you and your family. So once you get into the house after that initial shock and relax a little bit, go around, check it every now and then. Check those gas mains. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to keep the gas turned off if you smell gas anywhere in the neighborhood, just to make sure it's not your house. And when you do turn it on, go around and check those outlets, so check those pipes coming in, those appliances that do use gas, and make sure they're not have not started leaking in the interim through all the aftershocks.
Now it appears we have a lot of smoke, a lot of white smoke, which is a good sign.
You mentioned jangled nerves there, Bob. The county is taking that into account. LA County has started.
I can't hear you right now.
They've started a mental health line. It should be up and running at about 3 o'clock our time this afternoon for people who've gone through the earthquake and the aftershocks, who need to talk to someone, who needs some professional counseling. The phone number is a toll-free number, 1-800-854-7771. Again, the telephone number, 1-800-854-7771. And that's the county mental health line. There'll be professionals at the other end who will be able to talk with you about the earthquake and maybe settle your nerves just a little bit.
One of the amazing things that we have heard in the last hour was this news conference with Governor Governor Wilson and Mayor Reardon. I don't know, I could flip both apart. And the amazing thing was, he told us, the governor said that those structures that you saw damaged, the freeway overpasses and whatnot, the Santa Monica Freeway, these were low-risk structures. Low-risk structures.
What was interesting as well, when you hear that, and
that's
you see
a low-risk structure?
They were supposed to start retrofitting, I believe I heard him say, the Santa Monica Freeway, the 10, in February, next month.
Yeah.
And we saw what happened here. Here's the I-5 and the Antelope Valley Freeway, the 14.
So to believe the governor, this was a structure that was not at risk. And you see what happened. Anyway, and the other thing was that he was asked by one of the reporters there about an investigation. He said, we'll have to wait and see. It would seem logical to assume that this is something you're going to want to investigate and find out why this happened.
Also asked by our Jim
failures.
Giggins about the food lines that we're seeing around the area right now. Let's go back out to that Hughes Market in the San Fernando Valley. I believe this one is in Northridge or North Hills. Diane Diaz, are you out there?
Colleen, yes, it's in North Hills. This is the North Hills Center located at the intersection of Devonshire and Balboa. Take a look. It's the Hughes Market, and this market didn't get away unscathed. We haven't been allowed inside, but we can see that the ceiling boards have come down completely, and so people are queuing up outside. Take a look at this line. They've been out here now for anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes more, and what they're waiting for is simply this: water and batteries. That's all they're walking out with, bottles like that. Water and batteries. And they're being rationed here as well. Apparently there's a limit on how much you can take. That's a 3.5-gallon bottle down there, or you can get 2 of the, I guess the 1-gallon bottles that are there nearby as well.
Are they getting the water away, or are you having to pay for it?
No, you have to pay for this. They're selling it. They're selling the water. They're selling the batteries, but they're not opening this up for food as yet. I don't know if Julie can pan up and take a look at the ceiling inside the Hughes. We can't see the ground level. We don't know what kind of damage inside the store, but take a look up there and you can see that this store did not get away unscathed. Let's take a look at some of the folks here who are standing in line. Why are you out here?
I need some water and some batteries.
Yeah, but beyond that, are you panicking, feeling like you need to get more supplies?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't have enough food, but they're not selling food, so but we don't have choice. I'm just gonna get what they're selling.
Diane, how long has he been in line out there?
How long have you been in line, sir?
Half an hour.
Half an hour?
Yeah.
And all you can walk away with is a few batteries and water?
That's right.
What are you gonna do about food?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay,
Well,
thank you very much.
Right, sure.
We have some other folks here as well. How about you? They're only offering water and batteries. Is that going to be enough for you?
That'll be good enough for today. Let's hope they're open up tomorrow.
What is your supply situation at home? How are you finding yourself?
Pretty good. We're just making sure we have enough for the next couple of days.
How about here?
Same, yeah. But they ran out of batteries, so we have to go to another place.
That must be extremely difficult. One of the things we do understand is that most of the commercial establishments are closed. Have you been shopping around, trying to look around, see what else you can get today?
We've been looking around a little bit, but not too much. Yeah, 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven?
Yeah, but there's a line there, so.
Lines creeping up just about everywhere, Colleen and Chuck. We did hear during the news conference that the State Office of Emergency Services saying that there is no need to rush on food. They're not expecting any other major catastrophes, and even in the event that there were, supplies would be plentiful, so queuing is not necessary. But we do have quite a few people out here, I would say anywhere from 75 to 100, waiting to get their supply of water and batteries. And just a quick side note as well, because so many of the establishments are closed around here, people having a hard time getting food. There's one entrepreneur standing by, Kevin Landa. He's got a bakery right here and is saying they've got the bread from last night's wholesale delivery that didn't go out. What have you got?
Right, we have wholesale bread, French bread, and we have doubles and some cookies that never went out last night because of the earthquake, and we're selling them at normal retail prices just to get back some of the damage that was caused to the bakery.
Right. Normal prices, the bakery right here located in the intersection of Balboa and Parthenia. That's it. We'll be back live in just a little while. Back to you.
All right, Diane, thank you. I would hope that people would be selling things at normal prices out there and not trying to capitalize on
old bread, why not just give it away?
All right, we are just past 2 o'clock here, about 2:02. Let's take a quick look at the quake update. The death toll continues to rise every time we do this. 24 confirmed dead at this point. We understand at least half of them, or 12, may have come from that one apartment complex in the Northridge area. There have been more than a dozen aftershocks. I'd say we've had at least 50 aftershocks at this point. We have had 3 major aftershocks that you and I felt today, Chuck.
The big one at 1246, which was 5.0.
5.0. Again, a lot of people have a fear of more buildings collapsing around them. This is a legitimate fear, and as a result, the County Health Department has established a hotline. The phone number is 800-854-7771.
And of course, we have seen more fires too, as we just saw with that report from Bob Petty. Possible week-long power outage in some areas. Limit phone calls to emergency calls only. You'll probably have an easier time dialing out than people will have dialing in, especially if it's from out of state.
We understand from Pac Bell they're limiting the number of phone calls into 4 area codes, that being the 213-310-818 805 area codes, limiting the calls, so emergency calls only there.
Okay, now what we want to do is, we saw long lines out in Northridge. We have Garrett Glazer, who is in Hollywood, who also found some lines there as well.
Say you need to go to the supermarket? Well, if you're in the Burbank area, chances are you'll come to this one. This is a Pavilion store at Main and Alameda, and the only supermarket open for several miles in this vicinity. Big business being done here at the water machine in front of the store. And if you talk to people coming out of the store, you can see what they're purchasing indicates what their concerns are about the next few days.
Calistoga. That's it. There's nothing. All the flavored waters, Perrier, that kind of thing. That's it.
And the big gallon jugs?
Gone. Nothing. It's empty.
What'd you get there? Got ice. Ice. What else?
A lot of ice for the cooler. A lot of potato chips. I don't know why. Cigarettes. I guess you get kind of worried about not having enough cigarettes.
Are they short on things to drink?
Here? I've never seen so much stuff here. I've never been here before. I just worked down there. I went to the office, and I come to shop here, and this place is huge. And I don't think they're going to run out for a while.
Hi, can you tell me what you bought?
We have some charcoal, food for the cats, milk, bread, Snickers.
Big bag of ice.
And big bag of ice, yeah. We don't have any electricity at home.
I just didn't have any food, so it was like I was going to go shopping today anyway.
Did you get ice?
Ice, because there's no water.
Do they have water inside?
No, none.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Do you have water, running water at home?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my sister doesn't. She's horrible.
How did you know this was open?
She called. I had her call Vaughn's, and they said this one was open. Because I had tried all the other ones earlier, and nothing was open.
The manager here tells me that he had 50 very dedicated employees showing up all morning today, some on their days off, because they figured people would need food and water. This happens to be the only supermarket open for miles in this area because it is only a year and a half old and so is very modern. They had a lot of damage in the aisles from foodstuffs falling, but those 50 people cleaned everything up this morning, and you would never know that there had been an earthquake when you walk in the store today. In Burbank, I'm Garrett Glazer. Let's go back to the studio.
All right, Garrett, thank you. As we look at this live picture from the I-14 and I-5, the scene of one fatality and several people hurt on this freeway today when it collapsed, you have to notice that there's a real community spirit, a real coming together here today. We should tell you, Channel 4 has established a relief fund. KNBC has created a special fund to help the victims of the earthquake today. What you need to do is make the checks payable to the American Red Cross, Southern California Quake. You need to designate it Southern California Quake. Otherwise, it goes into the General Relief Fund for the Red Cross. And so if you want the money used for quake victims, you need to say that on the check. You need to mail it to the Channel 4 Relief Fund, care of KNBC Television, Burbank, California. The zip code is 91523. And we'll be giving that address and the particulars on that throughout the afternoon.
This is the park we saw from the air out in the Northridge area, I believe, where we found people camping out. And obviously you can see that more people are arriving all the time. And with that, let's go up to the newsroom very quickly where Carla is standing by. Carla?
Okay, we've been showing you a lot of devastation and disruption, but we can tell you that in a lot of Southern California, that things are going just as normal. Amusement parks in Orange County are open for business as usual today. A Disneyland spokesman says the temblor affected virtually nothing at the Magic Kingdom, which opened on schedule at 9 a.m. Now, all rides and shows at Knott's Berry Farm were open and operating following a maintenance inspection this morning. At Anaheim Stadium, we showed it to you this morning, the quake caused an estimated $3 to $4 million damage to an overhang above the upper tier on the north end of the stadium. Now, the phone lines into Santa Clarita are still jammed, so we can't confirm that Magic Mountain is closed, but with I-5 closed, there's really no way to get there from here. Now, we can't tell you. Okay, we have President Clinton who's talking right now about the Southern California quake.
All of us should be very sensitive to what they are going through now. I know the rest of America will offer them their thoughts and their prayers tonight, and will support our common efforts to help them to recover from this tragedy and to get on with the business of rebuilding their lives. The assistance here will be short-term to help people get through the next few days, but there will also be long-term work to be done, and we expect to be involved as full partners in that. Again, let me say I wish the mayor, the governor, the people of California well. We're looking forward to working with them. I've had the opportunity to speak with both Senator Boxer and Senator Feinstein today, and I'm confident that everybody's doing everything they can. I'm going to be here basically waiting for reports today and tomorrow as we assess what our next steps should be. Let me sign the document for disaster declaration, and then I will answer a few questions. Yes, Will.
When you say that this will be short-term assistance, any idea how much money this is going to cost the federal government in the short term as well as in the long term? Will you be going back to Congress seeking emergency assistance?
I don't know. We've got to wait until we get some sense of how much money is involved. The most expensive thing I know about now would obviously be the 3 freeways. And any of you who have ever, and I guess all of you, certainly with me and probably on your own, have been on those freeways in times of difficult traffic, know that how pivotal that's going to be to restoring the economic capacity of the people of Southern California. They depend heavily on those freeways, and with that many, with 3 of them severely damaged, I would imagine that would be the most urgent and most expensive need that we know about now. Now, of course, there may be other things, and I have to get a report. Again, I expect to be getting reports on this all through tomorrow.
Mr. President, are you considering going out there yourself to look at the
Yes, you know, I went to the flooded areas in the Middle West, and I went. I basically like to take a first-hand view of these things, but I don't want to be in the way. When I go, I want to be a constructive presence. And we've got Mr. Witt out there. We've got Secretary Cisneros and Secretary Pena out there. We've got people from my staff out there. I think it's important that I not go out there and get in the way. So I don't know when it would be appropriate for me to go. I'm going to wait till I get some feedback from the folks on the ground there. They've got enough of a traffic jam with those 3 interstates messed up as it is.
Mr. President, what went through your mind this morning when you first were told about this earthquake? We understand you called your brother right away.
Well, the first thing, I guess I was a citizen first. First thing I did was pick up the phone and call my brother because I knew that he lived very close to the epicenter of the earthquake. And I called him probably at 5:15 their time, so it was maybe 35 minutes or 40 minutes after the earthquake had occurred. He was fine. He said they'd suffered some, just significant disruption in movement there in his apartment, but they didn't have any significant loss. So I felt good about that. And then I went to try to get another report, and then I started calling folks in California in a more official capacity. But of course, like all of you, I was able to watch it all unfold on television. It was really something.
Do you anticipate a need to activate federal troops to, come to the aid of rescue?
If we need to do it, we can. We're organized to do it. But again, I want to wait until I get a report back from Mr. Witt after he talks to the mayor and the governor and others involved out there. We've had a pretty good record of, we've had experience working with the folks in that area. Ironically, we've got some sites that were made available for emergency aid during the fires that could still be activated rather quickly. I mean, our folks are in place there, and the contingencies that they need to think through, I think, have pretty well been thought through. So we should be able to give you a much better report tomorrow sometime. Thank you.
There you heard from President Clinton speaking from the White House after signing the disaster declaration. One of the interesting things is we know that there is going to be a lot of money coming into the state federal disaster funds. It would be nice if there was some way that those people who need the water wouldn't necessarily have to
go
pay
out
for
and buy it. You're
I mean,
absolutely
I
right.
find this rather abhorrent.
We understand that as many as 50 or 60 trucks from FEMA, which is the Federal Relief Agency, are en route. They'll be heading to Pasadena. And we've just seen something else cross the wire here. San Fernando police have imposed a curfew. They declared a state of emergency in that city, in the city of San Fernando. There will be a curfew from dusk to dawn in that city. We should remind people there are 2 shelters open there, one San Fernando Recreation Park, which is on Park Avenue and First, and Las Palmas Park, which is on Huntington.
Those FEMA trucks, the 50 or 60 that Colleen mentioned that are coming into the Pasadena area, supposedly those trucks are bringing with them emergency generators to restore light to many of the areas affected. So exactly when they are going to arrive, we don't know, but that's what we've heard.
Again, we mentioned there are a couple of shelters that will be open in the San Fernando area, San Fernando City, and there's some other shelters as well. In Fillmore High School, Reseda High School will have a shelter. Los Angeles High School and Hollywood High School. We have them all over the area. Also Canyon High School, San Fernando Recreational Center, one I just mentioned, the Glendale Armory, and Church of Christ, which is in Van Nuys.
Okay, let's go back out to Bev White. We've been seeing people out on a softball field, and that's where Bev White is right now. Bev?
Yes, we are at the corners of Lindley and Strabhorn. I'll make sure I got the street correct. Anyway, it's the grounds of the Northridge Junior High School, where people have come from apartment complexes in the general area, and you see them lined up on the playground, the blacktop, the grassy area, even the baseball diamond. They've come out with their tents, their little grills, their children, pets, toys, with plans to stay for a while. With me now is one of the residents who fled right after the earthquake to the school grounds across the street. Alfredo Gomez, sir, share with us why you came across the street and when do you plan to go back into your apartment home?
I don't think we plan to go back to our house until tomorrow, I think. We're planning to stay the night tonight, right here.
You and your wife, your young children will stay here under the stars with hundreds of strangers. How do you feel about that? Safer, apparently, than you did in your home.
Of course, yeah, we feel safer and everybody's been joining us, you know, everybody joined everybody. And we feel pretty good because we shared everything, you know. We don't have water, we give it to the people who need, you know, and we do it pretty good. We feel safer right here.
So, Alfredo, a community has been born, I guess, out of the stress and anxiety of living through the earthquake this morning. Your thoughts, what did you see, what did you hear, and what's the condition of your apartment across the street?
Well, the apartments, some of them, they're not too bad, but the other ones, they're ready to collapse, you know. And that's the reason some people, they not even want to go to the restroom or anything, you know, not even to get water. So we have to buy water on the stores, but there's no water also. So it's a big problem. So we like to stay here until everything's get better.
All right, good luck to you, sir, and thank you for the interview. I know your family's waiting downstairs. Again, Alfredo Gomez, a husband and father of 2 young children who, like hundreds of his neighbors, plans to spend the night right here on the grounds at Northridge Junior High, out under the stars. You can see the blankets, the tents, the canopy, umbrellas. Folks have come with plans to stay a while because they don't feel comfortable in their apartment complexes nearby. We understand some people, in fact, drove over with their children and their pets with plans to be here until they feel better about the earthquake and the aftershocks. The folks here have felt plenty of aftershocks since this morning's incident, and they tell us for that reason they feel safer under the stars or in the skies rather than inside their apartments where the roofs just might cave in. Of course, that hasn't happened at this location, but certainly others, and a lot of people would agree that their concerns are well-founded. Reporting live in Northridge, this is Beverly White. Back to you in the studio.
Beverly, there certainly has to be some comfort as well, having that many people around, physically, knowing there are other people in the same situation. And we should mention as well, the LA Fire Department is cautioning people not to start a fire in their chimneys. A lot of people who may be without gas this evening, maybe without heat. We know that the temperatures dip down here into the 50s, in some cases the 40s, but they've had problems, especially in older homes, with chimneys being cracked. So they're advising people to have their chimneys and their fireplaces checked out before they attempt to light a fire.
You look at this video here. This is the Santa Monica Freeway. What does this remind you of? It's like looking at San Francisco a few years back when they had the earthquake and the buckled freeways. And there you can just, you know, we all drive on these freeways. They are the lifeblood of living in Southern California, and we know how massive they are. Look at that.
I remember sitting here in '89 and looking at the pictures coming in from San Francisco from the Loma Prieta quake, looking at the freeway and not really fully understanding that one level had dropped down onto another level. Having seen it once, it becomes so much clearer when we see it this time around.
And there you see the section of the I-5 up near the Fillmore area, and we're looking north. If you kept going north, of course, you'd run into Magic Mountain and whatnot up that way. And there you see how it just collapsed.
We should mention as well, there's some cracks in several surface streets just beyond the freeway there. Cracks in the street of McBean Boulevard in Valencia, which is just up the road a piece. Roads with all sorts of damage. We understand that cars are able to move in that area, but they're moving very, very slowly. The ground there could be very unstable, and so authorities are advising you to be very cautious. Also on McBean Boulevard, a busted oil pipe earlier today was spewing out oil onto the street. Concerns about the oil running into the streets and into the Santa Clarita River, but the crews came along and they were able to mop that up and keep the oil out of the water.
You know, let's, if Bob Petty is online, maybe we can go back up to Bob for a moment. Bob?
Yeah, I'm here, Chuck. This is the 10 freeway, as you were saying. This is directly over Washington Boulevard, where it crosses underneath the 10 freeway here. La Cienega and Washington cross just south of the freeway. And La Cienega goes underneath one place, and that's where the freeway is actually bowed. You can see where it's raised up 3 or 4 feet there at that edge, but then it's kind of bowed downwards and fallen down with the columns collapsing underneath the structure to allow it to sag like that over the La Cienega extension. And now further to the west, about a quarter of a mile, that's where it where it crosses Venice. You've also got a big break. Now this break looks like it's fallen down on some buildings that were built in kind of a strip mall or something. It's hard to determine exactly what it is underneath the freeway. So this buckling is directly over Venice, or just west, immediately west of Venice Boulevard, where it goes underneath the 10 freeway. And it seems to have collapsed underneath or on top of a strip building. We don't know if any injuries occurred here, but again, the time of the day will probably help us here also, as it has in so many cases throughout the Southland today.
How long of a stretch is this? Is it a couple of miles from where it starts to buckle to the...
Well, no, now I can't tell if there's any more, but between that first sagging over La Cienega and this buckling just west of Venice is probably, maybe a third of a mile, a half a mile. So again, a fairly isolated but very distinct damage here done on the 10 freeway by this shocker this morning.
Where are they diverting traffic? How they?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't see any. We got another fire starting up down in Santa Monica. I don't see any traffic as far as I can see to the west, which would take it to about National. And looking back to the east, I can see traffic. It appears to be traffic somewhere around Western. Actually, I see traffic getting on right here at Washington Boulevard, headed eastbound. But to the west, there is none. I might have just done a little something to the camera there when I turned. I'm going to try to get over here to this little fire. It doesn't appear to be a big one, or as big as the one we just shot down next to the Coliseum. But the 10 freeway heavily damaged for about a half-mile stretch between Washington Boulevard, where it goes underneath the 10 freeway, and Venice Boulevard, just west of that, and appears to have fallen there on a strip mall. Hopefully the time of the day and the fact that it was a holiday will preclude any injuries happening there.
Aren't there some storage facilities under there too?
It looks like. Say again, Chuck.
Well, Bob, it looks like we're looking at a storage facility that's under the freeway.
Well, that's what I think is a strip mall, because it appears to have several different names. But you're right. I mean, that's a common use underneath the freeways. But on the other side, where it's fallen down, even right here, you can see it has several different signs. And on the other side, it has that same thing. That smoke dissipated down in Santa Monica, so I'm not going to continue towards it. Probably a brief flare-up, but again, I have to until it's proven otherwise.
Bob,
yes,
let me explain what we're looking at on the scene now. This is a computer-generated map. It comes from Caltech, and we're told that the map spots the aftershock. So every place you see one of those green dots on that blue map, that indicates an aftershock.
Whoa.
And you can see we've had them all over the area today.
That's impressive. And right there, and I guess in the left center of the screen is where the epicenter was itself.
Right. It's the larger blue, looks like an arrow, I think, there.
Yeah, right. Boy, I didn't realize we'd had that many. I thought we were saying we'd had over a dozen. Well, that's obviously well over a dozen.
Dozens, I believe.
And notice, too, the aftershocks that occurred out in the ocean.
Yeah, in the ocean, and look out towards, now how far west, or excuse me, how far east?
Well, the scale is about 28 miles there.
Okay. So you're talking 28 miles, so it's going to take it out, what, Altadena or...
Well, beyond that, I would say we're talking about Glendora there, or Azusa, at least.
Well, I've just noticed some more damage down here next to where, I don't know the name of the street, but some more damage where a surface street crosses underneath the 10 freeway. So there's some heavy damage down here. This, the most obvious, is where we've shown it between Washington and Venice, but there's some heavy cracks on down to the west of where Venice crosses under. Again, the cracks appearing on the freeway over where a surface street crosses underneath.
Okay, Bob, as you continue to survey the damage there, we're going to switch live to Washington, where Steve Handelsman is standing by with the latest from the White House. Steve?
Hi, Colleen. Well, all day here in Washington, we expected President Clinton to move very quickly on the disaster declaration. That's exactly what he did. Here in Washington, emergency officials say he places a higher priority on disaster relief than previous presidents. President Clinton didn't wait for the paperwork. He ordered federal aid rushed to the quake zone.
We intend to do everything we possibly can to help the people of Los Angeles and Southern California deal with the earthquake and its aftermath.
The state apparently announced it on TV or something. The Federal Emergency Management Agency War Room geared up near Capitol Hill and ordered 9 special teams into action. To help search for people trapped in collapsed buildings, FEMA's sending 4 search and rescue units. Like these experts at a construction accident in Connecticut in '87, the FEMA units will bring dogs trained to find people under rubble. Come on now, back up, gangway! To help treat people injured in the quake, FEMA's also sending 4 medical teams. And FEMA's dispatching military water purification units, like the one used in South Florida after Hurricane Andrew. If the power remains cut in the quake zone, military units may be able to power up some neighborhoods with generators. But more than manpower and gear, what FEMA's got that California needs is cash. FEMA Director James Lee Witt.
The main thing we can do is to provide individual assistance, individual family grants, if need be, temporary housing, whatever we may have to do to fill the resource that the state does not have.
As the agency did after Hurricane Andrew, FEMA will help victims apply for federal funds. Low-income people in the quake zone can get checks of up to $12,000 for rent. Middle-income home and business owners can get loans of up to $200,000. Back live now at the White House, where the word is the kitty for federal disaster relief is still about $1 billion, and if somehow that's exceeded in quake relief, President Clinton's prepared to go to Congress to ask for more. I'm Steve Handelsman, Channel 4 News, live from the White House. Chuck and Colleen.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. We should mention as well, federal officials are asking the Phoenix Fire Department to send part of its urban search and rescue team. That's the same sort of team that we saw pull Salvador out of the parking structure in Northridge today. That was the gentleman who was trapped 3 floors down. They're sending urban search and rescue teams to Southern California to the quake area. 56 members on this team. They'll work the building and the freeway bridges that have collapsed in the quake.
Speaking of Salvador, he was rushed to the UCLA Medical Center, which we followed the helicopter. Remember it landing on the roof, and we saw the entire rescue. And as soon as we get a report on his condition, and you can understand why we wouldn't have one now, we will pass that on to you.
Again, we're looking at a live picture right now from the 5 freeway, the Golden State Freeway, and the Antelope Valley Freeway. Scene of 1 fatality today. An LAPD motorcycle police officer was on his way into work.
And he was coming off that section you see on the right-hand
side
of the
just
screen
ran out
there.
of freeway. It was dark this morning when he came in. Probably just didn't know the freeway had collapsed.
And the bike went off the side. Actually didn't come off the front, but it skidded and then came off the side and fell, and he died.
Is our Fernell Chapman online with us out there?
We should say this is the parking structure out at the Northridge area at the shopping center where Salvador was pulled out of the parking structure, and Bob Petty is up there again. Bob?
Just to set the background for you, Salvador this morning, apparently he's a custodial person. He was working in a street sweeper on the bottom floor of this 3-story parking complex when the earthquake collapsed the building on top of him. He was trapped inside his car. We watched, they worked on him for hours this morning, at least 8 hours, and managed to pull him out. The only setback they suffered was at about 1:45 when we had that strong aftershock, the one measuring 5.0, and really knocked people off their feet out there.
He was actually between two beams. I mean, had he been a matter of inches either way, he would have been crushed by the beams, but instead he was like protected by the supports there. And as Colleen mentioned, it took, what we said, well, actually, it was probably about 6 hours the rescuers were there.
Well, he was trapped for 9 hours, 15 minutes short of 9 hours. I did some arithmetic on this, and I believe they got the call at about 7 o'clock. So I believe they spent
an amazing rescue when you consider it.
7 or 8 hours working on him. Initial reports indicated they were able to get an IV down to him to keep him alive. He was conscious when he was pulled out, and initial reports indicate his legs were crushed. But other than that, we don't know the extent of his injuries.
And somehow, 6 firefighters got down in all that rubble to bring him out. Yeah, it was amazing. And she was talking about they had raised about 6 inches of concrete, was about all they could raise.
All they could raise.
I mean, it was incredible. And then we had that very large aftershock just before 1 o'clock, which is the last thing they needed, just as they were about to bring him out. And of course, this story, at least as far as we know now, has a happy ending. And as I said, he was rushed to the UCLA Medical Center, where we are awaiting a report on his condition. As for the aftershocks, once again, the big quake that occurred this morning was 6.6. It was along a previously unknown, what they call a slant fault. And just in real layman's terms, what's happening here is over the next 50 million years, Los Angeles is slipping ever so closer to San Francisco. They said that there was a 10% chance that one of the aftershocks would measure 6.0 or greater, a 25% 5.5 or greater, and a 50% that we'd have a 5.0 or greater, and that's exactly what happened shortly before 1 o'clock.
And just because we haven't felt a strong aftershock in the past hour and a half or so doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. We can feel strong aftershocks for the next 72 hours here. At this point, we're going to go to Jennifer Volpe, who has a report from that apartment complex in Northridge.
Corner of Reseda and Halstead, where an apartment building has virtually sunk into the ground. You were in that apartment building, the one that is now about a story or two lower than the one next door to it. Why don't you tell me what happened?
Okay, there was a large earthquake. It started out as an average earthquake, and then all of a sudden there was a big jolt from underneath, and the room just kept shaking, and everything was flying all over. The television, the VCR, the dresser came down, and I could not get out of bed. And I'm living with my boyfriend, and we both were stuck in bed as the bed was rattling.
You were on the 3rd floor?
Yes, which is now the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor was as high as that building right there. Once we hit the ground, we realized that the carports, which had my car and his car, were no longer there. The 2nd floor had now been on the ground. As you can see, that it's lower. And at that moment, I realized that the people on the 1st floor were probably squashed because there was nothing left of the 1st floor. So he got me out safely, and he went back in and was able to help at least 4 to 6 people come out. And by knocking down their doors, because as we were walking out, all we kept hearing was, "Help me, please help me," all over the apartment complex.
So many personal tragedies here, so many difficulties. Fortunately, we all have our lives to be grateful for at this point in time. That is not the case of many of the people that lived in that building. We have heard up to about 12 people that are believed to have been killed in this apartment building collapse today. Back to you in the studio now.
We'll just confirm that that was the latest death toll.
Right, 12 is the latest we have. Again, this was an apartment complex in Northridge, an area that was at the center of the epicenter this morning.
Having another aftershock, even as we speak.
Absolutely.
And that is probably why the picture is breaking up just a little bit there. As we take a look once again, you can see that needle just jumping around.
We tell you it feels like a big aftershock, and then instantaneously we take a look at the seismocam, and that only verifies it.
What we wanted to do is go to take a look at another shot of the Southern Pacific freight train derailment, where you had 29 cars of a 64-car train derail. Some of the cars contain sulfuric acid, and we're taking a look at the intersection now as the camera pans down, and you can just see, look at that. It's like they were toys on a toy train set.
The good news here is that none of this sulfuric acid managed to leak out.
That's right.
What we're seeing here appears to be foam that was put on it to keep from leaking and to cool down the engines.
And this is once again just a matter of blocks from where the apartment complex was destroyed, and a few blocks further is, of course, where you had the garage that collapsed.
Now, initially, we had talked to a fire department spokesperson this morning who said that they've had 6 similar collapses in the Northridge area. We count the shopping center, the parking structure. We count the buildings at the shopping center, the apartment complex.
Kaiser Permanente facility.
Kaiser Permanente. They lost it. Best.
Right. The warehouse.
Store, the warehouse. And there was another building right around this area where the train tracks are.
I believe it was a Levitt storehouse also that was down there.
The 2 primary areas where we've had problems, again, the apartment complex in Northridge, which housed a lot of students for Cal State Northridge
And the
University.
parking structure at Cal State Northridge, which also went down.
Right. The confirmed death toll here was 12. They treated at least 13 people at the scene for injuries. As many as 7 were transported to local hospitals. And again, the parking structure we keep referring to was in Northridge. 1 person pulled out alive there, and we continue to try to update his situation. He's at UCLA Medical Center.
Okay, in a moment we're going to take another live look at the garage that collapsed in the shopping center. And I guess we're going to get that picture up in just a minute. But what we want to do is we just want to set up another report from, there we go, from Vicki Vargas, who's on the scene, who covered the entire rescue for us. So if we can go to that.
You know, this picture is not locking up here, but I believe these are the timbers that they use to shore up.
Did somebody drop a camera down there? Maybe that's what they did.
Those are the timbers that they use to shore up the concrete structure. This is one of the gentlemen who was able to pull out Salvador from the parking structure.
Okay.
I'm Vicki Vargas in Northridge, where firefighters worked for 8.5 hours to free a man we know only so far as Salvador, a street sweeper, a man who was inside this parking structure when it collapsed at 4:30 this morning. Right now we're going to take a peek inside. What are you working on at this point? Are you still trying to get out parts of that car?
No, what we're trying to get out right now is just trying to retrieve our airbag out. That's all we're trying to do right now.
How many men are down in there?
We got 2 guys down there right now.
Were you
They'll be coming out momentarily.
Were you inside when this whole rescue was going down?
Yes, we were.
Had to be scary.
Yeah, a little shaky.
We're going to move back because they're finally pulling out the last of their equipment here. Tell me about the relief when you finally got Salvador out.
Just very happy to get him out. Very happy to see him alive.
Surprised to see him alive?
Yeah, very surprised.
The time you spent in there, claustrophobia, fear of your own life, any of those things go through your mind?
Nah, not really. Not at all. No fear.
What about the cooperation? I'm told a lot of you guys have never even met before. Virtual strangers on this rescue effort.
Yeah, pretty much the guys around here, we know each other. I guess my partner right here. All these other guys, we work on the same rig, so we coordinate pretty good together. Also with the Los Angeles County Fire USAR rig, they helped us out quite a bit.
And in comparing this rescue to any others, a very difficult one?
Yeah, very difficult, but we get a lot of difficult ones on this particular apparatus that we run every day.
Can you point down in here and give me a feel for just how much crawl space we're talking about? It looks like almost 2 feet at this point.
Well, right here you're probably looking at about 3 to 4 feet.
Okay.
But it diminishes as you go in. You probably go from 4 feet down to even 2 feet. In some spots, even 1 foot you're looking at.
So you're literally crawling on your belly or on your back to get through?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
On this one, that's what's down there, so that's the space they were working in between 2 of those beams.
Were any of the beams cracked, broken, so you could get through?
Every beam under there is pretty much cracked. Pretty much what you see right here is pretty much what you're looking at. Some of these beams span 20, even 40 feet, but there's none of them right now that are 20, 40 feet in one section. They're probably broken down into 10-foot sections, maybe even 20 foot, but that's about it.
Okay. Well, thank you, and appreciate all your time and effort.
Thank you.
This is Vicki. Yeah, we will, because the aftershocks continue here, and I can tell you, even just getting the equipment out, they've had to pause a few times to stop, regroup, and start again, because the aftershocks don't seem to have stopped here in Northridge. I'm Vicki Vargas. Back to you.
These individual stories of bravery, there you found a guy who was so modest, but what he did and the bravery that those men showed by going down there, and they still, what he said, they had 2 men down there to pull out one of their airbags.
Which is amazing when you look at the size of that hole. Yeah. These are guys who work with an urban search and rescue team, part of the fire department. We understand as well federal officials have asked Phoenix Fire Department to send its urban search and rescue team to Southern California to help us out here. That team consists of about 56 members, and they'll work on the building and the freeway bridges that have collapsed as a result of this quake that hit at 4:31 our time this morning.
This is what they're working around.
6.6.
This is what they're working around. These guys are ever so modest and yet ever so brave.
As well, we told you a few minutes ago about a curfew in the city of San Fernando. The police have decided to impose a dusk to dawn curfew. We understand LAPD is considering that at this point, but I repeat, they have not decided yet. They are only considering it. We will let you know as soon as it happens.
Let's go to the update desk in the newsroom. Here's Kelly Lang. Kelly?
Hi. Okay, we're on. I'm here with John Garameni, and he's, of course, the State Commissioner of Insurance, and we're going to ask a lot of the questions that Californians want to know. First of all, thank you very much for coming down.
Good being here.
I know that you're on a dead run from here to there, and a lot of it rests on you, really. How heavily are Californians covered? And if so, those who are, what are they supposed to do now?
About 70 to 75% of California homeowners do not have earthquake coverage.
No.
And so we're looking in this area at a lot of structural damage in the homes that will not be covered. People are going to have to come out of their own pockets to pay for that. Or if they can't, then perhaps the federal government, the FEMA programs, will kick in, providing low-interest loans or some other assistance for those who don't have insurance. Now, those who do will be able to get their home repaired. There is a substantial deductible, however.
What's substantial, Mr. Garameni?
It's 10%. 10%. So on the average, that's somewhere around $15,000. The first $15,000 will not be covered. Above that, if you have earthquake coverage, you would get your home repaired, rebuilt, whatever needed to be done.
So if you have earthquake coverage, make your call, stake your claim just as soon as you can.
In every case. Whether you have coverage or not, you should file a claim, because some
If you don't have
policies,
coverage, who are you going to file a claim with?
well, presumably you have a homeowner's policy, and the personal property may be covered. So if you've lost the Ming vase or your television and stereos have been ruined, it's possible that they would be covered under your homeowner's policy. Some homeowners' policies do cover those.
Really? How much?
Now you get excited. You lose
I'm very excited about
lost
this.
a television.
Well, we lost lots of things, but I'm excited for the people who really, really lost a lot. How much chance is there? Because I've always heard that homeowners will not.
You don't know until you filed a claim. And so every homeowner ought to carefully document what it is they've lost. First, make sure you're safe, okay? Then once this thing settles down, go back, document your losses, contact your agent tomorrow. The next day say, listen, I've had some earthquake damage here. Here's what it is. Am I covered? Get the claims process going. If you don't file a claim, you have no chance, period.
But my question is, what are the odds that 75% of California homeowner who is not covered by specific earthquake insurance will be covered under his or her homeowner's policy?
Whatever the odds are, the individual will never know until you look at the...
No, but do you have any idea?
Can't answer the question until you take a look at the contract. Each company has a different contract, and you have to look at the specific language of your policy. That's your contract. So you ought to proceed as though you're going to get coverage, and then you'll find out if you're not, you're not. But you may, so give it a try.
Yeah, let me ask you something, Commissioner. I seem to remember that some years back we had a statewide policy where every Californian, and heaven knows we need it here in the state of California, it's been proven once again this morning, was covered for earthquake damage. And then that law was repealed, and as a matter of fact, one of the people in the forefront to get it repealed was yourself.
It was a pig in the poke.
Why?
It was a false claim. The program was structurally and actuarially flawed. People were paying every year, and then when there was a major earthquake, such as this, the chances of them getting money back were slim to none. It wasn't raising enough money considering the risk. And so I told the legislature and governor this thing's got to be changed. They decided to repeal it instead, and so it is gone.
Had there ever been any claims under that particular law? Yeah.
The program operated for about a year. The earthquakes that we had east of here, up in the mountains and out in the desert, caused considerable claims upon that program, and the program was terminated. And the remaining money has been sent back to homeowners throughout the state of California.
So obviously we don't have the damages totaled up yet, but the layman, you and I, can look at it and see that it's going to be in the hundreds of millions anyway, maybe up into the billions. If that law was still in effect, and I know I'm talking water under the bridge, would it have helped these people?
Very little. They would have been paying every year for the program and have received very little. This is widespread damage, moderate, small amount of damage to most every home's cracked stucco, perhaps a chimney knocked down. that kind of damage adds up to hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, far more than would have been in this fund. And so by the time we had gone through the process of determining what the claims were, paying it out, it probably would have been very little for most people. And then the next time the earthquake comes around, we dig the hole even deeper, going more into debt. Just wasn't actuarially sound. And in order to make it sound, you have to charge an enormous amount of money, particularly since you're talking about first dollar coverage here. And that's the problem, and the program's gone now.
All right, let's talk about the next time the earthquake comes around, because heaven knows that it will. Yeah, and we see people lined up, and also I hear my colleagues say, but this place, you saw a newsroom, it's a shambles. We've had stuff all over the place, and people are saying, you know what, now I know. I'm going to get radios that work on battery. I'm going to get flashlights. I'm going to get a big spot. I'm going to get water. I'm going to get... What about insurance? What kind of insurance should the homeowner go out now that he sees what can happen and purchase for the next time?
Well, first, every homeowner ought to have a good homeowner's policy. Adequate coverage for the value of the home, making sure your personal
but I'm talking
property...
about earthquake insurance.
Well, you're just as likely...
Because I know how expensive it is.
Well, now you got to add the fire. You've got all the things that normally happen: your theft, your liability, your fire damage. Now the question of earthquake. That's an additional policy. I think, personally, it's a very good bet to buy the the earthquake policy in addition to your homeowner's policy. About 60, maybe 70% of Californians don't agree with the way I'd bet it, and they didn't. They bet that there wouldn't be an earthquake that would affect them.
That would affect them, yes. Give me an idea, if you can. I'm sure you can. If you can't, nobody can. Let's put it this way. Earthquake coverage on an average home, let's say out in the San Fernando Valley, where we're seeing all of this damage done today, what does it cost per square foot?
I think it's in the range of $200 to $300 for the most part. Should be in that range for the additional earthquake coverage. That's annually. I think that's a good bet, but others disagree.
Too. Commissioner John Garamendi, thank you very much for coming by and spending some time with us. I know you've got places to go and things to do. We'll see you later. All right, back to you, Chuck and Colleen.
Okay, that was very interesting. The declaration that President Clinton signed today, those who rent and have lost everything, like the folks in the apartment complex out in Northridge, you're going to be entitled to up to $12,000 in rent payments. If you had a business, a small business, it was totally destroyed and wiped out, you can get a loan up to $200,000.
We're getting word that water to the San Fernando Valley, or certainly a lot of the water to the San Fernando Valley, will be cut off later today because of major damage to the water lines from the quake today. Now, they've targeted several areas. Let me tell you what they are, so stay with me here. There are several of them. They include Fillmore, Pacoima, Sunland, Tahunga, Sun Valley, Chatsworth, Reseda, Winnetka, Northridge, and Porter Ranch. We're told by a spokesperson at DWP they plan to establish some water trucks in the valley. They're not sure exactly where right now. They won't tell us exactly when the water is going to be shut off. But we do know at some point this afternoon or this evening, water to much of the San Fernando Valley, all of those areas I mentioned, will be cut off. Just to repeat again, they include Fillmore, Pacoima, Sunland, Tahunga, Sun Valley, Chatsworth, Reseda, Winnetka, Northridge, and Porter Ranch. We will keep you updated on that. That's a story that affects a lot of people.
Yeah, it does. Good idea to have some emergency supplies around your house. If you live in Southern California, it's advice well worth heeding. Once again, we're looking at the I-5 and the 14 freeway out in the Fillmore area. This is where we had that tragedy this morning. Not only did we have the freeway, two sections of the freeway collapse here, but also the Los Angeles police officer who was a motorcycle officer who went off one of those overpasses and fell to his death.
We're getting word as well. We haven't had to worry about it much today, this being a holiday, Martin Luther King's birthday, but school kids are out. But tomorrow, LA School, the school district has called us and told us that there will be no classes for LA Unified tomorrow. No classes. District staff are asked to report to work. As well, getting back to the water situation, we should mention that power is still out for much of the area. We have Jan Merlo on the phone. I understand you have power restored to about a third of the customers in your area, Jan?
Yes, we do.
What can you tell us about the turning off the water, which we just reported here?
Well, the water in the valley, in the West Valley, there won't be any water this afternoon. We have a leak in the aqueduct system coming from the Owens Valley. And also, because of the electrical outages in the valley, we are unable to pump the water to our customers.
How long are they going to be without water, Jan?
We're not sure at this point. We're trying to restore the electricity out there as quickly as we can. And at this point, we're just asking customers to conserve water as much as they can, and if they do have electricity, to conserve that as well.
Jan, how many people are we talking about here?
Same thing.
It's hard to say. It's mostly in the West Valley, in the San Fernando area. I'm not sure how many, customers there are there. I don't have that information.
What about people storing water in sinks, in bathtubs around the house, and using it as they need?
Yes, they can do that, but the water needs to be boiled before they drink it. And if they can't boil the water because they don't have electricity to boil it, they need to disinfect it with unscented household bleach.
Okay. Yeah. Now, again, what about the water trucks? Any idea where they will be, what people will be able to get from them?
The water trucks are going to be out this afternoon sometime. I'm not sure exactly when. I don't have that information yet.
Jan?
But, yes.
Well, I know you speak for the DWP, but what about people who are outside your service area? What about people that are, say, Edison customers or get water from other entities?
Well, Edison provides electricity, and we get some of our water supplies from the Metropolitan Water District. So, I couldn't speak for them. I can only speak for us at this point.
Okay, so you don't have any estimate on when water service can be restored after you shut it off here?
No, at this point we don't know. As I say, we're still assessing the damage in the valley and throughout the city as far as the power system is concerned. And of course, the power system affects the water system.
Mm-hmm. So it's a pump that's out, is that right?
Well,
pumping station.
Yeah, you need the power to pump the water from the ground, and also, the water that comes through the aqueduct goes through the filtration plant, which is out of electricity as well. So.
And should we be worried at all about contamination?
That's why customers need to boil the water, yes.
Jan, how big a leak are we talking about in the aqueduct system here?
I'm not sure. We don't have that information as yet. Everything is coming down so quickly that, information comes in.
So you're not even sure?
Every minute, so I don't have that right.
You're not even sure of the point of the leak?
No, I'm not. We
Okay.
just know that there is one.
Thank you very much,
You're
Jan
welcome.
Merlo from the DWP. We just felt another aftershock, and this is what it looked like on the seismograph in the Channel 4 newsroom. Let's go back to our Joe Rico, who's out there. Joe?
Well, Colleen, we're over here outside the Northridge Meadows apartment. It is one of the areas hardest hit by this morning's earthquake. Over here, as we take a look, that was a 3-story apartment structure. It has basically collapsed, crushing the bottom floors. It is believed that most of those killed were those who occupied the bottom floors. Now, the apartment complex is a 50-50 mix. Half students and the other half are senior citizens. And now the grim task, as you see in front of us here, the coroner's wagons are here. Again, between 12 and 14 people were killed here. The coroner's wagons have been lined up here, and at last count we had roughly about 5 people. 5 bodies have been extracted from the rubble, and they are now in the vans, and of course they will be taken to the county morgues. One of the things that we also wanted to take a look at was that firefighters said that as we take a look at the rubble down there a little bit, that they may have extracted as many as 30 people here, and there were also tales of heroics. A lot of residents basically in the dark, grabbing flashlights, forming, if you will, chains, hand chains, and basically going with their flashlights and extracting people, taking chances, even during the aftershocks, trying to extract their neighbors. Now, also, as we take a look here, I want you to take a look at this apartment structure right next to it. This apartment to the right was a duplicate to the one to the left, so that basically gives you an appreciation of just how strong, how forceful this earthquake was. Again, right now the grim task, as I had mentioned, the coroner's wagons are here right now, and they said as many as 14 people killed, and as far as the injury counts, they say the last count we had was roughly about 13. We'll keep you posted if anything changes. Back to you in the studio.
You wonder what's going to happen with those people as far as getting back in there to get their personal belongings out, or how they're ever going to get them out.
You know, taking one look at this, I doubt that's going to happen anytime soon. It's they did let some people in there, but they had to go with police escorts, and once in a while you'd feel that aftershock, and you'd see some people basically hightailing out of that apartment complex once the aftershock started kicking up. And considering the damage there, it's going to be quite some time. I don't think they're going to be allowing people to go back in there because the damage is just so extensive, and it's just. If if you will. Things are dangling precariously and dangerous. And one of the things that we also want to take note is that a lot of residents, if they do plan on trying to sneak back in, that's one of the last things you need to do, really.
Joe, I was looking at a rescue from earlier today.
You may not want to do that. What was that again?
I said we're looking at videotape right now from a rescue that happened about mid-morning here. We understand they were able to pull 2 people out at mid-morning. One was an elderly gentleman. The other person appeared to be in his 30s, maybe early 40s.
Okay, Colleen, somebody's stepping all over you. Yes, I recall seeing those pictures of 2 people. In fact, we were here when 4 people were taken out, and one of the main reasons that they were able to find these bodies, they had basically sound equipment. They were able to go in there. They also went in there with dogs, and they were able to establish some type of communication with a lot of people that were trapped in the rubble. But as it is, one of the terminologies they like to use is the golden hour. They're basically saying that if they can't get them within the first hour, then things start looking grim right away. Considering the damage, things start looking grim awfully fast. But as it is, they're no longer using that sound equipment. They basically think they have just about everybody out that they, as far as survivals are concerned.
Do they use dogs at all also or not?
Yes, they did. As a matter of fact, there were about 2 German Shepherds, one on the south end of the apartment complex, the other one on the south end and on the north end. But the dogs didn't seem to be in there. They basically, I think, used the dogs as a mop-up procedure. They had sound equipment, and that was what they were basing their searches on, basically.
The man we see on the gurney, yeah, this is the guy who said it's good just to see the sky.
The sky at this point.
Absolutely.
We understand that complex is made up of students and a lot of seniors as well, students from Cal State Northridge.
Right.
And
from what I
seniors.
understand, the senior citizens, most of the senior citizens occupy the bottom floors, but again, there's nothing to confirm that the majority of those who are dead were senior citizens. We understand that there was a little boy who was among those who were killed. One of our photographers came out here with his home video unit early this morning, and he was getting pictures, and suddenly he just said that it was just awful to hear that somebody went up to a woman and said, that's your little boy, and he's dead.
Yeah, we had heard reports as well that a 14-year-old boy was killed. Joe, that puts it all into perspective, the shot that you showed us there. These 2 buildings were the same buildings, the same height, early this morning before the earthquake. The one that you're looking at in the background there was a 3-story apartment complex. Maybe your photographer can pan back to the right for us and show you that perspective. These were identical buildings.
Look at that.
Yeah,
and it dropped one entire floor.
As you take a look more to the right, Colin, you can see that part of that structure there, part of the apartment complex there is kind of askew. It's kind of leaning to the right, listing. And I don't think they've allowed people who live there back in there at all. And it's quite frightening just to take one look at that and wonder what in the world those folks went through. And considering, looking at the damage, it was pitch dark. Keep that in mind. And some people, though they may say they have flashlights, well, getting to those flashlights is another thing.
Where do they all go, Joe? This is a 130-unit apartment complex out here.
Yeah, we got where there was about 100 people there.
Okay, I'm losing contact with you.
Do you have any idea where the survivors are right now? Do you hear me, Joe?
Where are the
we may have lost audio.
Where are a lot of the people right now?
Yeah. Right.
That's the question. No, let's basically take a look over here, too, Colleen and Chuck. Jeff, here is a lot of students, a lot of residents. I'm not sure within that crowd how many people are trying to get back into their homes. A lot of the people basically are horrified to see the damage. As you walk up if you take the street to the left, the apartment complex directly across the street did not sustain that much damage, but then directly across the street at the Northridge Meadows, it just completely wiped out. A lot of these people walking around in the daze. There's a lot of, within that crowd, a lot of heroes. Apparently, there was one guy that I spoke with earlier who said that as soon as it hit, he made a beeline, getting out of it, getting out of the area. Then suddenly he and a bunch of other neighbors decided to establish some type of a flashlight brigade and basically work their way back into the rubble, and climbing on their bellies and just shouting for people. And the minute they heard a voice, they went for it and extracted a lot of people. So somewhere in the crowd there, I'm sure there's a lot of other people who did that very same thing. And if you're asking me any questions, communications being what it is, it's just pretty shot right now.
Let me just tell you that,
again, like I said earlier, this is the scene right here. This is like, if you will, ground zero. I'm going to duck to see if you can get a good picture of this.
This
is what you call ground zero, Reseda Boulevard.
Is our live truck.
The 9600 block here. We have about a dozen fire units, the crush of the press corps, and a lot of residents and business people basically trying to go back to their businesses. Electricity is out, and things like, if you will, water and soft drinks, things like that to quench the thirst are at a premium. It's kind of interesting to see somebody at a store adding up the prices longhand. Computers are out. There's been a run on batteries, And there also is a premium. There's on phone usage. There's lines go like 6, 7 people deep. People trying to make phone calls to their relatives, letting them know they're okay. And then, of course, there's also the crush of press people trying to meet their deadlines and trying to phone in their stories, and with little or no luck. I'll get back to you in the studio.
This is one of the areas that will lose water here shortly this evening. They don't have much, but what they have, they will lose.
And like we were saying earlier, you know, if there was some mechanism so they wouldn't have to go out and buy all that bottled water. Let's give you an update now. Here's the latest. 24 people, or 26 now, so we've updated that again. 24 people now reported dead from the Northridge earthquake that hit at 4:31 this morning. The quake measuring 6.6 on the Richter scale. And there's already rocked more than a dozen aftershocks. In fact, a dozen, that's very minor. It's probably 60, approaching 70 aftershocks. The strongest of the aftershocks occurring here on the West Coast at 12:46 p.m. It was 5.0. Federal aid is on the way. We saw President Clinton signing emergency disaster, declaring this a disaster area, and already the mayor and the governor have done the same. At least half the deaths reported happened where we just had the report from Joe at the apartment complex where 14 people died. Gas leaks sparking many fires, train derailment as you see here. Gas company says the customers may be without service for up to a week. And then we got the news within the hour about the water, which is going to be shut off in this area, which compounds the problems.
We talk about the death toll here. So many of the people came from that apartment complex as well. We're getting word that one man was killed when he fell from a 6th floor window in a downtown hotel today. Also, a young mother was killed when she got up to check on her kids. All right, our Conan Nolan is at Caltech. Let's go out to him for the very latest. Conan?
Colleen, we're about 60 seconds away from an update from Caltech. We're going to be hearing from Dr. Kerry C. He's a professor of geology here at Caltech, and also Dr. Kate Hutton, who, of course, you've been hearing all day today. She is a professor of seismology here at Caltech. There is some question as to the fault where this earthquake took place. We understand that there are now 3 possibilities. It could have taken place on the Santa Monica Mountains thrust fault, but that is almost parallel to the surface, and they don't believe it was that fault. It could be one that they had not charted before, one that makes its way up toward the surface at an angle, and it is that reason, they believe, the angular motion of the slippage that led to such tremendous destruction in the San Fernando Valley. As opposed to an earthquake fault that's perpendicular to the surface, most of the action takes place at the very top of the earthquake fault itself. It's isolated in some respects, although it's felt in a large area. Here, because it was at an angle, a wide variety of area was affected by the tremendous motion from this, but we'll have them explain it in just a second. But again, a 6.6 earthquake. We understand that at Golden, Colorado, at the earthquake center there, they're now calling this a 6.7, but the seismologists here are calling it a 6.6. We're going to start off. This is Dr. Kate Hutton of Caltech.
Okay, we have an update for you on the earthquake this morning. Magnitude 6.6, we're still calling it, although there's some debate about whether it's 6.7 or not. We have continued to have aftershocks all afternoon, mostly in the magnitude 2 and 3 range, but we have had a couple more magnitude 4s that people have felt. The main thing we'd like to update today is we have one of our geologists who's been in the field this morning, Dr. Kerry C., and he's going to talk about what he saw in the field. Kerry.
Jim Dolan and I, both of us are geologists. We went out in the field this morning by helicopter, and I can assure you it's the easiest way to get around the San Fernando Valley today. We made a careful search, a reconnaissance search for any superficial fracturing, any superficial rupture that might be associated with the earthquake. In San Fernando, you may recall back in '71, there was on the order of 1 meter or 2 meters, 6 feet or so, of vertical motion located along a particular fault trace. We were not able to find any such rupture this particular time. In looking at the geological maps, however, it's still not clear exactly which fault was involved, but this is in an area that the mechanism that Lucy and Kate have given us and others have given us here at the lab fits with the local geology. Behind me is a figure that we sketched up here on the board. We get a C- for this if we were in a structural geology class, but given the amount of time we've had to do anything, I guess I can't pick that up. Oh, here we go. The possible faults that produced the earthquake are shown in blue, roughly. They come off of a fault that we believe exists beneath the San Fernando Valley. This would be the San Fernando Valley, and beneath the Santa Monica Mountains, and actually probably continues out underneath West Los Angeles. This is the Elysian Park fold and thrust belt, and a number of faults come off of that low-angle structure. We still don't know whether part of the structure is what produced the earthquake, or whether one of these structures produced the earthquake. We don't want to assign a name at this time to the fault that broke during the earthquake, because we don't know which of these structures is responsible. Both of these had been mapped previously, but they apparently did not rupture all the way to the surface. So that's about all we have to say from our field reconnaissance.
Do we have any idea why?
And do we want to take questions now, Kate? Or?
I'd just like to say that the reason we don't know which one of these faults the earthquake occurred on is that we are still working on the locations of the aftershocks. It seems that most of the aftershocks are shallower than the main shock, which would put them up here, but it's not definitive at this point, so we're still leaving this one as a possibility.
But you know the direction.
A rupture on the surface, what exactly would that be?
Well, it would be able to tell us which one of these.
Let's say we had a 1 meter high scarp running across the San Fernando Valley with this side up. Then we'd know that it was one of these faults, and that the motion on the fault during the earthquake was San Fernando Valley side up, mountain side down. If in fact if this thing broke and it broke all the way out here, we'd have faulting out in Pacific Palisades today. Okay, so if it were this fault, which is a distinct possibility, it might break up to this other fault, the Santa Susana fault, and not ever show up at the surface. So we could have missed something in our helicopter reconnaissance. You know, we were 300 feet above the ground, and so we could have missed small structures. There may very well be small little folds and crinklings of the crust that occurred today that we simply missed in our reconnaissance, but there is no major structure at the surface like there was in San Fernando in '71 that produced, that was a 15-kilometer long rent in the earth.
Dr. C, can you go into, obviously we want to know the name of the fault. Could you explain to the audience why is that important? We know that we have the we know the damage is extensive. Well, why is it so important that we know the name of the fault except for the science?
Well, actually, you guys are the ones asking us the questions about the name, so maybe you should tell me why the name is important. What's in the name?
Well, is it the length of the fault? The length of the fault determines the magnitude of the quake. And could there be a longer fault than we thought, and you could have, in fact, another quake from this series this morning? That would be my question.
Could you repeat that, David? I'm not sure I understand that question.
If, in fact, the length of the fault is a determining factor to the size of the earthquake, and, in fact, one of these faults is, in fact, longer than we thought it was, then what happens?
Okay, we've been listening to seismologists and geologists from Caltech here in Pasadena. They apparently surveyed the damage, and they're trying to figure out which fault this happened on today, and what we know so far is they don't know which fault this occurred on.
Exactly right.
We're also looking at the seismocam in the Channel 4 newsroom. You can see the number of aftershocks and the intensity with which they've hit today. We should also mention with the news conference at Caltech, you may have seen some open captioning. Normally you'd need a special receiver for all of this, but given the severity and the magnitude of what has happened here in the Los Angeles Basin today, we've decided to go ahead and put it up without the receiver.
The one thing he did say was there was some speculation about it being on the Santa Monica Mountain thrust fault, but pinpointing exactly which fault, and there are so many, they crisscross under Southern California, like almost subway lines under a major city.
Okay, our Laurel Erickson has been out there. We saw her on the Santa Monica Freeway, the 10 that collapsed today. She's also been in Canoga Park, an area that was hit hard by this earthquake. Let's go to her report.
I'm Laurel Erickson, and we are on Owens Mouth between Satakoy and Cohasset here in the Northridge Canoga Park area. We're going to go in. This house has been incredibly damaged, an old house with stonework, and this is Tori Christensen. Tori, can you tell us what happened here this morning? Looking over it, it looks like an Italian garden that's gone amok.
Yeah, there was a tower here about 16 feet tall, and it just crushed down. There's nothing left of it. This whole wall right here just came down and crushed the truck. There's a big 4x4 truck behind there.
How old is this house?
About 75 years old.
looks like it was one of those special quaint houses you would have purchased because you thought it had so much character.
Yeah, it was designed by an Austrian, and it's got brick walls lined with rock, and it just crumbled.
All of those nice old features when you looked up at the roof.
We couldn't see it at first because it was dark in the morning, but once the sun came up, we could see how bad it was.
Looks like the Roman ruins. Lou, can we move over here and show Tori's truck? And
yeah, it's a 4x4 truck that's just totally flattened.
Where were you when the quake struck?
The back bedroom back there, and my son was in this room here.
Your son was in this room where all of this rock and stone?
This yellow bed is where his bed was, and he's up that high. And the ceiling came down about a foot from his bed, and we pulled him out from underneath that. It didn't hit him, but it came close.
He must have been scared.
He was.
Yeah.
He was.
Where is he now?
He went to his grandparents' house. We need to clean things out. But my husband and I were in the back bedroom. We just came down the hallway after things calmed down because we couldn't even move while it was still shaking.
You couldn't get out of the back bedroom?
We couldn't even move. The floor was moving so hard we couldn't even move. I mean, I was thrown out of bed, and that's all I did. It was so scary.
Inside, it's a total disaster.
Yes, it's total. Fortunately, we don't own it. We're just renting it. So we're just getting our belongings out and going up to our parents' house.
Now, the question I ask is, did you have renter's insurance, any kind of protection?
None at all.
So
None
for
at
you,
all.
it's starting over pretty much.
Well, fortunately, most of our stereo was saved, our TV and our electrical equipment, but most of everything else is gone. We have clothes. You can dig that out and wash them. But
And your little boy, how old is he?
He's 7.
7 years old? That's
Yeah.
going to be a lot to deal with for him.
He did really good. He was dealing with it by just joking about it now, so that's fine. He's okay now, though.
He is okay.
Yeah, he's fine. He didn't get cut or anything.
Well, that's something he'll never forget, or any of the rest of us,
No,
right?
It'll be something to talk about for years.
So you don't know who owns this building then?
Oh, yeah, we do. The Knapp family, I guess, is the people who originally built it. But after that, I don't know who, the family still owns it.
Well, it's certainly a quaint part of Los Angeles. It's gone forever. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Back to you in the studio.
Once again, we talk about the human factor. So many people tonight are going to be without a home because their home, their apartment, was destroyed in this earthquake. Once again, you're looking at the parking structure that we've reported on throughout the morning and the day.
This area is known as Northridge. It's the area that sustained most of the damage. It was the epicenter of this quake. The confirmation we have now is that at least 26 people are dead, 14 of them from one apartment complex in the Northridge area. We understand as well in the downtown Los Angeles area, one man fell to his death from a 6th-floor hotel room. Also in the Rancho Cucamonga area out in the Inland Empire, a young mother, 34 years old, 3 kids. She was going in to check on her kids, make sure they were okay. She has a newborn infant. Apparently she fell. Somehow she fell and broke her neck. She is one of the fatalities.
And we have Bob Petty back with us, right, Bob? No?
We might add as well, Southern California Edison is advising all its customers to turn off all power now except for the refrigerator and one light. Bob.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Great. You're looking right now. I couldn't hear your question, Colleen. Did you have a question?
No, we just wanted to go back up to you because we saw that you were back in the air again.
What you're looking at, we're flying away from this. We're leaving the San Fernando Valley, going over towards West Los Angeles at La Cienega and the 10. You're looking at that train that derailed, and at the back of that store that you're looking at is the Best store that is over just to the south of the Northridge Fashion Mall, where we've been all morning with the rescue and the collapsed Bullocks. And you can just see the tank cars disappearing at the bottom of your screen from the derailed train that caused so much problem with the sulfuric acid. This morning they even foamed some of the cars hoping that they hadn't leaked too badly. But we're headed over to West LA to a story. Apparently a CHP cruiser has driven off the edge. I don't believe it's as deep an edge as up at the 14 that we had that tragic LAPD motor officer this morning. This is a car, an LAPD cruiser, that apparently has gone off the ledge that was formed when the freeway buckled and caused a 3 to 4 foot ledge, and he's stuck on the middle. So we're headed that way to see if we can pick up that picture for you. We're passing over parts of the San Fernando Valley now. There's still no fires that are active. We've had some fires sporadically coming up all afternoon, possibly from weakened gas lines, and then the aftershocks further weakening them and breaking them. and causing those fires. But right now the San Fernando Valley is clear of any new smoke or new flames that as far as we can see anyway. Now we did see one little bit of puff of smoke out towards Santa Clarita, but that seems to have dissipated. So maybe we're through the worst of the fires right now, and we're into the cleanup and making sure that no one else is trapped beneath some of this rubble.
Okay. Well, we'll give you a couple of minutes to get over there, and while we do that, let's go back up to Kelly Lang in the newsroom.
All right, Chuck, we're going to talk about a couple of things here that people out there need to know. First of all, the DWP has now issued an advisory asking all City of Los Angeles residents to please boil your water before you use it today. They are asking you to do this. They want you to boil it for several minutes, then let it sit and use it that way. Now, if for some reason you are not able to boil water, if you have no gas, your gas has been shut off, you have no electricity, no power, then here's what to do. You want to add unscented bleach, they say, and this is absolutely perfectly safe. Here's how you do it. Please put in 8 drops per gallon if the water that's coming out of your tap is clear. 8 drops, half a teaspoonful, thereabouts. And then if the water that's coming out of your tap is cloudy, please use 16 drops per gallon of water. And then let it sit, mix it well, mix it up, let it sit there for about 30 minutes, and then after that it'll be perfectly safe for you to use it and to drink it. You heard the mayor say earlier that all of our water is purified once when it goes into the treatment centers and purified again when it comes out. Well, a lot of the water today is not able to be purified the second time. This is what you're going to be doing to your own water at home. It's absolutely perfectly safe. 8 drops of water if your water is clear per gallon, 16 drops of bleach rather if your water is cloudy per gallon. All right, we're going to talk about schools. We want you to know that every single school in the Los Angeles School District is going to be shut down tomorrow. So there's no need to make a call because there's no school, LA kids. However, if you are a teacher, if you are staff in any way, they're asking, please do show up for work if the conditions at your school are safe and if the route along your way from your home to the school is safe, and obviously if you don't have major concerns at home, because they need you. They need you at school to pick up books, pick up tapes, pick up chairs, pick up desks, and sweep up the glass and get the school site ready for the kids just as soon as possible. Now, if you want to find out if your particular school site is safe, here's the number that you can call. There's one number, 213-625-4643. If you can't remember this, because we don't have it up on graphic, give us a call here, and we'll get it later on graphic. If you don't know about your own particular school and you can't get through by phone, just call 213-625-4643. Other than that, kids, no school tomorrow at all for the Los Angeles School District. All schools in the Compton Unified School District, however, will be open tomorrow. You kids are expected to be on the bus, be at school. All your schools are safe and looking good. So Compton school kids, you're in. LA school kids, you're out tomorrow. Now, the LA Red Cross tells us that it has been inundated with calls, as have we here in the Channel 4 newsroom, of people who have not been damaged terribly, who have suffered the usual breaks and what have you, but they do want to help those who are less fortunate. So we have set up a relief fund here at Channel 4 to make it easier for you to filter your money. And by the way, that's what the Red Cross tells us it needs the most. Not food, not clothing. They can work best with a check, be it $5, be it whatever you can afford. And in order to do that, just make your check payable to the American Red Cross, and then somewhere on that check specify that it's for the California quake, Southern California earthquake. So make your check payable to the American Red Cross / Southern California earthquake, and then just send it on to the Channel 4 Relief Fund, care of KNBC TV, Burbank, California, 91523, and we will assure you that your check will get to the Red Cross on the day that we receive it, and we thank you for your contributions in advance. Chuck, Colleen?
All right, Kelly, thank you very much.
Bob Petty is on his way back down to the 10 freeway, and what is this? Okay, I am told that this is the alternate route. This is the old route around I-5, and as you can see, nobody's going anywhere on that road.
It's been backed up like that since early this morning. While we look at this picture here, let me just reiterate something that may have gotten lost in the shuffle here a few minutes ago. Southern California Edison is advising all of its customers to turn off all power except for a refrigerator and one light. DWP is advising its customers as well to do the same thing. Keep your refrigerator on and one light when you need it this evening.
Okay, this is the alternate route around the place where we had the freeway collapse at the I-5 and the 14. And this is the alternate route, and as you can see, it's jammed. It's not even moving. As
Phil Schuman said earlier, this is the Newhall Pass area. This is pretty much the only way in and the only way out, and it's a situation that has concerned residents in that area for a long time.
And I believe we are now looking south, so this is traffic going north, leaving the city.
We should mention as well, we've been talking about water supplies. This affects a lot of people in the San Fernando Valley. Water will cease to be provided this afternoon or this evening in the San Fernando Valley. We're seeing a lot of it right there in the picture, your screen right. Specifically the areas of Fillmore, Pacoima, Sunland, Tujunga, Sun Valley, Chatsworth, Reseda, Winnetka, Northridge, and Porter Ranch. Water's being turned off in these areas because of major damage to water lines, also to the aqueduct in that area. I guess our Beverly White is standing by live in the area. Let's go to her for the latest there. Beverly?
Yes, Colleen, let me step into the shot here for just a moment to give you a sense of perspective. We're at Havenhurst and Rinaldi in Granada Hills, and the communities you described where the water will be shut off this afternoon or this evening surround us on all sides, and they bear repeating. That's Fillmore, Pacoima, Tujunga, Sunland, Sun Valley, Winnetka, Chatsworth, Northridge, Reseda, and Porter Ranch. Those communities, according to DWP, will be losing their water service sometime in a matter of hours. Therefore, residents should prepare during the daylight hours for the shutdown of the water service. That shutdown stems directly from the loss of electricity to the pumping stations. Without electricity to pump the water, of course, they can't service the residential or business communities, and so people should act accordingly during the business hours. Get out during the sunlight, find yourself some bottled water, and if you must, boil the water you have. You've heard the configuration from Kelly Lang moments ago. 8 drops of bleach per gallon of water if the water is clear, 16 drops if it's cloudy. Act accordingly and protect yourself from the possible infection that may be in the water system. They're trying to remind people at this early time so that they can behave, because we just have a few hours now before the sun goes down, and water breaks like the one you see here in the distance here in Granada Hills have affected the service, not to mention the loss of electricity. So people are asked to just be practical in this matter, because electricity will be returned as soon as possible, but for a large portion of the San Fernando Valley, water service has been compromised, and people should take steps to make sure that they have a reliable supply of water. Colleen?
Okay, thank you, Beverly. We're now looking at the CHP car that was on the freeway. Let's go back up to Bob Petty. You can see what happened there.
Well, this is right where La Cienega crosses underneath the 10 freeway, the Santa Monica freeway down here. And the CHP cruiser tried to make it over. It appears at least a 5-foot break in the freeway, where the freeway has sagged right directly over La Cienega and raised the western end of it at least 5 feet, like a waterfall or a ledge should water be flowing down the freeway. And you can see the results of it. The CHP cruiser is stuck with his nose down on the lower part and his rear wheels back up the upper wheel up, and probably a chagrined feeling on the part of the trooper who went over that ledge, probably not realizing it was quite that deep, thinking that he could make it over into the westbound, continue westbound. But had he continued westbound, he could have gotten off on an exit or another access road or another exit, but he couldn't have continued any further west on the freeway, because there's a complete break in the freeway westbound Santa Monica directly over Venice Boulevard, and where it's collapsed on top of a mini mall or some sort of structure down beneath, built beneath the freeway itself. Again, the CHP cruiser is stuck. It doesn't appear that there were any injuries. The door's open. We see no evidence of any ambulance. As I said, he's probably sitting over there kicking himself for trying to go over that steep a ledge, but probably had some business he had to go to get further to the west. And now, if we pull back a little bit, that's directly over La Cienega, just where La Cienega and Washington Boulevard come together. And as we pull back, you'll see the third of a mile or so to the west, where the freeway has broken over Venice, or just immediately west of Venice, right there, and collapsed onto the structure below, either a storage structure or some sort of strip mall or some sort of commercial structure underneath. Again, the timing of the earthquake probably preventing any injuries because of the early hour and holiday and the type of businesses that would not probably be open underneath the freeway at that time anyway. But CHP cruiser off a ledge down here at La Cienega and the 10 freeway, and no injuries, but the car's going to be stuck until they can get a tow truck up there to lift him up.
I'm a little surprised that there's anybody driving up there, whether they be the CHP or whomever.
Well, let me tell you, the traffic, of course, is dead from, I believe, it looks like the intersection of the 405 and the 10. But traffic westbound is getting on, civilian traffic is getting westbound on the 10 freeway, excuse me, eastbound on the 10 freeway at Washington Boulevard and continuing as far as I can see to the east. Traffic seems to be getting off. Looks like up at Crenshaw or maybe one street to the, maybe up at La Brea. I think that the CHP is taking the traffic off. The furthest west you can go on the 10 freeway is La Brea, but they're letting traffic on just to the east of that break and that ledge where you saw the CHP cruiser stuck out here on the 10 freeway.
And Bob, that looks to you like just an Evel Knievel kind of stunt that didn't work?
Well, no, I hate to say that. He had to have some business.
That's what it looks like.
He had to have some business. He just didn't know it was that deep.
Which brings up, maybe there's no perception of depth there or something. I don't know.
That could be. I mean, but you've got look at the definite sag or the dip.
Yeah, it could have been a surprise
maybe he was just unlucky enough to have been trying to make that when it wasn't quite that a drop, and we got into an aftershock, or the weight of the sagging or something else gave way beneath the freeway, and it sagged more just as he went over it, and he just happened to be in exactly the wrong place at the wrong time. But again, no injuries, just a little bit of a red face probably, and sitting over in his buddy's car talking about it.
Okay, thanks a whole lot, Captain Bob. We're getting word as well that as many as 1,000 National Guardsmen have been mobilized into the Los Angeles area. We're not sure exactly what they're going to do, but earlier we heard from the governor and the mayor. As they mentioned, they'd be mobilizing some National Guard, and they thought they might be used in retail areas, perhaps to prevent looting and things like that.
That's right. And we were intercutting with shots up in the Fillmore area at I-5, where you were looking at traffic leaving Los Angeles along surface streets, and as you saw up there, it's nobody's moving anywhere.
Okay, again, this is a picture here in Granada Hills at Balboa and Rinaldi. Water's been flowing there since early this morning. One of the major breaks that's causing problems and forcing the DWP to shut down water to most of the customers in the San Fernando Valley.
And do we also have a report from Sherman Oaks? And let's go to that piece of tape now if we can.
Right, Stephanie Fredericks.
I'm Stephanie Frederick in Sherman Oaks, where an apartment building has virtually lost one of its floors. This used to be a 4-story building, now has been reduced to 3 floors. Let's just take a look at the damage. This used to be a driveway. Cars used to drive through here, but no longer. Now there are cars, about a dozen or so cars, from what we're told, trapped underneath, crushed underneath. A gentleman who lives here is Tad Myers. Tad, tell us what happened.
4:30 this morning, we all got woken up, obviously everybody in LA, tossed around the room like little kids. Finally when it stopped, we just grabbed some robes and went out in the hallway. It was pitch black, ran down the stairs and got out the front door because the seam had split between the door and the panel. We could walk right out and had to climb up. Instead of climbing downstairs, we had to climb up like 3 feet of concrete. Water main busted. We got down the stairwell and this door was cockeyed off the hinge, and we just were able to crawl out around the side, and there was like glass and metal everywhere. Just stepped up and got out here, washed our feet off in the water down here in the street.
Now there were some other people who got out too. Did everybody get out?
From what I understand, everybody got out safely. There were no injuries, fortunately.
And how many people were in the building?
I think around 20 to 25 people live here.
What do you think living in earthquake-prone California now?
I've been born and raised here my entire life. I was born in Santa Monica, and I've gone to school out here in the valley since I was a little kid. It's always a unique experience living through an earthquake, especially one of this magnitude, but I think I'll still stay in LA, but I don't know if I'll stay in the valley anymore. It's a lot more prone, it seems.
Okay, all right. And what are you going to do now?
Live it day by day. That's all I can do.
Tad Myers, as you can see already, there's a sign posted here, unsafe. The building code inspectors came in here and told everyone to, if you haven't got out, get out. This place is destroyed, one of many places now. In Sherman Oaks, Stephanie Frederick for Channel 4 News.
No doubt throughout the day you're going to see a lot of those little red signs.
I bet. We understand as many as 50 or 60 trucks from FEMA, the Federal Relief Agency, will be heading to Pasadena. very shortly, bringing generators to supply power. And as well, President Clinton has declared parts of Southern California a major disaster after our quake this morning. Some readings put it at 6.6. Caltech says 6.6. I believe Golden, Colorado has it at 6.7. But here's the latest as we know it. The death toll now as high as 29. Hundreds of people were hurt. And the search for survivors continues, especially in an area of Northridge that we saw earlier, an apartment complex out there. As many as 14 people died there. Again, we're seeing sporadic fires all over the area. Some of the water mains, some of the gas mains were weakened by the quake today and the aftershocks. And every time we feel another aftershock, it seems we see another fire pop up.
Okay, right now let's go back live out to Fernell Chapman. Fernell?
Well, Chuck, I am here at the intersection of the Golden State Freeway and the Antelope Valley Freeway, which collapsed. The story there we've shown you several times now. The story we have not shown you is behind me. Look at the traffic there. This is a holiday, and the traffic here is still monstrous. What you're looking at is Old San Fernando Road. That's the road, that's the only accessible road at this point to take you out of the San Fernando Valley and into the Santa Clarita Valley or beyond. It's a major traffic jam at this hour. We are told the wait to get out of the valley in the San Fernando Valley into the Santa Clarita Valley is in excess of an hour, a minimum of an hour to travel little more than about 3 miles. Well, let's wander around and I'll show you why, which we've shown you before earlier today. This is a collapsed section of the Antelope Valley Freeway. It simply came down, it pancaked atop the Golden State Freeway, Interstate 5, in both directions. Northbound lanes, southbound lanes of both freeways, 5 and 14, are shut down. This was also the tragic scene of a fatality earlier today. An LAPD motorcycle officer simply careened off the collapsed section and died. Efforts to rescue and revive him proved futile. In addition to the LAPD motor officer who was en route to begin his shift this morning, there were several other injuries, some significant injuries I might add. One, a 6-month pregnant woman who had to be airlifted from the scene, and at least 2 other very critical injuries, all taken to nearby hospitals. So that's the scene here now. 5 and 14, both shut down. I had an opportunity to talk to Caltrans officials earlier. Those Caltrans officials tell me that at a minimum, we're talking about 3 months, at a minimum, to get this all cleared away. Just cleared away, not rebuilt, but cleared. Caltrans officials have been working throughout the day, taking pictures and making some damage assessments here, but it'll be quite some while before 514 as a junction is what it was before that earthquake this morning. But again, I must remind you that the traffic, as you can see behind me if we swing across here, traffic getting out of the San Fernando Valley, or into the valley for that matter, it's virtually impossible unless you have a lot of time on your hands to just sit and wait it out. Reporting live from the junction of Interstate 5 and the Antelope Valley Freeway, I'm Fernell Chapman. Now back to the studio.
Okay, thank you, Fernell. I don't know if you can hear us or not, but the only way then to go north would be to take the 101 freeway out because obviously you can see that you're not going to go anywhere on the I-5.
Indeed. In fact, Chuck, that takes you well west instead of north, well west. I can also share with you that we did make a trek up 14 a ways. Up 14, there is at least one significant landslide. Caltrans is now busily attempting to clear away the debris from 2 lanes of the northbound 14 right near Sierra Highway. Also got a chance to go into Newhall just a little bit, and in the Newhall area there are people, mostly Latinos, who are terribly frightened about what happened. They have set up something of a tent city along some railroad tracks in Newhall. They have set up something of a camp there. They're barbecuing, they're cooking outside. They are determined not to go back inside frightened, of course, by the earthquake as well as the aftershocks all day long in Newhall.
Yeah, we shake our heads and wonder what's going to happen tomorrow. Today's a holiday. What happens tomorrow when people have to get to work?
Well, it's going to be a nightmare. As you can see, San Fernando Road is just not moving. It's a very, very slow trek in or out of the valley. And if you're headed due north, this is the only route, at least the only one that's still open.
Okay, Fernell, thank you very much. While you were talking, we just got word that Holy Cross Hospital in the San Fernando Valley has issued a call for all of its staffers to come in ASAP, doctors, nurses, orderlies, whomever. They need them all at the hospital immediately. We're trying to find out why and what's going on there. Don't know that yet. We don't know what kind of damage they sustained earlier today. We just know that they're asking for staffers to come in. As we look at this picture, this live picture of one of the freeway overpasses that went down today, let's go to Laurel Erickson, who's been talking to people who are lined up to get gas today. We saw people making a, oops, there goes another aftershock, a very strong one in the studio here.
This is a good aftershock. You can hear it.
This is almost as strong. This is as strong. Wouldn't you say as the one we felt
is strong
at
because the lights are still
12:45?
shaking in here quite a bit.
This is what it looks like on the Seismocam in the Channel 4 newsroom. This would make the 4th major aftershock we've felt.
I'll tell you one thing about this aftershock. It has lasted much longer than the earlier one that we had at 12:46 was a 5.0, and it's still going now.
It's rolling now. It started out as a jolting, kind of real shocking motion. Now it's like being on a boat.
Rocking back and forth like a boat. Exactly like that. And you can see that it's still registering there.
All right.
And you know what? Is Bob Petty?
No, this, I believe this is Fernell Chapman's camera up at,
Well, why don't we go to Fernell? Can you hear us, Fernell?
Yes, I can. And what you're looking at, if our camera is hot here at this point, is still another landslide. There was a very significant jolt here, another aftershock just a few seconds ago. And every time that happens out here at the junction of 5 and 14, we get more landslide. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, Caltrans is very eagerly working to clear a significant slide on 14 that's covering up 2 lanes. But another significant aftershock, and as you see, a lot of dust here at this junction.
Okay.
Boy, an amazing picture there.
The reason I mentioned Bob Petty is because when that happens from the air, he just sees smoke going up all over the place.
You can see, we talked about this one being longer. Take a look on the Seismocam. You can see the short ink spots to the left of your screen on the right-hand side. Those are all aftershocks, but you see how long and how sustained this one was that we just felt. And just as you see, it's beginning to taper off.
The problem was
I don't have any information.
Okay, I believe I hear Conan Nolan in the background there.
Is that who
Logically, we would want to go out to Caltech to see if they have any kind of reading on this one so far. Conan, do you hear us?
Yes, I certainly do, Colleen. For the moment, I do. There you're back. Right now they don't know the size of that aftershock. They're trying to get information to us immediately about it. That's one of many, many large aftershocks they've had. As of this time, we understand that there are 2 aftershocks at magnitude 5 since the earthquake at 4:30 this morning. 7 aftershocks at magnitude 4.0
it was delayed because of internal
4.8,
controversy.
and 26 aftershocks of magnitude 3.0 or larger. That has been upgraded. There are many more than that since this was released, and this was about just about 45 minutes ago. I have to tell you that right now they are trying to figure out the size of the aftershock you just felt, but we don't have that right now. It was felt again mostly in the San Fernando Valley. Most, if not all, of the major aftershocks have been north of Northridge. They've been north of the epicenter of this earthquake.
Deals with all the
One of the
faults that
reasons
we know
why
about.
they think
It talks
this
about
earthquake
we deal with the
started at a
geodetic
particular
strain
point
rates.
below the surface.
We deal with
Then
the amount of strain
the
occurring
movement
in
of the
any
fault
particular
was
box.
in a
There's some
northerly
50 boxes.
direction.
We take into account the strain rate. We take into account we know about the faults and how fast the faults are slipping, and we try to produce an integrated hazard map.
That aftershock we'll get back to you. Conan Nolan, Caltech, back to you.
Both of them. Yeah, that's right. It's another one of the, and it's also blind,
which happens to be open. So as Conan was talking to us, we were hearing 2 open mics at the same time. Basically, what he was saying, if you didn't hear, they don't know the magnitude of that aftershock yet.
But it certainly felt like a major one, as strong, if not stronger, than the one we felt at 12:45, 12:46 this afternoon. That one measured 5, and it certainly was more sustained, went on a bit longer. This
wouldn't
is a.
bet the bank on it, but I would say that that was.
How about half the
stronger.
bank there?
Well,
Okay.
a quarter
We're
of the
looking at a
bank.
live picture now from Helicopter 4. As Chuck said, every time we have a major aftershock like the one we just felt, you see smoke, dust rising up. I believe our Captain Bob is up in the chopper. Let's go to him for a bird's eye view. We have him?
Well, I think what we want to do real quick, let's go down to Northridge, to the apartment complex that suffered that incredible damage. Jim Avila is standing by there live. I'm sure they felt it down there since this is generally the epicenter of the earlier quakes. So if we have Jim, Jim, are you online with us now?
You're fine. I must tell you that this is the first of the aftershocks that I've felt. I just came in from out of town for the weekend and arrived here about 5 minutes ago, and my greeting was the ground beginning to shake. These people here, of course, have been here all night long, felt them all morning. Tell me what this one was like compared to some of the aftershocks we've been feeling. We don't have an official seismograph reading on it yet.
It was very big.
Okay, when we were when it kind of rolled through, was it as violent as some of the other ones that you've had?
I think it was more violent than the rest of them. It was larger. It seemed like it was stronger.
It must be just terrifying. You live in this neighborhood. You know that this is going to happen possibly for the next 24 to 48 hours, and you have to sit and wait. People must be terrified right now.
We are. We have 7 kids, and it's awful.
That's the situation right here around here. When we were feeling that aftershock, we look up, and it's very difficult to tell now, but up in the hills behind us, to the north of Northridge, we could see there was a lot of dust that went up in the air, past those satellite trucks and up in the hills. We don't think it's a fire because it looks to me like it's brown or gray, but something was going on up in that area. Now, let me show you what was happening. Here's what we can show you that was happening. What we look up at is these big masts that feed the signals back into Los Angeles, and when this aftershock happened, they were swaying pretty good. We were being able to feel them, and according to the people who have been here all day long, it was quite a shock. It wasn't just the fact that I have not felt any until now. I can tell you that it hit pretty good out here in Northridge. Reporting live from Northridge, I'm Jim Avila, Channel 4 News. Back to you in the studio.
Oh, all right, Jim. Thanks a lot. Again, we're still working on getting a magnitude for the last aftershock we felt, but this is how it looked on the Channel 4 Seismicam. This little mark that you're seeing on the right-hand side is just the aftershock as it begins to taper off. As I said earlier, Holy Cross Hospital in the north end of the San Fernando Valley has issued an alert to all its workers, its doctors, nurses, orderlies, whatever. They want them into work ASAP.
You know what I worry about? The people that are there on Old San Fernando Road. They're stuck. They can't go anywhere. You have another aftershock like that, and what if portions of that hillside should start to give way? Fernell Chapman is out there. That has got to be a very precarious situation to be in.
Certainly is. We've talked about landslides in that area.
As you can see, they're not moving at all.
Well, you see one person either moving or walking or riding a bicycle on the lower part of the screen there. But Fernell said he was able to get up the 14 and has seen some rock slides, some landslides in that area as well. Earlier today, the Las Virgenes area, the main thoroughfare from Malibu Canyon all the way to the 101. There were some major rock slides and landslides in there. We've had several reported.
The people that are in line there, Fernell was reporting that it took them an hour just to go about 3 miles, but now with this very heavy aftershock, and of course, as we pan and look at it, we're looking at it for this first time along with you, there doesn't seem to be any slippage on the side of the hill there at all. But we do see a lot of people out of their cars, and it's probably not a bad idea.
The bad part is you're stuck there. You can't go forward, and you can't go back.
You're right there.
If you should choose to turn around.
This is, we've gone to this before, this is a computer-generated map. It's from Caltech, and what you see, the light dots on the blue background, depending on your color television set, they could be yellow, they could be something else, but those are the aftershocks. So each one of those dots represents an aftershock.
What's interesting to note here as well is the area they're spread out. They're not all centered directly in the Northridge area. We see some that look like they're as close as maybe Glendora, San Dimas, certainly some centered out in the ocean.
Yeah,
there's a cluster,
light
obviously,
blue area
right
is
around
obviously the ocean, and now it's being updated again. We can watch this go. Those aren't aftershocks occurring right now. But the little arrow that you see on your screen, if I'm
guessing correctly?
We are guessing correctly. That is where the last aftershock took place, or the general proximity of where it occurred.
Okay, we're just getting
Because
word
it does
that
move around.
this aftershock, we said it was a major one, and we're right. According to Caltech, it was 5.5 on the Richter scale.
5.5. So it's getting stronger.
Well, that one certainly is stronger than anything we felt today.
I want to go back in my notes. We had something. They said, I think they said it was only about a 25% probability that you would have an aftershock.
That's right.
Of that magnitude.
But again, keep in mind for the next 72 hours or so, we will feel strong aftershocks. Conan, are you with us again? I saw you move through the picture there.
I did that on purpose to get your attention.
Good.
Okay, and you did, Conan.
I'm not sure if you were able to get that information, but they now have a magnitude of that aftershock, 5.5 on the Richter scale, one of 3. That actually that's the largest magnitude that we've had, it appears, since the earthquake. At 4:40, about 10 minutes after the major earthquake, there was a magnitude 5 aftershock, and we've had 2 of those since then. We've had a number of 4.0 to 4.8, about I'd say
one
about
of the things we're concerned about is
about 7 of them, and at least 3 dozen at 2.9 and over. But we are told right now that this latest aftershock, the one that you felt, that most of San Fernando Valley, most of Southern California felt quite dramatically just a few moments ago, 5.5 on the Richter scale. That is the strongest aftershock that we have had thus far since the earthquake this morning at 4:30 a.m. We were told that that was highly likely, that there was at least a 25% chance of an earthquake aftershock of that magnitude. We're told now that it's hit, you can expect many more aftershocks of lesser magnitude, but still the chances are still there that we will have something in the 5 radius from now over the next few days for the rest of the week. In fact, they tell us that aftershocks will be felt from this earthquake for years. After the 71 San Fernando quake, they felt aftershocks well into 6 to 7 years after that earthquake. But obviously they diminish in size as time goes on. But 5.5 on this latest aftershock. Back to you.
Of course, to a lot of us, an aftershock doesn't. You don't need to call it aftershock, it's an earthquake.
It certainly feels stronger than most of the earthquakes that we feel around our area. Something to keep in mind as we talk about the aftershocks, especially some of the larger, more violent ones, and that is the fact that so many of the structures are maxed out as far as what they can take around the area right now.
That's right.
Gas lines, water lines, freeway overpasses, support beams, buildings. You need to reassess the situation every time you feel an aftershock, or even if you don't, you need to check the situation where you are, because these beams have been stressed to the max today, and all it needs sometimes is just a little bit more.
Err on the side of caution. Whatever you do, err on the side of caution.
Absolutely. Earlier today, we showed you people lining up for batteries and for water in our area. We also understand there's been a lot of lines in the San Fernando Valley, people lined up to get gas. I believe our Laurel Erickson was out there for that today. Let's go to her report.
I'm Laurel Erickson. We are at the corner of Sherman Way and Balboa, where a gas station has just opened up an hour ago, and it is bedlam here as people are trying to get in to get gas. If you look back there, all of the traffic waiting for gasoline, backing up traffic on Sherman Way. All of these people waiting to get in, and that's not the worst of it. Luke, come on over here. Are you waiting for gas?
No, for that, yeah.
Air in your tires? And how long have you been waiting? 10 minutes out here in the intersection, really. Thanks. Let's go back over here, Lou, and we'll show all of these people here on this side. And if you look over there, there are 3 or 4, 5 lines of people. They've been waiting as long as a half hour, 45 minutes for gasoline. When you see those movies, they talk about what it would be like with an earthquake in Los Angeles, people trying to get gas. Well, maybe this is what it's like. You've got your little girl in there asleep, totally asleep. I'm sure she hasn't had any sleep, and you're waiting. How long have you been here?
Probably about 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
You're waiting for gas?
Yep.
Yeah. I have to ask you something. When we woke up this morning, we realized we really were not prepared. How about you?
We were, but everything got damaged in that process. Everything that we had preparations for.
Got damaged?
Yep.
So you were left empty-handed, and now you need gas, huh?
That's right.
Do you notice any difference, though, between, say, during the riot and this disaster? In a sense of how people are to each other?
Oh, they're more helpful.
People are a lot more helpful, aren't they? It's like one city again, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go this way, Luke. Come on. Let's go up here and talk to some more people.
While Laurel continues to talk to more people.
That apparently is the end of her tape.
We are looking again at a live picture. This is
Old San Fernando Valley Road.
Absolutely. This is the only route in and out of the Santa Clarita Valley. This is the Newhall Pass area for people not familiar with the area. The reason we're looking at a line here is because the I-5 and the Antelope Freeway, the 14, collapsed this morning. We had one fatality in the area and several people critically hurt. And this, I believe, is a fire near the Northridge Mall. The epicenter of this last quake appeared to be in the Northridge area.
And is this Bob Petty again? Bob? I think this is Bob's
you can hear
helicopter.
The helicopter. This is certainly an aerial shot. As I said earlier, so many of the gas mains and water mains are maxed out today, and this, you know, I'm jumping into conclusions here, but it may be a situation where they had a gas problem.
We just had that aftershock, and that could well be what touched this one off.
Again, this is the Northridge area, not far from the shopping mall where we saw so much damage today.
No fire trucks appear to be anywhere in the vicinity there. See a lot of homes, expensive homes with pools. I don't know, is Bob able to hear us? Bob, can you hear us? A lot of times he is monitoring air traffic control, so he's unable to speak to us. But again, here we're swinging around again, so you can see the front of that. And there is a fire engine there.
Fire. One fire engine on the front there, trying to knock it down, I believe. But again, we're not sure exactly what started this. We just know it is in the Northridge area, and it came shortly after the aftershock. We felt a 5.5 aftershock at about 3:33 this afternoon. So again, speculation on our part, may have been touched off by the aftershock or perhaps a gas leak.
While we're talking about the aftershocks, earlier Caltech had reported that there was a 50-50 chance that you'd have an aftershock of 5.0 or greater. Well, we have had those. Then they said there was only a 25%, or to read it another way, 75% chance you wouldn't have an aftershock of 5.5, which we just had within the half hour. Now they say that anything greater than that is highly unlikely, about a 10% chance that you would have an aftershock of 6.0 or greater.
Okay. Well, we watched the firefighters try to knock this one down. Let's go back to our Conan Nolan at Caltech.
You're asking if the yellow dot aftershock.
Conan, do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you, Colleen. We're with Dr. Jim Dolan here, who's with the California Institute of Technology. And he is an expert on the Los Angeles Basin, which is an extremely complex place when it comes to seismology. 5.5, we were expecting something like that, weren't we?
This is fully expected from an earthquake of this size, magnitude 6.6 earthquake. You can generally expect to see some mid-magnitude 5 aftershocks. We can certainly expect to see aftershock activity continuing for probably several weeks. It may diminish in intensity. Typically, after an earthquake of this size, you do get a diminishing in intensity in aftershock activity. But we should also be prepared for future fairly significant aftershocks in the 5.5 range, such as we just had at 3:33.
Do we know where that was?
We don't have an exact location yet. Presumably it was in the swarm of aftershocks we've been seeing from this earthquake this morning.
North of Northridge, why is that?
Well, there are two possible reasons, two possible faults on which this earthquake occurred. We haven't resolved yet which of the two it's occurred on. It's possible that this fault that broke, if we look at the picture behind us, if you can see this, we have two possibilities. Either the fault, there's the main shock of the earthquake at a depth of about 10 miles beneath Northridge, which is located right here. Here's the Santa Monica Mountains, Pacific Ocean coastline, San Gabriel Mountains to the north here. Okay, the earthquake occurred down here. The aftershocks of the earthquake are all located north of the main shock. We're not sure of the depth of the aftershocks yet. We're deploying portable seismometers to get a better idea of the three-dimensional distribution of these aftershocks. When we understand the depth, that will tell us whether the earthquake occurred on a steeply dipping fault that comes up underneath the San Gabriel Mountains, or whether it occurs on a shallowly dipping fault, part of a much larger fault system that underlies the Santa Monica Mountains.
Wherever it lies, though, you're expecting more of the same. Diminishing in time, but you're going to have aftershocks from this earthquake for years.
Presumably. We would fully expect that. For example, we're still seeing numerous aftershocks per day from the Landers event, which admittedly was a larger earthquake. But we had an earthquake last year that was probably an aftershock of the 1952 Kern County earthquake.
Is that a fact?
Up by Bakersfield, right.
Remarkable. So the message to the people back at home, if you don't think a structure, if you question the integrity of a structure, don't go inside.
Absolutely. Stay away from anything you're suspicious of. If need be, sleep outside, but don't go into a building that you think has been damaged.
The last question. At one point, we were concerned that this was a foreshock. We've gone almost the entire day now. So good news. Possibility of that is diminished.
That's true. The possibility of this as a foreshock has dramatically diminished. If an earthquake is a foreshock, in other words, if it's a smaller precursor to a larger earthquake, that larger earthquake usually occurs very quickly in the few minutes or at least the few hours after the first earthquake. The fact that we've gone through, 7 or 8 hours now, the chance of this being a foreshock has diminished dramatically. Another good point in favor of this not being a foreshock is that this was a thrust fault earthquake. One block moved up and over another. And in those types of earthquakes, you generally get much fewer foreshocks.
Conan, if we can interrupt you for just a moment, and let's get the latest on this house fire out in the Northridge area. Bob Petty is over the scene. Bob?
Chuck, this is on the Tunney Street, Tunney Avenue, just north of the Northridge Fashion Mall, located, maybe a half a mile north. Just one of those sporadic fires that is happening after aftershocks hit us. And if you notice, just right after that last aftershock, we looked out on the horizon and we saw this smoke starting to rise up. Now, when you first folks tried to come to me, the LA City fire was not on the scene. They have since come in with 2 engines and are trying to get water on it. Again, this is a wood shake roof, Tunney Avenue in Northridge, about a half mile north of the Northridge Fashion Mall that we've been so concerned with all day. No proof that this is related to the earthquake or the aftershocks, but again, the weakening of different gas lines and the coincidence that it came in right after the aftershock has to prove to us that, or at least indicate to us that we have a fire here that started because of the weakening of gas lines or some other electrical reason possible. But a house fully involved in the roof, LA City fire on the scene, trying to get water on it again. Firefighters throughout the Los Angeles area doing heroic work today, as they have been all last year and this year, tested to the very extremes that any fire department could have been or could be. And here again, they're meeting the challenge again.
Bob?
This is Bob. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you orientate us? I may not have heard it if you've already said it, but where is this in relation to the shopping mall?
Okay, this is directly north, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 or 8 blocks, a possible half mile on Tunney. I believe it's Tunney Avenue, inside a residential area located just north of the Fashion Mall. Only one house, but I can see some white smoke happening, but you can see that that roof is fully involved. Yeah. 2 more engines have just arrived on the scene. No reports of any injuries, and surely everybody in Los Angeles must be forewarned now that things like this can happen, and be aware and evacuate quickly should it happen to your house. But again, it bears mentioning again that even though you might have survived the first shock and all these aftershocks, including this last one, it could only take a 3.3 maybe to finally get those weakened gas lines in your home to break and to start a fire. So be aware at all times that the danger is omnipresent until you've had a chance to secure or make sure that the inspection of your gas lines in your home are okay.
Yeah, they got there very quickly, and again, you see on the right-hand side of your screen, this is the computer-generated map that comes from Caltech, and the little dots indicate the location of the aftershocks.
And just an idea to give you, we're about, if indeed the Northridge Fashion Mall was 3 or 4 miles south of the epicenter, this is indeed a half mile further closer to that epicenter of the main shock this morning at 4:31. So we're right in the center of that map, that computer-generated map, that blue cross. just south of that blue cross.
Bob, it appears that only one house is involved there, but is it possible from your vantage point that others may be in danger there? That looks like a shake shingle roof.
You've got it, Colleen, the wood shake roof. You've got about 5 or 6 wood shake roofs downwind. Fortunately, the wind is not blowing more than about 5 to 10 miles an hour out of the north. So that'll help keep the embers from going downwind and landing on some of those other wood shake roofs further downwind. But always a danger, especially with the wood shake roofs. Luckily today we don't have those ferocious winds that we have had. And in fact, I believe we're predicted for today.
Yeah.
All right.
It looks like these people may have been lucky to have a pool in their backyard. It looks like they were pumping water out of that pool there.
You know, I didn't notice that. I'll take your word. You sometimes have a better view than I when you're looking at the screen. I'm having to avoid other helicopters and such up here.
Listen, Bob, I sometimes wonder how you do that, how you fly, and then you're also looking at the monitor to see what you're sending back to us.
It's a self-abiding need to go home at night that I want to look at these other helicopters.
Yeah.
But you have pumper trucks in the street. If they don't have water pressure on the normal hydrants, I'm sure they could pump out of the pool. I'm trying to determine if that's happening. It appears to me that the hose run comes across the front of the yard from the engines, so they may still have the standard hydrant pressure here to be able to get the water on the houses, which is good news since we're still in the fire mode, or the sporadic fires that are liable to pop up at any time, anywhere.
This is especially good news, Bob. This is one of the areas targeted for water shutdown later this afternoon. Northridge, all those areas in the North San Fernando Valley have been targeted for water shutdown. We're not sure exactly what time, but within the next few hours.
Yeah, they didn't tell us what time they're going to turn off the water, nor did they say when they could expect to have water restored to this area.
Well, I haven't heard any reports. I'm going to have to leave that up to you folks to hear that. I did hear those communities that you mentioned earlier that were going to be shut down later. But does that also mean the fire hydrants, or does that just mean the...
You know, I don't know. They said that they were going to...
I thought that was just residential use.
Yeah, I think that's all it is.
I sure hope they keep the emergency water on out here.
Well, I couldn't imagine that they would turn it off.
Yeah, I can't either. But again, if they do, there are a plethora of swimming pools out here to pump out of, as you pointed out so well, Chuck.
All righty.
Okay, we're gonna move over towards the Balboa, Rinaldi area, and toss it back to you folks.
Okay.
This is Bob Petty reporting live from the Channel 4 Telecopter over Northridge. Chuck,
thank you,
back
Bob.
to you.
Thank you, Bob. Looking at that house fire, this is KNBC TV, Channel 4 in Los Angeles. Want to welcome our viewers in New York on WNBC. Let's quickly update the situation now from today's 6.6 earthquake. The death toll, 29 dead. We had the largest aftershock, which occurred about a half hour ago at 3:33. It registers 5.5 on the Richter scale, happened at 3:33 p.m. Hardest hit areas, all in the San Fernando Valley of Southern California: Northridge, Fillmore, Newhall, Sherman Oaks, and the North San Fernando Valley. Key freeways have been blocked, a number of freeways. Most importantly, the Santa Monica Freeway, which is one of the most heavily traveled freeways in the country. Over 350,000 automobiles a day travel that freeway. And also one of the main arteries leading north out of Los Angeles, which would be the I-5 freeway up in the Fillmore area. Once again, this is a live shot of a house which is burning in the Northridge area. This is where we had most of the problems this afternoon. We had a train derailment. We had 23 cars derailed on a train. We had an apartment building that contains some 130 units. 100 people are without homes tonight. We had 14 fatalities at that apartment building. And then just a few blocks away is a shopping center where we had an entire garage, a three-story three-story parking structure, let me correct myself, which collapsed or fell in on itself, and we had that very dramatic rescue. And these are the pictures that we're getting from Bob Petty and the Telecopter. Once again, this house erupting into flames shortly after we had the aftershock at 3:33 this afternoon. So that's pretty well brings you up to date on what's going on here in the Southland. Still a lot of nervous people. We have a lot of people who are camping out, planning to spend the evening out in parks tonight, which probably isn't such a bad idea. Joining me live in the studio is Kelly Lang.
Thank you very much, Chuck Henry. Kelly Lang here with our 4 o'clock news coverage, which of course is more of the same and will continue to be for as long as it takes. I want to talk a little bit about some school closures because people are wondering what to do tomorrow. All schools. I'm hearing in my ear that we have, well, let me just tell you, all schools are closed in the, Los Angeles Unified School District. We have an apartment building that has collapsed. Jim Avila is out there right now. Jim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Kelly. This is, of course, in Northridge, where 14 people died, 13 people are injured in a building collapse here, a 3-story apartment building. The firefighters are taking a break now after a full day of trying to search for victims. Right beyond this police officer here, you can see where the building has shifted and where the pancaked, as a matter of fact. You can see the damage down in this alleyway. This is the place where the 3-story building collapsed and made into a 2-story building. People on the first floor were injured badly, and as we say, 14 of those people were killed. They were senior citizens and mostly students from Cal State Northridge, which is very close by, who live in this building. In the building next door, you can see here in the front yard what the damage is done here. In fact, if you look over my shoulder, you can see on the first floor how it just doesn't line up anymore. How the top of the building has shifted to the right, and that the bottom floor is kind of ripped away. The glass, of course, is all broken. People in that building, of course, will have no place to sleep tonight. There are lots of people in this Northridge area who are outside right now, afraid to go back in their houses. Lots of people, as I drove in here this afternoon, who were getting ready to sleep in the park, and tents have already been pitched in the local parks. There also was lots of heroic efforts out here. This young man here, we were talking to just a few moments ago. He lives on the 3rd floor of the building right next door to the building that suffered the worst damage. You went inside. Tell me about what it was like after the earthquake, trying to find people, trying to find survivors.
Well, it's pretty scary, trying to through there, yelling for people, noise and stuff like that.
We want to apologize for the static that you're hearing. We've got a lot of signal problems, and if that's the least of our problems, then we're in good shape. The story that Jim Avila is reporting, of course, 14 people dead confirmed in that apartment complex out in Northridge. We are told that on the bottom floor there were 30 or 40 apartments, of course that bottom floor is flattened out now, and so we don't know how many other people might be inside, and they don't know. Rescue efforts continue. We are told that there are 400 residents or thereabouts in that apartment complex.
We have Fernell Chapman who's standing by. This is one of the main arteries, I-5, up in the Fillmore area that leads out of the Southern California area. What you're looking at are cars on Old San Fernando Valley Road. That's the only way to get out of the city going north in that direction. Let's go live to Fernell. Fernell?
Well, it's been stacked up along Old San Fernando Road for the last 40 minutes or so. Finally, traffic is beginning to move, but again, it's only a creep, a very slow, difficult time getting out or in, for that matter, of the San Fernando Valley. That is the only access road available at this point because, as we whip around and show you here, the major artery involved, that is Interstate 5 out of the San Fernando Valley, I-5, as you can see behind me, is totally shut down. A section of another freeway, the Antelope Valley Freeway, that's 14, the south section collapsed, pancaking atop both north and southbound lanes of Interstate 5. When that happened early this morning, there was one fatality here, an LAPD officer, a motor officer who was on his motorcycle and literally ran out of freeway. He was on the Antelope Valley Freeway 14 southbound, suddenly collapsed. There was no freeway left for him to travel. He died here at the scene. There were several other significant injuries here. Some of those injured individuals were forced to be rescued and airlifted from the scene here. So once again, we have talked with Caltrans officials. They tell us that it will be quite some long while before this major junction north of the San Fernando Valley becomes once again what it was before the earthquake. I would say a good 100-yard section of 14 southbound has collapsed. Out of the view of our camera range at the moment, Another section of 14, the northbound section to take you on 5 north, that too has collapsed. So there's a lot of work here for Caltrans to do. Caltrans officials have been here attempting to assess the damage at this point. They are telling us a bare minimum of 3 months before much of this is reopened. 3 months, and that would be around the clock, 24-hour working at this particular junction. So once again, the San Fernando Valley and parts north are virtually shut down because of this collapsed section of Freeway. I'm Fernell Chapman reporting live from the intersection of 14 and I-5 north of the San Fernando Valley. Okay. Now back to the studio.
I tell you what, I had a question for Fernell, but we'll skip that and let's go back up to Bob Petty, who's live over this gas leak again.
Yeah, Chuck, this is just north of the 118 on Balboa, north of Rinaldi, even between Rinaldi and Lorillard. And if you're looking at this, you can see the massive hole north of the flames. That actually comes from a water main break that undermined the road, and that apparently happened at the same time as the gas main break that is still burning now. Balboa is a major transit area or corridor for putting pipes down into the basin area down in the San Fernando Valley as they come through the the Newhall Pass. But this fire has been burning ever since this morning, ever since the 431 earthquake. And if you notice, all around it, 2 houses on the east side and 3 homes on the west side are completely destroyed by flames. And that happened very early in this event that we lost those homes. So it had to be somehow related to the gas main break. When we first came over, the flames were going up at least 75 to 80 feet in the air. Those flames, just to put it in perspective right now, are probably about 35 feet or so in the air. So it's gone down. And what they've done probably, and I can't confirm this, but they probably turned off the gas at some point upstream in the pipeline. And what's coming out of here now is residual, because earlier you could see quite a bit of pressure behind the flames, and now you're just seeing it looks like it's burning up the residual.
Bob, this is Kelly Lang. If you can hear me, tell me something about a gas fire like this. Do we have to worry about this thing? Is it contained? You say the gas should be cut off. I see the wind is blowing. Do we have to worry that the cinders or that this is going to blow and catch on fire somewhere?
No, I don't believe so, Kelly. The fire, in fact, even the fire people have left the area. Naturally, Balboa is blocked off to prevent any civilians coming by. But the fire department has left the scene. The damage was done this morning when the fire erupted and burned those 5 homes immediately around the fire break. And again, we've been moving at such a hectic pace. I don't know if any of the fatalities that we had today occurred in one of these 3 homes or all of them, but it had to have happened very quickly this morning. If you also notice, in the middle of the street, just to the left of the flame, there's a small pickup truck that is completely charred. Well, he must have been in exactly the wrong place at the wrong time when the fire erupted, when the earthquake hit and the gas mains broke.
In fact,
and the fire erupted, charring him.
In fact, we know that that was the man who was on fire this morning.
Okay. Yes, and threw himself in the river. And then he's okay now, we are told. Bob Petty, up over the gas line fire that you're looking at that ruptured in Granada Hills. It has been burning all morning since that quake happened, but he says that it's done as much damage as it's going to do. Thank you, Bob.
The dramatic story this afternoon was the rescue over at the Northridge Mall where the parking garage collapsed. Just to bring you up to date on that, to remember that story, we had a man who was in there early this morning before the earthquake, and what he was doing is he was working with a sweeper to clean off the various parking stalls. The earthquake occurred. He was trapped inside his vehicle. Now, these rescue from the fire department, they spent about 6.5 hours working to extricate this man from the debris. We followed the story all morning long. 6 firefighters had the guts, the fortitude to crawl down. They went down into the rubble, what with the aftershocks and all, and were able to get this guy finally out. They took some very sophisticated equipment, some stuff that we hadn't actually seen before. They actually pumped air into a balloon-like device, would actually raise the concrete about 6 inches, just enough to squeeze this man out. And right before they brought the man out of the debris, we had what was at that point the largest aftershock, which was 5.0. The gentleman who was, the only thing we had was a first name, his name was Sandoval, was rushed to the UCLA Medical Center where Phil Schumann is standing by now live. Phil?
When the story of the 1994 Northridge quake is written, one of the few bright spots will no doubt be the fight for survival of this young man. We know him now as Salvador Pena, and as you just heard, he fought for his life for some 6 hours trapped under concrete. He was airlifted here to UCLA Medical Center, to a trauma center. He is in the emergency room now undergoing surgery. Let's listen to a hospital spokesman update his condition.
Salvador Pena is currently in serious condition at UCLA Medical Center. He suffered very severe crush injuries to both legs, as well as some spinal injuries, including a partial dislocation of the spine. He also suffered severe lacerations. He's in the process of being taken to the operating room for surgery, and we should have some more information after that's completed.
Have they had a chance to give a prognosis, or is it too early?
It's too early. He's listed in serious condition. They say he is stable, so that's a good sign. It's one grade up from critical condition, so that is encouraging, but they'll probably know more after the surgery is completed.
Now again, they say that Salvador Pena is here. He has been upgraded from critical to serious condition, but his injuries are considered life-threatening. His legs were basically crushed. He had spinal injuries and lacerations, but he is conscious and is apparently speaking to doctors and family members. We hope to be able to speak with one of the doctors that is treating him here at the UCLA Medical Center, but it may be some time before that emergency surgery is completed and we have more information on what the immediate future holds for Salvador Pena. But it does appear from the medical indications at this point that he will survive what was obviously a near-death experience.
That was a dramatic story, and we are happy to hear that at least he is still alive and that his condition is now serious, and we hope that he recovers quickly. One of the interesting things about this, Kelly, was that when the parking structure collapsed, he was actually between two beams, and he was just a matter of inches from actually having one of those beams fall directly on top of him. So
there's a lot of
was a lucky
stories
man.
like that.
Yeah.
As Phil said, this is one of the stories that's going to be a good story in the earthquake of January of 1984. We have that story, Chuck, in our own newsroom. You see those huge monitors we have.
Right.
And when the earthquake hit, they all pitched forward and hit the desks and hit the floors. It was a time when people were not at those stations. If they were, I don't know, we might have lost some people
Yeah,
too.
and what a lot of people here in the Southland are doing, they're choosing, especially out in the San Fernando Valley area, they'd just rather stay outside tonight rather than go back into their homes or apartments, even if they didn't sustain substantial structural damage. Beverly White is at one such location. Bev?
Yes, we're at the San Fernando Recreation Park at Park and First Street in the city of San Fernando, where people have surrounded us to watch our TV monitor. They left their homes and had no electricity, so now they're watching TV coverage of the earthquake for the first time and waiting to get inside the Red Cross shelter that's being established in the recreation building behind us. We understand from Red Cross officials they can only handle 200 people inside, and they're bringing in the cots and trying to secure potable water for the evacuees. There are also lots of people in the park planning to sleep outside tonight, that is, and waiting on the phone company to hook up pay phones for their use at this location. Again, Park and First Street in the city of San Fernando. It goes on for acres and acres. There are tents and people who brought their food and bedrolls, children, pets, plants, everything you need for the comforts of home out under the stars tonight. And it's going to be a long night for a community of strangers that will probably become fast friends as a result of their common concerns and apprehensions tonight about the earthquake and the aftershocks. Again, we're in the city of San Fernando, one of 11 Red Cross shelters, and probably more to follow, but we know of at least 11, and this one is up and running, or will be shortly, in the city of San Fernando. Reporting live, I'm Beverly White. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Beverly White, for that, and she's right. Staying under the stars is probably the best idea. We're going back to that disastrous apartment building, the Northridge Meadow Apartments. Chuck, you tell me that's a 3900 Reseda Boulevard. They have just pulled another body out of that wreckage, we are told. We did have 14 dead. Now we can confirm 15 people dead. And of course, they're still looking.
Yeah, most of the fatalities, and they were telling us around 11 o'clock that they didn't expect to find any more bodies inside the structure at all. And now we have received word, and it's coming up on 4:16 Pacific time, that they have found yet another fatality inside that building. It's a 130-unit apartment complex, and about 100 people live there. And once again, we have to underscore the fact that while you see the structural damage, it's the human tragedy here. I mean, we're talking in this one complex alone. Here are 100 people that will not be able to go back to their homes tonight, let alone go inside and get any of their personal belongings, because fire officials and the police will not even let them near the building. So, and we have had so many people who have been displaced, let alone injured, and we're waiting. In just a second, I hope we were going to have Jim Avila, who you saw earlier in the broadcast, who's live on the scene down there, to give us some information about this latest fatality here at the apartment building. As you pointed out, Kelly, it was 14, and now the death toll at this apartment building is up to 15.
15 people, and these units house mostly Cal State Northridge students and staff, and you know, they did say, well, we don't expect to find any more fatalities, but really they don't know, Chuck, because they don't have an accounting of where those people are. These kids are gone. I mean, it's just after the Christmas break, and they really don't have a tally on everybody who was living there.
Let's try again and see if we have Jim. Jim, can you hear us now?
There's a couple new developments out here at Northridge. First of all, you can see in the foreground this firefighter who just brought out a couple of pets, the very frightened cats who've been in there. Also in the background, you can see right now going inside in the orange jackets are some more firefighters. They have the dogs. They're going back inside. A few moments ago, another body was brought out, as you reported here just a few minutes ago. Now, the people on the scene are saying that that's a body that was already counted, and that they still, the firefighters here say that remains still 14 dead here. Now, you may have other information from somewhere else, but on the scene at least, the public information officer from the fire department is saying that it's still 14. Also, another development here is the Cardinal of Los Angeles, Cardinal Roger Mahoney, has been here, and other places here in Northridge. Cardinal, I wanted to ask you the purpose of your visit. This, of course, is a very difficult time for people. What are their spiritual needs right now? What are you trying to convey?
Well, obviously, people are frightened and very fearful, and so to the extent that we can bring any semblance of hope, of calm, of peacefulness to their lives, and then we're here to do that.
What have you found as you go, as far as the condition of people who are survivors here right now? What are they going through?
Well, we actually haven't met that many survivors right here. Most have been transported to shelters, so they're not right here at this particular location. But we are going to try and visit some of those as well. Obviously, I think people are devastated. It'd take a long, long time to get over something like this, particularly if there have been injuries or death in their family. Certainly, this apartment complex, these people on the first floor will probably never recover any of their material goods whatsoever. So it really is a very serious situation.
Thank you very much, Cardinal Mahoney, who's on the scene here at the place where there was the worst disaster here from this earthquake, here, of course, in Northridge, in this apartment complex where you see back in the background, we're going to go right back here again. You can see the firefighters with the dogs, still a couple of them over there. They've been inside along with sounding equipment. You can also see the damage that was done here. The third floor and the second floor actually pancaked onto the first floor, crushing many people, killing 14, injuring 13 are the numbers that we have now here from Northridge. There still is a search going on. They're still trying to locate some of the bodies, but they do believe that they have found most of them. The bodies, the firefighters have been in there with sounding instruments, with dogs, with searching by hand. There have been people who were living in adjoining buildings who got in there right away and were searching. It's been quite an effort out here in Northridge all day long. And of course, all day long they've been dealing with these aftershocks. One about an hour ago that rolled through here was incredibly dramatic and had everybody looking toward the sky once again, looking to see if anything would fall on top of them. It's still a very dangerous situation out here. The firefighters still searching. Reporting live from Northridge, I'm Jim Avila, Channel 4 News. Back to the newsroom again.
Okay, Jim, some good news, Chuck. He says that was a body that had already been counted, and we still have that death toll stable at 14 people right now, and at least it's not higher, and that's some good news. We've been talking about people getting out and stocking up, and the hot items, of course, are bottled water, batteries, and food products. We've got our own Diane Diaz fighting among the crowd in one of these supermarkets now. Diane, where are you and what's happening?
You're looking at the scene inside of a Ralph's supermarket in Panorama City. We're on Van Nuys Boulevard, just a little bit north of Roscoe. This is in the heart of the San Fernando Valley, northeast San Fernando Valley, one of the areas hardest hit. And right now people are in line making a rush on the supermarkets. Ma'am, water, flashlights?
I don't know what to say. I just moved here from Philadelphia, but I've been here only for 2 months, okay? So this is like...
First earthquake?
Exactly.
Panicking?
Yes.
Thank you. What about your experience, sir? How long did you have to wait to get into this store, and what's it been like for you?
Since about 1 o'clock, and this is my first experience.
You've been waiting since 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Of course, this store didn't open up until 4 o'clock, and so it was quite a wait for many people. The line stretched the entire distance of the store. Supplies, bread, water, what else do you think you need during this time?
Well, this is all for now.
This is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Some other folks, what about you? Tough experience this morning?
Yeah.
In what way?
Well, I came out here from Tennessee, and I ain't used to this. Strange.
Okay. We'll take another quick look around and show you the kinds of lines that we have in the supermarket. Literally hundreds of people now in the checkout area. The thing that we see, of course, the most is the bottled water, partially because the DWP says you must either boil it or drink it out of the bottle right now, and so that is a very popular item. In addition, a lot of canned foods are going out, batteries, flashlights, any other supplies that you might think of in an emergency situation, and those are the things that people seem to be stocking up on right now. Look at this one. There's 5 or 6 bottles of water, 1 jug of milk right here. And so Panorama City is one of the locations in the San Fernando Valley hardest hit. The Ralph's supermarket closed all day because of extensive damage in this store, and then they've reopened for customers just a short time ago. Reporting live from Panorama City, I'm Diane Diaz. Let's take it back to the studio.
One of the things we want to emphasize is there is no need for panic, no need for panic. One of the reasons, too, that people are stocking up on the water, for those who might just be joining us, is the fact that it was announced from the DWP that they're actually going to be turning the water off in parts of the San Fernando Valley this afternoon. They're not quite sure when they're going to turn it back on. That's because one of the chlorinating stations that treats the water, it was damaged by the earthquake, and until they get that back working again, they just feel that the water is unsafe, so that's why they're going to be turning it off. Once again, a live report from the Telecopter, and Bob Petty. Bob, if you can hear me, can you tell me where you are? I guess this is not Bob Petty. This is our second helicopter, and unfortunately we're not going to be able to talk to the individual flying the helicopter, but there you do see a small fire in the distance. One of the things about an earthquake, Kelly, and that a lot of people should understand, is this is something that happens totally without warning. If you have a blizzard, if you have a hurricane, if there's a tsunami or a fire, usually there is some sort of warning. But when an earthquake strikes, there is absolutely no warning at all. They can't predict when it's going to happen, and these things come very suddenly and totally without warning, and you catch absolutely everyone unaware. And I can tell you myself, this morning at 4:30 a.m., and I'm one who used to live up in Alaska, so I felt some earthquakes too, plus a native of Southern California. That was the strongest one I'd ever felt.
You're not kidding. And you know, we were looking at that picture, and our helicopter reporters are reporting to us that a lot of these fires that you're seeing springing up like this are due to high tension power lines down. They're down and they spark the foliage around, and they set those fires. And boy, we don't need more fires in Southern California.
This is our computer graphic. It comes from Caltech out in Pasadena. And what you see here, the dark blue is obviously the Southern California area, and the yellow dots indicate where we have aftershocks. And there's a small arrow which would indicate where the last aftershock took place. The light blue area represents the Pacific Ocean, and you can see we've actually had a few aftershocks out in the ocean as well. What this probably tells you more than anything is the fact that it's just riddled. I mean, we have had so many aftershocks. We're getting to the point now where unless it's one that's at least, 1.5 or larger, that you hardly pay attention to it.
All right, we're going to take a look at some damage now reported by our reporter Wendy Takuda in the field from the town of Fillmore. Damage from the earthquake also very severe out there, and here's Wendy Takuda with that report.
I'm Wendy Takuda on Central Avenue in the town of Fillmore, a small town that has sustained a great deal of damage, as you can see here, right along this street, Central Avenue, one of the main streets through town. And I have with me right now Tony Salas, who is with the Ventura County Fire Department. How bad is it, Tony?
Well, there's been a number of buildings on this particular street that have been damaged, mainly because it is an older section of the town with a considerable amount of the unreinforced masonry type buildings. So that's where you're going to see the significant visual damage. There's been a number of glass broken. Some structures in the area, as far as residential structures, have come off their foundations.
But basically along this street, you were saying that it's your feeling at this point that almost every one of these buildings have sustained some kind of damage.
Well, they may not have been sustained, but because there's so many buildings in the area that have been damaged, every one of them will have to be inspected with a fine-tooth comb just to make sure. And I would suspect that in one way or another, every building has probably been damaged.
And here we have one of the buildings that Tony is talking about, and you can see the unreinforced masonry that he was describing. It's just completely come down from up above, huh?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. Some of these buildings were built from the turn of the century to the 20s, and some of them have been rebuilt with the front facades, but still the interior, which is the unreinforced masonry, still have suffered the damage. And so even though the building looks brand new on the front, it still has the older construction hidden underneath, which is what's dangerous.
Across the street we have another building, same problem. Now, you have been trying to get some of these building owners to reinforce, correct? Or my understanding is that some of these buildings actually have been reinforced.
Actually, I do not have the facts on that. I'm with the county fire department. I don't have the details here from the city of Fillmore.
But there has been a concern because of the unreinforced masonry.
Oh yes, that's a concern for the fire department in learning as far as tactics to be prepared for an earthquake, that those areas that are going to be dangerous are those places that have unreinforced masonry buildings.
You can see beyond us over here up the street another building that has been damaged. Up and down this street we can see, just standing here, a good half dozen buildings where the bricks, the unreinforced masonry, has dropped into the street. So that is the situation here in the town of Fillmore. A number of buildings here on Central Avenue damaged. I'm Wendy Takuda, back to you.
Wendy Takuda reporting in Fillmore, which is in Ventura County, which of course sustained a lot of damage in parts of that county as well. You know, we've been talking about water, and we were told by the DWP to go ahead and fill a bathtub full of water so that you can boil it, drink it, and use it with a bucket to flush your toilet, because they can't guarantee that we're going to have water for the entire duration. If you are going to use the water that you have coming out of your tap, or that you have filled your bathtub with, the DWP insists that you boil it first. Boil it for a few minutes and let it sit. And if you can't boil it, you've got no gas, you've got no electricity, then use liquid bleach. Do not use dry bleach. That can be poisonous. Use your old Clorox. Get some from the laundry room. 8 drops in a gallon if your water is clear, 16 drops per gallon if your water's cloudy, and it'll work for you just as well as the water coming out of the tap.
You got a great memory. You remembered that. How many drops to put in there?
Oh, yes.
One of the problems we're going to have shortly is the fact that the shadows are lengthening, which means we're getting close to the time which the sun is going to start to drop, and we're going to have nightfall here. And a lot of people who have been without power all day are going to find themselves in darkness again tonight, not to mention the problem with the water being shut off. For more on that, let's go up to Colleen, who's in the newsroom. Colleen?
All right, Chuck, thank you very much. We understand water, as you said, to much of the San Fernando Valley will be shut down within the next couple of hours or so, and that's because of water damage to the water lines and the aqueduct in our area. Now, this is a map of the areas affected here. Stay with me because there are a lot of them. This is Sylmar, Pacoima, Sunland, Tujunga, Sun Valley, Chatsworth, Reseda, Winnetka, Northridge, and Porter Ranch. Again, it bears repeating. Take a look. These are the water shut-off areas in the San Fernando Valley. They include Porter Ranch, Sylmar, Pacoima, Sun Valley, Tujunga, Sunland, Chatsworth, Northridge, Reseda, and Winnetka. Those areas will be without water sometime starting late this afternoon or early this evening. We're not sure exactly what time the water will be shut down, but that's because of major damage to some of the water lines and, of course, the aqueduct in the area. Also, school closings to tell you about. We do know the LA Unified Schools will be closed tomorrow because of the earthquake. Also, Inglewood schools, the Catholic schools, the Los Angeles Catholic Archdiocese, the schools will be closed as well. Loyola High, Mount St. Mary's, Culver schools. You see the schools up on the screen. Also, Cal State Northridge campus, which we've been seeing a lot of today. Very heavily damaged in the quake, very near the epicenter. That will be closed at least until Thursday. Again, more schools closed in our area. Pilgrim School, and as I said, all LA Unified schools. If you have any questions about the school in your area, this is the phone number you need to call, 213-625, and I'm not sure the rest of the number there, but I believe it's 4000. We'll check on that and get back to you. Again, the area code, 213-625-4000. We'll check that number as well. Somebody just handed me a note. Panorama City, St. Genevieve Elementary, and high school will be closed as well. Now, we should tell you we've seen a lot of people lining up for water, food, and gasoline in our area today. We've been instructed to tell you by authorities there is no shortage of any of those items. There is no shortage of gasoline, food, or water for the Los Angeles area. That's the latest we have from the community desk. Back to you in the studio. Kelly and Chuck.
All right, thanks very much, Colleen. And as Colleen said, it bears repeating, and we are told by the Office of Emergency Services that those commodities are not in short supply. Don't worry, there's plenty of water. There are plenty of food supplies. If you are going to go out, though, and get yourself some bottled water, be careful when you are driving, because you're going to find that 2/3 of the traffic lights are off, and a lot of those intersections are four-way intersections. Just stop
right.
before you go through.
It's 4:32. Let's update quickly the death toll in the earthquake, which they're now officially calling the Northridge earthquake. 29 dead. The search for survivors and victims continues. We've had 3 major freeways damaged. Freeway collapses, and the 2 most important ones are the I-5 leading north out of the Los Angeles area, as well as the Santa Monica Freeway. Power outages throughout Los Angeles, but once again, most of all of this is centered in the San Fernando Valley area. As Colleen and as Kelly just told you about the boiling of the water, and Cal State Northridge classes canceled until Thursday. That's the situation. You know, we've been taking a look at a shot that looks like scorched earth. That's coming from our telecopter, and Bob Petty, who's been flying all day. Bob, what exactly is this?
Chuck, this is still in Northridge, and we've shown you pictures of this before. This is an apartment complex just west of the Cal State Northridge campus on Melinda Way between Lassen and Devonshire. But it still bears to show you again how the gas mains are still burning inside the wreckage or the rubble that's left from these 3 apartment houses. Now, these are fairly expensive condominiums or apartment houses up here, do have wood shake roofs, and these were one of the first buildings lost this morning after that first Timber at 4:31. If Dane could pull back, you can see the rest of the apartment complex, probably about 30, 35 units that house maybe 4 to 5 units apiece in each of the houses. 3 of those completely destroyed this morning. Again, no confirmation of any of the fatalities happened in that. Right after we finish this particular shot, we're going to head up towards the Fillmore area and take some pictures for you of the mobile home parks that were so badly burned this morning at first light. This is Bob Petty reporting live from the Channel 4 Telecopter over Northridge. Back to you, Chuck. Kelly.
All right, thanks a lot, Bob Petty. Now, we were talking about travel on the freeways, on the roads, and people are wondering if they can get gasoline. I can tell you, driving in here, most of the gas stations were closed, but I did find one that was open, and there was a line around the block. Other people said, gee, I've got a quarter of a tank of gas, can I make it? We've got Vicki Vargas. She is at an area gas station, and she's going to tell us what's going on and how available the gas is. Vicki, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Kelly, and unfortunately it's the most incredible news to have to report to you right now. We have been here for about an hour, got in line ourselves, spent 30, 45 minutes doing that, put our live signal up, wanted to tell you about a place where you could find gas, no more. The manager tells me he just ran out. We're the corner of Sepulveda and Parthenia, Northridge, North Hills area. There are anywhere between 40, 50 cars, people all concerned that they might end up stranded because you've seen these power outages. They really checkerboard around this area of the city. So even though the light may be on here, power pumping here, you don't know if the next gas station down the street is up and working or not. I want to come in here and talk to some folks. Excuse me, were you able to buy any gas at all?
No gas at all.
What are you going to do? Are you on an empty tank?
No, we're going to go around and see.
Put your car in the street, that's it. Nothing else. What can I do? No gas. No
How long did you wait in line here?
About 30 minutes.
About half an hour.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. So we're going to go around and see if we can get some gas somewhere else.
Are you trying to leave the area or just trying to get this just in case?
Trying to get some gas off of work and get back at home. That's it.
What's the situation like at your home?
What can I do? 30 minutes.
I think it's true though, sir. He really said he ran out because we've been here for about an hour.
They don't want to do it.
Let's back up. I want to show you the line. We're going to walk out here to Sepulveda Boulevard. The cars now slowly making their way out of the driveway. What you're looking at is the long line that people have been in since 2 o'clock this afternoon. 2.5 hours, Kelly, 2.5 hours, and they ran out of gas. I've got somebody else nearby here. I don't know if you've heard. He said they just ran out.
Oh, we've been here for a while back. So we really need gas. We're on empty.
What are you going to do if you can't find it here?
Well, I guess we're just going to go home. We just live up here.
Why did you come out now if you knew that this might be the case?
We had to. We have families to concern about too. If we need the transportation, well, we'll have the transportation. It takes transport somebody to medical clinic or something.
Any idea where you can find it at this point?
No, I don't.
Did you spend any time at all driving around?
No. No, we just went to go check up on family members and we came right back.
And everybody's okay, you're home. You look like you're packed up to head out.
Okay,
no,
Vicki, you can see our seismic cam going on this picture on your television screen, which means yet another aftershock
Yeah, and all the marks you see on the Seismocam there, those are all aftershocks. None of those are the original shock, because we've had to change the paper on the drum several times. These are all aftershocks. That's exactly what you're looking at.
You know,
there.
that paper, that roll that's on the drum on our Seismocam upstairs is usually blank. It's usually pretty white with one thin line going down it, and it is socked in today. Vicky Vargas out there at the gas stations, and you know, isn't that reminiscent of 1973, Chuck?
It looks like 73.
Get gas. You couldn't get gas, and you run out of gas while waiting for it for an hour and a half. And what do? Because now you've got a jam up, and you can't get around the next car because he's out of gas. And that's very, very scary.
A lot of times we seem to belabor the point about the structural damage to the freeways, and those are the obvious things, but this is a people story, and people like those that were lined up for gasoline, I mean, one of the problems they have is just getting out of that line. Did you see how they're backed up?
Absolutely.
I mean, where are they going to go? They're going to drive up on the curb
and they
or
can't
what?
get out even if they had someplace to go.
We should say something while we're looking at the Seismocam as well. The earthquake, for those who don't know, I mean, the actual quake itself originates from about 10 miles below the surface of the Earth. And what you have here in Southern California basically is this. Scientists have said that given 50 million years, which is a very long time, but this shows you what's happening, Southern California, or Los Angeles, is slowly sliding northward, and they say in 50 million years could be a suburb of San Francisco. So you have our mountains, our San Gabriel Mountains, slowly moving toward the Santa Monica Mountains, which are on the coast.
All right, Chuck, that grim task continues, and in fact, it has escalated because we're going back out to that apartment building in Northridge, the Northridge Meadows apartment building, where they have found and they are extricating yet another body. We have our Jim Avila there on the scene. Jim, what's going on?
Well, right behind me, Kelly, you can see this blue van. That is a coroner's van, and the back doors are still open. Another body was just put in there just a moment ago. And once again, these bodies being pulled out now are bodies that have already been counted, we're told, by the fire department here. There still is 14, the death toll 14 here, 13 injured. Of course, just a few moments ago, as you reported on the seismogram camera, we did feel just a bit of a roll here in Northridge. It wasn't as violent as it was before. All day long, there's been a search and rescue effort here. Bodies have been brought out, as you see there, and also there have been plenty of survivors as well who were brought out. Lots of heroic efforts here in Northridge all day long. Covering some of those heroic efforts with me has been Gordon Tokamutso. And Gordon, let me ask you, first of all, some of the things that you saw, and you have somebody here who was actually in the building as well.
Absolutely, Jim. We've been hearing some incredible, tremendous stories of people who are using nothing but their wits and their will to try to claw their way out of the wreckage here to get to safety, and of course a lot of people helping each other. One of the people who managed to get to safety has an amazing story. Sheila Chulik joins us now live. Sheila, can you tell us how you got out? I know it's we're hearing some tremors here, and it's kind of making you nervous. Can you tell me about what happened to you this morning?
A little bit after about 4:30, the building started to, like somebody lifted it up and put it down, put it out like this, brought it back again, and the furniture started to fall, smashed me across the face, got from underneath it and crawled across the room into the hallway where it dipped down about 4 feet. Right. And then I crawled over and got a light, got a robe, some earlier pajamas, and then I got out and there was a man stuck, so we clawed our way through the hallway and tried to open the doors. And
pitch dark conditions.
No light, no nothing. So he said, come over here. So I pulled him from underneath the coffee table, and there's some balconies right here, and we jumped off the balcony as it was falling to the ground.
How far did you fall?
Probably about 5 to 8 feet. Landed on my spine, but then I was too scared to lay around and figure out if I was hurt or not, and I came out here and squeezed through this gate right over here. And just the community people coming together and talking and being supportive. We got to know our neighbors, and I'm so sorry it took something like this for us to know how nice everybody is, you know.
Sheila, there is an irony in all of this. You are a student at Cal State Northridge, and you are studying what?
Psychology for emergency medicine.
Really?
Yes.
So, in effect, if you got into this career, you would be comforting people in these cases.
I can totally relate to them, and I can give them my personal experience, and the main thing is to stay calm, hang on to each other, and get out in the open where there's no debris falling, and pray for the other people.
Yes.
It's about all we can do, but try to keep your breathing calm because there's a lot of dust. A lot of us were inhaling dust and particles, and that was one of the hard parts. Not being able to see. It was very foggy and black this morning when we got out here, so nobody could see anything.
Obviously, you'll have a great personal, well, not a great personal, but a personal experience to relate to these victims in the future. Are you going to stay in California? You are from back east, correct?
No, I'm originally from California. I was born here. Yes, I was, and I was in school in South Carolina as of a month ago, and I moved back home, and I'm reconsidering England as a new career place.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Sheila Chulik, and good luck to you in your your career. Jim, tremendous, amazing stories, people using nothing but their wits, as we said earlier, to try to get to safety, and of course a lot of people helping each other out, and that's really what this is all about.
Thank you, Gordon. Look at the emotion even here, Lee. People here just holding on to each other as they try to get through. Every few moments, of course, there is another rolling aftershock, and it's just very difficult for these people who went through the one, of course, Gordon, where it was 6.6 this morning. Back at the scene, I can tell you that what's going on is there is a large group of firefighters behind the media here. I'm not sure if you can see them very well. They're all dressed in yellow. These are the folks who have been inside. These are the people who have been trying to find and bring out what's left of the people who are here. As we know, 14 is the death toll. 13 people are injured. They're getting ready now. They're bringing off that big truck. They're going to have to get ready for nighttime now. Of course, there are no lights in this area. All the electricity is out. So the fire department, Los Angeles County Fire Department, has been bringing in big truckloads of generators and some portable lights that they hope to use and set it up, and so in case that there is some more rescue efforts to go on, and also just to light up this place, because there is no security here right now, and it's a very difficult situation for the police to surround and make sure they want to light it up good for this evening. That's the situation here in Northridge. 14 people at this collapse have died, 13 injured.
Jim,
reporting live from Northridge, I'm Jim Avila, Channel 4 News.
Okay,
Yes, go ahead.
Jim,
it's very low, but I can't hear you.
Okay, if you can't hear us. I'm wondering, too, what these people are going to do about clothing, because obviously...
quake, by the way. We're going one right now.
Yeah, we've got one right now.
We're seeing one right now.
We'll
show you you can see the mass of the trucks.
Yeah, you sure can, and we can sure feel it here in our studio. We're rolling back and forth.
The lights are moving back and forth in the studio. We're in Burbank, and he's out in the Northridge area, probably a distance of, what, maybe 15 miles away?
Yes, and on our split screen, you can see our seismic cam at it again, just rocking and rolling with this latest aftershock.
Not as heavy as the one that we had at around 3:30 this afternoon, but my question was, what are these people going to do about clothing? Because they can't get back in there to get their clothing at all. I wonder if any provisions have been made to supply these people with clothes or bedding or something.
Well, as always, the Red Cross is here. They've been taking names. They've taken people to shelters here in the area. There's been a great cooperative effort. You always see this, you know, no matter what city you're in, when some of these disasters happen. I know I was in San Francisco in the '89 earthquake, and I've been in the flood situation in the Midwest this year, and all those bad things that we're always worried about seem to go away, and all the cooperative spirit comes out, and that's what's been happening here today. There are emergency shelters and there are emergency crews here who are helping people out, and that's the answer to that question, John.
Okay, Jim, you're talking about 14 dead and 13 injured out there. Do they still have a triage set up out there? Are you treating people at the scene? And do they expect to find more people inside the Northridge Meadow apartments that are, you know, still alive and injured?
Well, I think not. I think that, in fact, if we go down this, let's shoot down this alley, Lee. You can see what's going on now. The police department is here mostly at this point, and they're looking around. There's still some dogs back there looking around. The people in the orange are the search and rescue team. They've been looking around, but they do believe that they have found what they're going to find at this time. They've had sensors back there, electronic sensors. They've had the dogs. The count hasn't changed in several hours. It remains at 14. They're still bringing out some bodies that they could not get to earlier, and that really is what's going on now.
All right, thank you very much, Jim Avila. Thank you very much for reporting, and Gordon Tokamatsu as well on the scene at the Northridge Meadow Apartments. We're going to go over to Caltech now. Caltech, where the scientists are, who can tell us what's going on as far as seismic activity, and we're feeling it. Conan Nolan is out there. Conan, tell us.
Well, we're feeling it as well, and it's strange because Pasadena is not in the area where most of the seismic activity is taking place. We will see on the monitor, Jim Avila, for example, going through an aftershock. We will feel it a few moments later, which means obviously it's a rolling motion here where it's diminished in its intensity here at Pasadena. Now behind me is a map of where some of these aftershocks have been plotted. As you can imagine, we've had scores of them. Most of them are low in magnitude, maybe 2.0 on the Richter scale. There have been at least 3 dozen that are over from 3.0 to 4.0. We've had a number that are above 4.0 to 4.8, and we've had at least 3 that are at 5 or above. The one that was mentioned just a little while ago at 3:33 this afternoon, that has been downgraded from 5.5 now to 5.3 on the Richter scale. We are still waiting a word as to exactly where this latest series of aftershocks, where they were centered. They're trying to track them right now. We'll pan to the left. This is part of the room where the scientists are busily trying to figure out the exact calibrations that will tell them where these aftershocks are centered. Of course, they're in a wide variety of a very dispersed area north of Northridge for the most part. You see some of these aftershocks or earthquakes, some are actually in the ocean. We don't know if those are aftershocks or small minor earthquakes that happen just because they happen around here on occasion. But for the most part, they tell us that the earthquakes and the aftershocks following this earthquake have been north of Northridge. Again, we're waiting for some indication as to exactly where some of these aftershocks have taken place. We're told, however, that 333 aftershock, 5.3 on the Richter scale, was located about 4 miles north of Simi Valley. So, as you can see, we are quite literally all over the map when it comes to aftershocks, and more, of course, are expected. Many, many more. Conan Nolan reporting live from Caltech. Back to you.
Thanks,
Conan.
Conan.
Thanks.
I think we're going to be able to take a shot of this. If you leave Los Angeles and head eastward, in other words, out toward Las Vegas, you have to go along the I-15, and you will see these power lines. What you're seeing now, this is the Apple Valley area, and these are the power lines that bring in power to the Los Angeles area, and you can see one of the towers, it looks to be down right about the center of your screen. Now I'm told that this is actually Newhall rather than Apple Valley, so we'll make that correction. This is in the Newhall area. And you can see some DWP trucks up there now, but this is where the electricity comes into Southern California, that which is not generated by, say, the facility down at San Onofre or whatnot. So you can see that this is a major power line. And we also understand that there were some small fires that had been set off by obviously these live wires falling and touching the ground.
And you know, it's amazing that there weren't more than that than there were. We were told that there were several small grass fires because of these power lines. But looking at that setup, Chuck, you would...
I'm told that this is Bob Petty's helicopter, and that means we can hear from him live. Bob?
Well, you certainly can, Chuck, and it looks like a giant hand put on top of this tower and just smashed it down through the ground. It doesn't appear that any of the lines have snapped. It doesn't appear that they have snapped, but they are resting on the ground just because the tower is no longer as tall as it used to be. But look at that damage. I mean, you know the massive metal that these things are made out of, and the strength that they have is, I mean, it's just another indication of just how strong, how powerful Mother Nature can be. Obviously, the power people are up here with the power off through these lines as they try to arrange them back up and away from the ground so they don't set up any fires there. Now, the other helicopter, what we're calling helicopter number 2, was up in the Bouquet Canyon north of there just a few minutes ago with some air tankers over a grass fire. Lots of power lines through the Bouquet Canyon area also, which is probably how they started, but again, no actual confirmation that those were down power lines. Now I'm going to try to show you some of the hills up above Magic Mountain and over 126 east of or excuse me, west of us, where the dust is still coming off the hills from that aftershock that you were exclaiming about 4 minutes ago. It was very obvious out here because of the sun backlighting through the dust. Now, if you can just keep panning to the right, I believe, and it'll start coming around. You can just see a pall of dust all out over the Magic Mountain area. Faded a little bit now because we are past the immediate point. But power lines down, or at least towers smashed. The lines not actually broken or down on the ground, but causing serious problems out here as far as the power company being able to try to get back them back in service. They're trying to raise that tower to make sure that those power lines, when power is restored to them, do not cause more. And of course, the aftershocks causing dust to rise up like smoke from those fires initially, but when you folks start talking about it, at least then I know it's not a fire, it's the aftershock knocking the dust and the rocks.
Okay, Bob, that's very good to know. And of course, that gathering dust is a omen of the gathering darkness to come as well. So you're telling us then that there have not been any grass fires, at least that you have seen, at all in that area?
I've seen none in the Newhall area. Again, there was one up in Bouquet Canyon, which could have been caused by down power lines, but we don't have any confirmation of that. Here, where this main power line is down, no indication of any fire starting. Because the lines did not snap, the tower was crushed or lost its footing and came down, lowering the wires closer to the ground, making it possible to start a fire should they rest on a bush, but luckily not smashing. It's the small tower to your left that used to be almost as tall as the one on the right.
Okay.
Well, I would say that really is lucky. Thanks a lot, Bob Petty, for that.
Let's see if it's possible to go to our second helicopter out in the Apple Valley area where we did have reports. Okay, apparently we can't do that now. They're probably out of range. It's a good hop from where we are right now, and in fact it's on the backside of a very large range of mountains, but we had reports of some small fires that were caused by downed power lines out in that area. As you continue to look around this area, now just below, or approximately below, where you're looking right now is Fernell Chapman, who is
on I-5.
On I-5? Let's go live to Fernell.
Chad, can you hear us? Fernell
All right,
Chapman?
I am here at the junction of Interstate 5 and the 14. That's the Antelope Valley Freeway. And as you can see behind me, some of the wreckage here remains. 2 cars that were just tossed about like toys. They remain here all amidst this twisted heap of metal and concrete. What happened here looks as though it was just the hand of God slapped a backhand against this freeway, tossing it from its support structure, crashing it to the ground. The junction of 5 and 14, this is a major intersection for Southern California, a major freeway junction. This is sort of the gateway between north and south, into the mountains and out of the mountains into the San Fernando Valley. At this particular location, there was a fatality. One fatality. It was an LAPD officer. He was on a motorcycle headed in to report for duty this morning when he ran off the freeway. He literally ran out of freeway. When this section pancaked, this section of 14 came down, pancaking atop the north and southbound Interstate 5, the officer had no place to go. He died here at the scene. There were several other critical injuries here at the scene. Some of those individuals were airlifted. Once again, this is a holiday, and fortunately not a great deal of traffic, but even on a holiday, traffic is at a total standstill. This freeway, 5, as well as 14, the Antelope Valley Freeway, both are shut down totally in both directions. The only way in and out of the freeway in this particular area, at least, that remains open, the only way is the San Fernando Valley Road, the old San Fernando Valley Road, and that, I am told, is at least a 1-hour drive getting from the valley, San Fernando Valley, into the Santa Clarita Valley, a distance of only about 3 miles. So you can imagine what things might be like tomorrow morning once we get back to a more normal schedule. The traffic will simply be abominable. As you can see behind me, this is quite a hellacious scene here. Caltrans says it will take weeks, if not months, just to get this wreckage removed. Teams have been here assessing damage, taking a look at what condition the remaining structures are in to get a final report before assessing exactly what has to be done. But once again, it will take, according to Caltrans, months to bring this area back to what it was before that big earthquake hit early this morning. Once again, all traffic northbound and southbound on both the Interstate 5, Golden State Freeway, as well as Freeway 14, that's the Antelope Valley Freeway, both are totally shut down and will remain so, apparently, for some while. I'm Fernell Chapman reporting live. Now back to the studio.
If we have just a moment, one of the things we ought to talk about, when we see that very dramatic shot, and there you see it in the center of your screen, of the support structure. Now this is what a lot of people feared would happen, was the support structure would fall, causing the freeway to collapse. And as you can see, the support structure is fine. And as you drive around the freeways in Los Angeles, you'll find many of these support structures have these straps around them, the metal straps, to protect them so that they won't fall apart in case there was an earthquake. And we had Governor Pete Wilson, who was on the air a couple of hours ago at a news conference, and when he was asked about the freeways, he said that the high to medium risk freeways, that the problems there had been corrected. So this is what you would term a low risk freeway as far as collapse during an earthquake, and you can see what low risk means, and it doesn't mean much.
You know, speaking about risk, I talked to John Garamendi, our State Commissioner of Insurance, some hours back, and he said that 75% of Southern Californians do not have homeowners insurance for earthquake, special earthquake coverage, and I asked him how much it costs. because I'd always been under the impression that it was inordinately expensive. He said, well, take one of these houses out in the San Fernando Valley as an average, that square footage, the houses that were impacted today, and for 1 year, that's going to cost you about $200 to $300 a year. Now, $200 to $300, and you're going to be nailed with 10% deductible. But you know, if you don't have it, then you're paying 100%, Chuck. And I think maybe it sounds like it's a pretty good risk.
Yeah.
Probably the best investment you ever made. He'd like to see more Southern Californians get themselves some earthquake insurance. He says only 75%, only 25% of people do right now.
Obviously not this dramatic, but earthquakes are a way of life here in Southern California.
Absolutely. And Fresnel talked about making that drive. He said it's a 1-hour drive to get just a quarter of a mile. If you're going to make that drive, you better make sure you have some gas, because that's getting increasingly harder to get as night falls here in Southern California. Very few gasoline stations are open, and those who opened early this morning are running out of gasoline. Once again, you're looking at flattened freeways, and you know what's interesting, Fresnel Chapman, when he was talking to us, used the exact same terminology that Bob Petty used from above. They hadn't heard each other, and they both said it looked like the hand of God. Fresnel, the hand of God that smashed that freeway down flat, and Bob Petty was talking about the power towers that really, and we can say that, you know, it's a God that's good to us in one way, in many ways, of course, but in one way in that we don't have a lot of raging fires in Southern California right now. And if there's one thing that Southern California can't handle with everything else, it's fires now as darkness approaches, because the helicopters just can't get up there and handle those fires. I'm Kelly Lang. It's coming up on 5 o'clock, and I am joined now by Rick Chambers and Colleen Williams.
Yeah, Kelly, we were talking before about the insurance, and that was a good point that you made about the people not having earthquake insurance. I know that at 4:31 or 4:32 this morning when it happened, and we were all scrambling around the Saugus area, in the pitch black, all of the neighbors were meeting out into the center of the streets, and we all started discussing about the fact that very few of us had any type of earthquake insurance. And I think that's a very good point. I think most of us up there thought that it was very expensive, and that's probably why we did not have it. I'm sure many of us will. It's coming up on 5 o'clock now, and we want to give you the latest update on all of the particulars that we have. LA is under a curfew at this point. You should be aware of that. It'll be announced at a news conference that is coming up. We'll be discussing the LA curfew that's going to be in effect for tonight.
And Rick, this should be a curfew that extends from dusk to dawn. This is a move that the city of San Fernando went to earlier today, and we had heard that the LA police chief was going to discuss it later this afternoon. We now have confirmation he is in fact imposing a curfew this evening from dusk till dawn.
And it's actually probably a pretty good idea, because believe it or not, there was some looting earlier today in the downtown area, also some in Hollywood as well.
Several major freeways are closed in our areas. They include the 10 freeway. We've seen pictures of the I-5 and the 14, the Antelope Freeway. Also the 118 freeway, the Simi Valley Freeway.
I was down around the 10 earlier this afternoon talking with some of the members of the Department of Transportation. At that point, they were trying to put together some sort of a detour, almost not a permanent, but a long-lasting detour system. They were waiting for some of the members of Caltrans to get out and inspect these type of overpasses that you're looking at, like here. Make sure that the ones that are not in this type of shape and may look safe to go across really are, because when you're out there driving around, you got to keep in mind that these overpasses and bridges took a heck of a jolt, and they may not be as safe as they look.
Okay, it is now 5 o'clock. If you're just joining us, it is 5 o'clock Pacific time. You are looking at some of the damage from the earthquake that hit our area in the Los Angeles area this afternoon. We are KNBC Channel 4 in Los Angeles. This is a picture from our seismograph in the Channel 4 newsroom. Again, this is what it looks like when we feel an aftershock in our area. We have felt dozens of aftershocks this afternoon, at least 3 to 4 major ones we know of. The last one I remember happened at about 3:33 this afternoon.
That was,
that was a major aftershock measuring 5.5 on the Richter scale. By itself, that would be a major quake.
It is, yeah. And when you're thinking about just within the last 15 or 20 minutes, actually, when Chuck and Kelly were sitting here, the lights were swaying inside the studio here. You could actually feel the building shaking. And keep in mind, the people who were out near the epicenter of this, the rest of us felt it 20 or 30 miles away, but the people out near the epicenter
really felt it.
Must certainly be on edge at this moment.
Right now, our Jim Avila is near the epicenter. He is in Northridge. This was a scene of a major damage, major fatalities earlier today. Jim, take it away.
Oh, and of course, this is the apartments where 14 people were killed. That's the death toll now. 13, we believe, is the number of people who were injured. You know, you were talking about where you were during that time when the aftershock happened at 3:45, 5.5 on the Richter scale. This man, Captain Gonzalez, was inside over there, part of the search effort. What is that like when you're inside of a building that's already come down, and then once again it starts to shake again?
Well, it's real scary because it's already come down. The structure is weak, and we don't know when it's going to go. So it's dangerous, but there's a possibility that there may be some people alive, so we take a little bit of a risk being inside trying to save them.
Well, let's go back now. When you got here, when you went inside, tell us about the search for the bodies, if you can, during that time.
Initially, we had no idea what we had. All we know that one floor, the second floor had come down on the first floor. We had no idea how many people were inside. So room by room, we started searching, going the room above, finding the bedroom from the room above, cutting the floor of the room above, cutting the ceiling on the room below, and finding the bed, approximately where the bed was, and finding bodies. And that's the way we found many of them.
They're bringing in heavy equipment in here now. What's going on? They're getting ready for both some more extrication efforts, also for some of the generators to bring in for the lights at this point, and that's what we're moving out of the way for. Again, Captain Gonzalez, how did you find people? Where were they? Where were most of them? What happened to this building?
This building actually collapsed on itself. It collapsed and moved approximately 10 feet from north to south as it collapsed. So the bedrooms didn't really line up, but most of the bodies that I found, that I saw, were in bed. People caught in their bed.
So they were down on the first floor, most of the people?
They were down on the first floor, that's correct.
Now, are there people, do you believe, what is going on now as far as the search is concerned?
At this point, it's my understanding that we have county, urban search and rescue with heavy equipment and dogs, FEMA with heavy equipment and dogs, and this time we're still looking for bodies, and there's a possibility of finding still some survivors in there, and that's the important thing. That's why we're still here.
Did you have a chance to find survivors as well as pull out bodies?
I myself did not, but we did rescue eight people. Were rescued using heavy equipment alive, yes.
And you could not see, I imagine, at the beginning of this, right? Inside there, except for with flashlights and some kind of lighting?
Initially, yes. Initially, my understanding is they helped out 25 to 30 people that were ambulatory and didn't require digging out. There 8 did require digging out. I wasn't initially here. I was off myself, so I went through the earthquake at home. As soon as I found out that my family was fine, that my property wasn't too badly hurt, I came into work and relieved the crew that was here. They stayed a few hours, and they finally gone home.
So what is it like inside there? Describe a room when you go in on the bottom floor.
On the bottom floor, it went from about an 8-foot ceiling to about 2 inches. Everything is squashed. The one floor literally sits on top of the other. Everything is squashed down.
Captain Gonzalez, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. Just one of the firefighters here from LA County, Los Angeles, who are here making this heroic effort to bring out those who survived and to recover the bodies of 14 people so far. As I look around behind me, I can see that the effort going on now, of course, as they're unloading these boxes, is to get ready to continue the search. And Captain Gonzalez was telling me they expect to continue the search this evening, and going in, and I've seen them bring in some. I've seen them also bring in some heavy equipment, some big saws, some of those things that are called jaws of life. That they haven't been able to run yet too much because of the electricity problem. They're setting up generators. They hope to be doing that in the time coming up. Right. We've been seeing lots of bodies, of course, come out, and we've also seen the survivors come out as well. All right, reporting live from Northridge, I'm Jim Avila, Channel 4 News.
All right, Jimmy, I appreciate that. As the lights go on, no doubt we'll be going back to that same location as you look at the hills. I believe this is up in the Newhall, Valencia area, but of course there is damage all over the southern part of this state, and especially in the small Ventura County town of Fillmore. Our Wendy Takuda was up there earlier today. She filed this report.
I'm Wendy Takuda, and you are looking at some damage to a building in the town of Fillmore, a small farming town in the Santa Clara Valley. The wall on the second floor of this hotel collapsed outward, fell onto the sidewalk and onto those 4 vehicles that were parked along the street, and you can see that the bricks just crushed the tops of those vans that were parked and the vehicles that were parked along the street. The whole building is destroyed. It's a mess. I have with me right now from the Ventura County Fire Department, Tony Salas. Tony, tell us that no one's being allowed in this building right now, huh?
That's correct. Ever since they put a barrier around it, no one's entered the building. Go ahead.
And no one was hurt. We should make that real clear. We were really lucky because there were people in it at the time.
That's correct. There's no reported injuries or fatalities with this building, and at this time, the Fillmore Fire Department, the County Sheriff Department, and Fire Department are making an entry into the building along with the inspectors for the city to make sure that there are, in fact, no persons inside the building.
But it is just kind of double checking because it's your information right now that there are no reported injuries or deaths in this building, which is really pretty amazing considering.
That's correct. We're very fortunate that there are no reported injuries or reports of anybody trapped inside.
Tony, as we're talking, let's continue to walk over this way and we can show everybody the damage in the back of the building as well. The problem in this building is that it's unreinforced masonry, right?
That's correct. This is an unreinforced masonry building built maybe between the turn of the century to the 1920s. And even though some of the exterior may have been redone and looked relatively new, the underneath portion of the structure is still unreinforced. The exterior walls, as you can see, are totally crumbled, exposing the interior rooms of the structure.
And here on this side, it is the same situation where the wall on the second story of this building has completely fallen down, or almost completely, to the ground. And you can just see all the bricks and the rubble. And what was this over here?
This was some sort of tin building that's been totally demolished due to the earthquake.
Well, this is a real kind of living lesson in the dangers of unreinforced masonry, isn't it?
Well, that's correct, and that's part of the problem with some of our older communities, such as you'll find in the Santa Clara Valley. Structures such as this are something that are of concern to emergency personnel because when the earth begins to shake, these are the ones that are going to cause the problems.
So that is a situation here in Fillmore with the Fillmore Hotel is what it's called. You can see that we're very, very lucky. Thank you very much, Tony. That no one was hurt during the earthquake. It's really rather amazing when you look at the damage up on the second floor where these bedrooms are, because again, there were people in here at the time of the earthquake, but no one hurt. This is a Fillmore Hotel in the town of Fillmore. I'm Wendy Takuda. Back to you.
All right, Wendy, thank you very much. Right now, we're live with Captain Bob over the Santa Clarita area, and you can certainly see some of the damage we talked about today. This is a water main break in that area. Captain Bob, do you hear us?
I do. I hear you, Pauline.
He's having some audio problems.
I'm not sure that we've got a water main break. These appear to be valves, so if they have been opened on purpose, we'll have to determine why they were opened on purpose. If in fact the valves have broken and are spewing the water, then indeed it is a break. But it doesn't look like the classic break of rupture that we first had reported to us. Again, this is just about a half a mile to the east of the Saugus Speedway out here in Canyon Country, just to the north of Sierra Highway. So maybe some of our assignment desk people can check and see if this is being done on purpose to alleviate pressure on the pipeline for repairs down the line or whatever. But it's dumping into the Santa Clarita River. Obviously no harm to the environment as it goes downriver, but they appear to be coming from 3 different valves at this location just east of the Saugus Speedway. So apparently not a break, but we'll have to confirm that for later. This is Bob Petty reporting live from the Channel 4 helicopter over Saugus. Back to you in the studio.
Bob, we'll get to work on that right now, but it would make sense as you zoom in there. You're right, it does not look like a break, and we had some information earlier from the DWP that there was an aqueduct problem up there, so they may be trying to lessen the load further upstream.
Yeah, we're going to move right now up to Newhall, where we understand some more people are moving outside for the evening. You're going to see the helicopter come in between the camera shot and the water. We're going to go back up here in the Newhall Pass and see if we can find that tent city that's setting up. If we do, we'll get that picture to you then.
Okay, Bob, you talk about tent city. We understand as many as 15,000 people in the Los Angeles area may have been displaced by the earthquake today, and the number continues to grow.
And you got to keep in mind the sun's going down. The temperatures are starting to drop. These people are going to be in pretty bad shape in a little while.
Absolutely.
Trying to get them some clothes and some shelter. We'll keep you up to date on that. We also want to let you know that just about a minute ago there was a news conference that started with the mayor and the governor. They are discussing a dusk to dawn curfew that is going to go into effect. We'll be bringing you up to date on that as well pretty soon.
In the meantime, we have seen lines at supermarkets, at gas stations this afternoon. Let's go to our Diane Diaz, who is at one of the supermarkets now where people think there's a shortage of food. Diane?
Colleen, take a look at this. This is the Ralph's supermarket in Panorama City, and literally hundreds of people are standing in line waiting to buy their provisions, trying to stock up on what they can. What they need right now is water, batteries, and basic food supplies. We've seen them coming in here for quite some time. If we go to the tape right now, we can show you what this scene looked like right at 4 o'clock when the store opened. There were really hundreds of people waiting in line, a line the full distance of the store. So right when this store opened at 4 o'clock, it was one of the first grocery stores opened in the San Fernando Valley. There was a crowd here, and they stocked up on these kinds of things. They emptied the shelves virtually of charcoal right away. That's to barbecue things. If they're out of gas, they're going to need charcoal to cook some of the meats that are now defrosting in those freezers that have no power. Charcoal and water, some of the hottest items leaving the Ralph's supermarket, but this market didn't get away unscathed. Look at the mess. They have the floors all a mess here. Many of the things actually fell off the shelves, but the store was quite in a rush to get this store open again, and so they did reopen it just a short time ago, 4 o'clock, and there are really hundreds of people in here right now. Coming back live, we'll talk to a couple of those people. Kilani Hutchinson is originally from Hawaii, your first earthquake. What do you think you need now?
Lots of water, I've got charcoal, and I'm going for fruits and cheese and stuff like that.
Do you really feel that there's a need to stock up right now? So many people appear to be panicked about this.
Actually, I'm not stocking up because I live by myself. If I had a family with me, yes, I would be stocking up.
Okay, but thank you very much. George Avila, what about you? A lot of people seem to be in a rush to get to the market, buy things. What about yourself?
Well, you know, I kind of take things in stride. But I have 2 small children, and I do need water, so that's why I'm focusing on water. And I have the rest of the things that I need at home.
Okay. Back now at the Ralph's supermarket in Panorama City, we can tell you that there are so many people in here that it doesn't appear that even if they tried, they could get all of these people checked out before this curfew that we hear about now, the dusk to dawn curfew. People are really wall to wall in here, still shopping, still standing in line. Reporting live from Panorama City, I'm Diane Diaz. Let's take it back to the studio. Colleen?
Yeah, Diane, you raised a good point there. In fact, a spokesman for the California Grocers Association said late this afternoon that there really is no reason for people to be panicking right now.
The Grocers Association says it, and so does the State Emergency Management Office. They say there's really no reason for this. They don't see any kind of catastrophe coming on, especially now that we've been through the biggest of the quakes, so it seems. And so they say it is really unnecessary. Those of you watching this, you don't have to be here.
Yeah, we're also getting late word that the supermarket chains and the wholesalers are going to be delivering throughout the night, so the stores should be well stocked tomorrow morning as well.
Absolutely. The only problem they should have is getting into Los Angeles on the major thoroughfares. We're going to switch live. Again, this is the Newhall Pass area. This is Old San Fernando Road. It looks like traffic is finally moving in that area. It was at a standstill for most of the afternoon. On the right side of your screen, you're looking at Kate Hutton from Caltech, and I believe we're going to turn up her audio here and listen in. She's talking about some of the strong aftershocks we felt this afternoon, specifically the one at 3:33, downgraded now to 5.3.
PM, I have a 4.4, and at 4:43 p.m. I have a 5.0. And okay, well, I was under the impression that it was 5.5, but I am not always the most up to date on the exact magnitudes of these things, so I may have to. I will have to check on.
So we have a 5.5 at 3:33,
right?
And then please read the last 3 major aftershocks.
Okay, the 2 that we felt here within the last hour at 4:39 p.m. 4.4. And at 4:43 p.m., 5.0.
Does the 5.5 then, Doctor, that tell us that we've gotten past that threshold, that we felt the biggest aftershock we're going to feel?
Well, it's a good possibility, but we can't say for sure. Because the way aftershocks decay, they become less frequent with time. But the magnitude is a coin toss. I mean, you could get the most of the aftershocks are very small. Most of them are 2s, but there is still a chance of getting all the different magnitudes. And
what about more 5.0s?
I think to be on the safe side, we should assume that there's a possibility of another 5.0. Even the probability is probably less than 50% at this point.
But over what period of time? Are we talking weeks, days?
Well, the original estimate of 50% chance of a magnitude 5 aftershock that applied at noon today was for a week.
So it's
and we've certainly satisfied that criterion, but the aftershock sequence is not over. So I don't
think
we
right-hand
can,
side, or
we
actually
cannot
full
say
screen right
we just
now, you're
had
looking
that
at a
one,
park
so we
in the
will
Newhall area as we listen to Kate Hutton in the background there from Caltech. This is what we're seeing all over the Los Angeles area right now. We understand as many as 15,000 people have been displaced by this earthquake overnight. A lot of people simply afraid to go back into their houses. Not only are they finding shelter in the tents and parks like this, but there's certainly some camaraderie. So psychologically, it's comforting to be with other families, other people in the same situation.
And this is one of those people stories that we've been talking about all day. Certainly there's the damage and the ferocity of the earthquake itself. But this is one of those stories that, one of the sidebar stories. The people who are, some of these people are probably afraid to go back into their homes right now because of the aftershocks we've been having. Some of these people may feel a lot safer being out here, and certainly those people who are not in this type of a situation may want to step forward and lend a hand to some of these folks. It's getting cold out there. It's getting dark. No doubt that a lot of these people could use some help right now.
We have seen a lot of that today, Rick. What you see in a situation like this is community and people coming together and helping out. We have not seen many cases of looting, the bad side of all of this, but there have been a few. We understand as the National Guard, 1,000 National Guard troops have been called out to help out in a situation like that. Now, I believe the next thing we're going to do is switch live to Parker Center. Our Jim Giggins is down there with the mayor, Mayor Reardon, Chief Willie Williams, and LA City Fire Chief Donald Manning, and they're going to talk about the curfew this evening. We understand they have imposed one in the city of San Fernando. This is a dusk to dawn curfew. Let's go to Jim Giggins now.
What is going to happen here is the police chief and the mayor.
Apparently we're having some trouble with his audio there as we switch back to the Newhall area. Once again, let's go to Jim Giggins downtown. Jim?
We're here downtown waiting for Police Chief Willie Williams and, of course, Mayor Richard Reardon. The mayor expected to announce a dusk to dawn curfew. That should happen in just a few moments. He'll have with him some other city officials to talk about this emergency in Los Angeles and to explain the curfew, to explain also what people are expected to do with no homes. Some of them lost their homes, having to go to other places to find relatives and loved ones. That all will be explained apparently in just the next few minutes. There is a concern about looting. There is a concern about city safety. There is a concern, as a matter of fact, about police presence, the police being able to do something to protect the city during this emergency. Consequently, this special news conference has been called for 5 o'clock. They're running a little bit late. We expect them to come here, and when they do, we'll come back to you and give it all to you live. This is Jim Giggins reporting live from City Hall, downtown Los Angeles. Back to you in the studio.
And we should stress that the looting problems that Jim was talking about were on a very, very limited scale. There were some store windows that were broken downtown, some in Hollywood. Some people were seen going in. They were grabbed immediately by the local police officers, and apparently that's been put down pretty quick. But still, the opportunity is there, obviously.
We should mention as well, Transportation Secretary Federico Pena and other transportation officials will be holding a news conference in just a few minutes to discuss the quake damage. The Federal Aviation Administration duty officer says they're actually in a chopper right now touring the earthquake area, and we'll get to that in just a minute. But in the meantime, we're going to switch back to Jim Avila, who's in the Northridge area, the site of that apartment complex where 15 people have now been found dead. Jim?
Behind me, as you can see, the LA Fire Department is beginning, LA County Fire Department is beginning a briefing. Let's just stick our microphone in here.
Earlier in the day, we have been able to identify through 3 separate searches of the structure throughout the course of the day, 14 persons lost their lives in the building. At the present time, 9 of those 14 bodies have been removed and taken from the premises by the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office. What you're seeing going on here right now, and for about the last hour and a half, is something that began back in the summer of 1991 when the federal government, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, elected to partially sponsor 25 urban search and rescue teams throughout the nation. Because of the tremendous earthquake potential we have here in the state, we have 8 teams here in the state of California. Now, the one urban search and rescue team that you see here today is from the Los Angeles County Fire Department, and they're here at the direction of the federal government. Although we've made 3 previous searches of the building, It was done by firefighters working with the training that they have and the tools that they have on their fire engines and fire trucks. The team that has arrived here from the county is a 56-member team comprised of 4 different components. They have a search component, which utilizes K9 and electronic searching devices. They have a rescue component, which has personnel trained in heavy rescue and equipment, cutting tools, heavy lifting equipment to assist in the extrication of persons from collapsed structures. They also have a medical component. Oftentimes, and as was the case earlier today, we'll begin paramedic intervention on a patient actually before he or she is removed and freed from the structure. Also included in the team is a technical component. The technical component maintains the readiness of all the tools and equipment and what have you that they bring with them. The team is self-sufficient for no less than 72 hours. Again, there are 8 teams in California, 1 working right here at the scene, and there are 2 more teams in the immediate vicinity should their need arise. I can take any questions you have at this time.
We're live on Channel 4. Can you tell us now, do you believe still that there are people inside the building, and if there are, where might they be?
It's hard to answer that yes or no. If they're in the building, they're most likely on the first floor, which has been compressed by the second and third floors above. Again, as I said earlier, the search team, the urban search and rescue team that's on the scene right now, has canines that are trained in live find search. They also have electronic sounding devices which can pick up even the very almost unnoticeable breath of a living person. We won't know until they complete a thorough technical search using their canines and their electronic listening devices if we have anyone left inside.
Where were the previous bodies found? Where were the previous bodies?
What would your gut feeling be about it, any survivors?
I can't venture one. I just can't venture one.
Where were the previous bodies found?
As far as I know, they were all on the first floor, all 14.
Is there a number of people unaccounted for?
Don't know that just yet. Don't have those kinds of numbers just yet.
Are there any live victims that you're working specifically on right now?
Not at this moment. We were implementing the electronic and canine search, and if we find them, we'll go right to work on it.
Have you identified any live victims who are
At the present time, no. We did earlier today. We spent several hours getting 1 patient out.
So as you know,
That patient was removed from the building at about noon and transported to a local hospital.
there are no more cries for help. You don't know of anybody who is alive and trapped.
Doing what we'd call a manual search throughout the day on 3 separate occasions. We've got no other life signs from the structure.
How long of a search do you expect? How long do you expect this search to take?
It'll take until morning.
Again, the count is 15?
14 confirmed. 14 confirmed dead. We've removed 9 of the bodies from the structure.
What's the status of the building next door? The building next door?
There's a sizable amount of structural damage to that building, but it did not suffer the same kind of collapse as the one to the south.
That apartment complex. But listening to the chief there, it is 14. The number is 14 at that complex in Northridge that collapsed this morning.
And there's always the chance that the total may go up. You heard the firefighter talking about the fact that they're still trying to complete that thorough technical search, as he called it. They have dogs in there that are sniffing around. They have electronic devices that are being lowered into some of the rubble. Firefighter said they are they're so good that they could pick up somebody breathing down underneath the rubble. So until that thorough technical search, as he called it, is done, we may not know for sure exactly how many people.
And as we've seen, this is a very slow, tedious, and precise search. As he mentioned, it's a manual search. They literally have to do it piecemeal, checking over the area. These are teams called USERTs, Urban Search and Rescue Teams. Let's listen back in and see what the chief has to say.
Regular police K9, and I think we'll be glad to put them to work tonight.
There are reports that some of the beams in this building were rotting before this happened. Can you confirm that?
Cannot say. I can't comment on that at all.
Can you give us a sense of what it's like inside?
It's a mess. It's a mess.
What do you mean by that? I mean,
well, the structure behind me here, the first floor is non-existent. Great parts of the building itself. The building shifted 8 or 10 feet to the north when it collapsed, making orientation inside very difficult. It's just a mess.
What particular difficulties
There's the LA County Fire Department with the latest briefing. Let me move out of the way here because there are some other people we may want to speak with. As a matter of fact, I see the Red Cross over here, and there were some earlier questions we had that we wanted to try to get from the Red Cross.
Let me ask you a quick question here. As you're walking, let me ask you a quick question.
Our communication, I'm afraid, is not working very well.
Can you hear me now, Jim? I guess not. Earlier we had reports that on the first floor, most of the victims were elderly, and I wanted to get a confirmation on that from Jim. Have you heard anything on that, Jim?
That's what we heard. We understood that most of the victims, in fact, were elderly. This apartment complex is populated by both elderly and also Cal State Northridge students. Many of the students, however, live on the upper floor. Senior citizens in the bottom floor. Along with me now is spokesman for the American Red Cross. Can you tell me what's happening with the people who did survive and got out of the building? How are they getting clothed and fed now?
We have over 10 shelters open at this time. Some of the people have been transported to various shelters. We have a shelter open at the Church of Christ, Sylmar High, San Fernando Recreation Park, the National Armory in Glendale, Salvation Army in Van Nuys, and 4 or 5 other locations. Currently on scene, we have 2 nurses, and we also have some medical staff to confront some of the victims and console them.
Some of these people are really traumatized, are they not?
Very traumatized, yes. They say that there was almost 400 people in this building and about 450 in the other building.
Thank you very much. So that's the latest on those who are being rescued and those who are not. And I'll throw it back to you now in the studio. We do have some more information. We'll come back for that later.
All right, Jim Avila, we appreciate it. On the left of your screen there, you see Jim Giggins standing by. He's at Parker Center in downtown Los Angeles. We see Commander Dave Gaskin behind him. I understand the mayor, the police chief, the fire chief are all gathering here for a news conference. Jimmy, why don't you take it from there?
They are indeed. As a matter of fact, what they're going to announce in just a few minutes is that there is a curfew in effect in downtown Los Angeles, in Los Angeles as a whole, excuse me. Let's go right now to Mayor Richard Reardon.
Good evening. I'm going to start with some opening remarks regarding the earthquake itself and the city's response to it. It has been just over 12 hours since the quake jolted us awake this morning. When I arrived at the Emergency Operations Center at 5:15 this morning, it was in full operation. To assess the damage, I toured the city with Governor Pete Wilson and other dignitaries of the county and the city. I've also met with Dianne Feinstein, who flew in from Washington to help our efforts, and I am particularly happy for the leadership and support I've gotten from members of the City Council. Also, Supervisors Yvonne Burke and Mike Antonovich have been on board all day, as well as County Sheriff Sherman Block. I spoke to President Clinton this morning. He pledged his full support and said he would call a state of emergency approximately this time today. He has pledged also, and I understand that Secretaries Pena and Cisnero are landing at approximately this time at LAX and will be working with us and with the head of FEMA, James Lee, during the next few days to bring about a quick and meaningful solution to our problems. As we have all seen or heard on the radio, the damage to our city has been extensive. We are not yet able to determine the amount of the financial loss, and this assessment will go on for several days. We've had 2 extensive meetings of the Emergency Operations Board, chaired by Chief Willie Williams. The exchange of information and potential solutions to the problems makes me very proud to be mayor of this city. The Los Angeles Police Department has been fully deployed with additional help from the sheriffs, and we will soon have help from the National Guard. We've had particularly problems, which the chief will go into, in Ventura Boulevard and the Devonshire area of the valley, and we've had a lot of help from different venues to attack those problems. Acting on the advice of Chief Willie Williams, I've declared a local state of emergency and have issued a directive to initiate a curfew beginning at dusk tonight and concluding at dawn. I would like to read this order to you at this time. Whereas a local emergency now exists within the city of Los Angeles, and the existence of the same has been duly published, now therefore, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Los Angeles, pursuant to the provisions of Los Angeles Administrative Code, Chapter 3, Section 8.29, to promulgate, issue, and enforce rules, regulations, and directives, I hereby declare the following orders to be necessary for the protection of life and property in the city. No person shall be on public property, including public streets and sidewalks, or on any vacant private property during the period from sunset until sunrise of the next day. The Community Development Department of the City of Los Angeles shall immediately activate the cold, wet weather sheltering program to provide shelter for residents who have no other place to go between sunset and sunrise of the next day. This order shall not apply to emergency service workers, military personnel on active duty, persons administering emergency aid, or licensed health workers. Each individual officer and the supervisors who approve a curfew booking must use their discretion in enforcing this law and must always keep the intent of the law in mind. I must stress that this is a precautionary measure only that will be reassessed on a daily basis. Now at this time, I would like to call on Chief Willie Williams to make some remarks and give, I think, very meaningful advice to the residents of LA. As I mentioned, Chief Williams is the chairman of the Emergency Operations Board and has done a fantastic job. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I will try to address in the next few moments some key issues that we want to get out to the public that live in and around the city of Los Angeles, those individuals who may or have to come into the city for business or pleasure. We have been advised that regarding water in the city of Los Angeles, that we can expect to have less than our full service of water for the next several days. It could be as short as 2 or 3 days. It could run as much as a week. The area hardest hit right now will be the area north of Devonshire and west of DeSoto. To compensate for this loss of water for the next few days, water is being distributed at the following locations: Fillmore High School, Kennedy High School, and the Granada Hills High School, and 1 or 2 others, which we will have other city managers mention in the next few minutes. Dealing with the issue of electricity, we can expect that electricity will be out for anywhere from the next 24 to 48 to 72 hours in many parts of our cities. Currently, we are only utilizing about 40% of the amount of electricity that a city would utilize on a day such as this. Again, the area where the loss is going to be the greatest, and we cannot right now tell you when power will be returned, consists primarily of the areas north of Devonshire and west of the 405. There are isolated spots throughout the city, not just in that North Valley area, that do not have water or power or both. But those 2 locations are the primary areas where we have both loss of water and power. With the issue of transportation, as you're aware, we have suffered major freeway damage in various parts of our city. Several of our surface streets have been damaged, buckled. We have gas main fires that have either been put out or still ablaze right now. Much of the city does not have traffic signals in place right now, and because of this, detours are being detailed throughout the city. Now and in the coming hours, we will have detailed maps as well as written descriptions, particularly for the media, to get out to all the people who live and work in the city where those detours will be. From a health standpoint, we're encouraging everyone who has water to boil your water for the next 24 hours as a precautionary measure. And if you do not have water and your water comes on at any point from now on, you should boil your water for at least 24 hours after water is returned to service. Message to the children and the parents who attend the Los Angeles Unified School District. Tomorrow, all public schools under the Los Angeles Unified School District will be closed. The school district is encouraging all of its staff members to make every attempt to please come to school to look at the condition of the schools and prepare for the return of our children. The school closing is for several reasons. The lack of utilities in many of the areas where the schools are located, as well as where the children have to go to school, the unavailability of transportation, the lack of power, and some of our health concerns, and the fact that we still do not have traffic signals in a significant portion of our city, plus the fact that many of our schools are being used as shelters for those people who cannot or choose not to stay in their homes this evening. All City of Los Angeles employees are to report to work at their normal time tomorrow. All City of Los Angeles employees will report to work at their normal time tomorrow. To the private sector, we're asking all private businesses who can close tomorrow to remain closed. This will reduce the number of vehicles and people on our streets. This will reduce the congestion, particularly those intersections that do not have traffic control. This will help conserve our utilities, particularly our water and power. If you have a private business and you choose to open, we're asking you to stagger your opening times and stagger your closing times, and we're encouraging, wherever possible, to close to give your employees a chance to go home before it gets dark, because we do not know how close we will be to having power restored, particularly our traffic signals. The city has opened numerous shelters throughout the city of Los Angeles. We have other city managers here. Jackie Tatum from Parks and Recreation will talk to you about some of the locations of our shelters. But we just wanted to touch on these primary issues: water, power, transportation, health, schools, and encourage our employees, city employees, to come to work. One final comment that I have: a safety message to the men and women who live and work in our city. Please do not use candles in your homes. Please do not use candles in your homes. You could have gas escaping or other fumes that you're not aware of. Do not use barbecue grills as a source of heat or light because of the toxic fumes and the fire hazard. If you have water, please conserve the water. There are others that do not have it who could use it, or there are others that have it, and we need to spread it around. If you have a fireplace in your home, do not use your fireplace for the next few days. Many of our homes have received structural damage, particularly fireplaces which are attached to the exterior of our homes. Some fireplaces are on the second and third floor of our homes. We do not know what the damage to those homes are, and until you are sure that you have received no structural damage to your fireplace and your chimneys, do not use your fireplaces. And finally, if you have to drive on the streets of the city, approach each intersection as if it were a four-way stop sign. Remember, the large majority of our intersections do not have traffic controls. Remember, it could be your husband, your wife, your son, your daughter, your family member, your neighbor, or your child that's approaching from that other intersection. I and other members of the city government will be available to respond to specific questions, but I'm now going to turn it back over to the mayor. Oh, one other comment that I just want to make dealing with the safety issue and part of the curfew. There were some reports of looting early this morning and this afternoon. The department has made several arrests in the central area of the city, a few in the South Bureau, and a few in the Valley Bureau. We have currently in place since late morning All of our officers are working 12-hour shifts. We have several hundred members of the Sheriff's Department on place, on safety patrol, on fixed assignments, and on aggressive uniform patrol throughout the city, and this will continue for the foreseeable future. We have also contacted the sheriff. Mutual aid is in place, and mutual aid will be coming into the city where we need it in the next several hours to put hundreds of additional officers from outside the city and other sources on fixed posts in our business, residential areas, around the areas where we use as outside shelters, as well as to support the men and women of the department. So right now, the department and our other agencies have things well under control, and our intent is to have the things remain under control. We're not going to allow any type of activity that occurred a year and a half ago to occur any place in the city of Los Angeles. It's going to be dealt with quickly, very swiftly, and very emphatically. If you try something, you're going to get arrested, you're going to go to jail. Thank you.
There have been a lot of questions on water and power systems, which the chief mentioned some of the very specific points, but I'd like to go into some more detail. These critical systems have sustained major damage. Though much of this damage can and is being repaired quickly by the Department of Water and Power, significant facilities have been severely damaged. We are still assessing the full scope of that damage. On the power side, the earthquake temporarily knocked out all 4 of our in-basin generating plants and also tripped our connections to all major sources out of the basin. For the first time in our history, the entire city was dark for some period of time after the quake. We have been able to start some of the in-basin facilities and hope to have more of these facilities back online tomorrow or late today. However, the in-basin plants at best provide only half of our total power supplies. For the rest of our supply, we rely on hydroelectric power from the Pacific Northwest and on other generating facilities from Nevada, Utah, and Arizona. Most of this power enters the basin in the North Valley, the facilities most badly impacted by the earthquake. The DWP crews are working hard to devise alternate means to import this power into the city, but the results of these efforts will not be known today. If they are successful, we will have sufficient generating capacity to serve customers in those parts of the city outside of the badly affected areas of the San Fernando Valley. Otherwise, we will have a shortage of power in many areas until alternative connections can be completed. The DWP cannot yet estimate the time needed to complete these repairs, but it has advised us that it could be more than a week before power is restored in the areas most damaged and as described by the chief. Numerous local distributing stations and power lines were damaged by the quakes. However, we cannot fully assess the damage to these facilities until power generation capacity has been restored. In essence, this means that we can't tell fully whether the light bulb works until the power is available to the plug. I might add also that Southern California Edison and other power suppliers have been helping with the city to solve our problems. On the water side, both of the city's aqueducts into the basin are out of service for some period of time. We have adequate reservoir capacity, as the chief mentioned, for 5 to 7 days, but we are encouraging people to conserve water supplies as much as possible. Additionally, until power is restored, we are unable to add chlorine to our water in the valley. So what the chief said about boiling water applies really just to the valley and mainly north of Sunset, and also in the Santa Monica Mountains before it is put into the main lines. As a precaution, we are urging people who live in the San Fernando Valley locations to boil water for drinking purposes. I cannot overemphasize the importance and good citizenship involved in conserving both water and power. I call on every Angelino to conserve. Regarding the firefighting situation, we can't say enough about our fire department. By late morning, they had all of the fires in the city under control. Chief Manning is here now to give you a more full report on the fire situation. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this morning, as we were following the earthquake, as we viewed the task before us, it was overpowering, and we did what we have done so many times, and that is go to the Master Mutual Aid System, and we accessed through that through the Los Angeles County Fire Department, and we immediately had extra resources coming into the city. Not only did they come from LA County, but they also came from every fire department in the area, which then we've used all day long. Special search and rescue teams, firefighting companies, and we've put those into place. We're at a point now where we have the fires, basically all of the fires that were caused, except for a couple of natural gas fires. We've got those all out, and we're going to be releasing the resources back to the LA County, and then they'll be released from there back to their home cities. I can't overemphasize how important the resource that is for us and how quickly it comes. Chief Williams mentioned a couple of things in safety tips, and he talked about candles, and those are incredibly important because people use those, they carry them around the house, they set them too close to something flammable, and we have a house fire, and we don't want that to occur now. They use barbecues in a house because it's cold. They don't have any heat, and it seems good, except barbecues using charcoal generate a tremendous amount of carbon monoxide, and it will kill them. And he mentioned about the chimneys, and people may think their chimney is good, and it may still be there, but they need to inspect it before they start a fire in it, because a crack usually will occur right.
You've been listening to LA City Fire Chief Donald Manning. They were having a little bit of an audio problem. Here you're looking at people who are probably a little afraid to go back into their homes, if they have homes at this point, sleeping out in some of the parks, people gathering what goods they can carry in the plastic bags you see there and rolling up in their sleeping bag.
You know, Rick, before we go to Bev White, she's in the area there, let me just tell you we have an identification now on the police officer who was killed early this morning, one of the first victims of the earthquake that we knew about. He's identified as Clarence W. Dean. He's 46 years old. He's with the Valley Traffic Division. You may remember he was on his way into work at 4:30 this morning when the quake hit. He was coming down the 14 freeway where it joins with the 5 and simply ran out of freeway, and in the dark didn't see it, ran right off the end of the freeway there. He's been ID'd. He's a motorcycle police officer with the LAPD, Clarence W. Dean, 46 years old.
I think it's safe to say all of our hearts go out to his family tonight. Here's a few things we want to recap for you tonight. Of course, you heard the mayor just a few moments ago talking about the dusk to dawn curfew that has gone into effect for the LA area. They're asking anybody that's on the streets to start getting it together and start heading home at this point. Also, a state of emergency, a local state of emergency has been declared by the mayor. He said earlier that he had also talked to President Clinton, who is also declaring a state of emergency here for the area. So that's in effect at this point. The LAPD has also been deployed. They are on a tactical alert. They are having extra patrols out on the streets. You will no doubt see a stepped-up presence throughout the area. Of course, tonight they mentioned earlier that there had been a little bit of a looting that has been put down, but they will be out there as well. The National Guard is also being deployed. You said earlier about 1,000 National Guard?
We had heard as many as 1,000 National Guard troops will be called in to help out with, we presumed at the time, looting situation. That's what the mayor thought they'd be doing. As well, you saw the sign there. There is a water shortage. 2 of the aqueducts coming into the city here have been damaged, and all 4 of the in-basin generating plants have been damaged. We're going to go back to the news conference.
Down from both north and south. The 118 is closed in both east and west directions. We have a diversionary map that we can provide for you and giving you some information on the specifics, but we will be closed and rerouting traffic onto the major arterials. Similarly, the 10 freeway is going to be closed, but we are not positive which limits. We are working with Caltrans to assess the structural damage so we will know specifically what streets we'll be diverting traffic onto. As the mayor mentioned and as the chief mentioned, our signal systems are out in several areas of the city, particularly in the valley. It is extremely important, as was mentioned earlier, that the individuals driving in those areas stop at those intersections and be very, very cautious.
Before I get on the next topic, shortly after the end of this press conference, we will have a press conference in Korean and Spanish on the same subjects. Regarding buses, the MTA has told us that it plans to provide regular service in all areas of the city. The MTA stops as necessary. Please call the MTA information line at 213-626-4455. That's 626-4455 to be kept abreast of where service is being offered. Several final points. To businesses in our city, I ask you to use your common sense, as the chief mentioned, in determining whether to open up or not tomorrow, or also whether or not you can stagger your hours to make it easier on the traffic problems of the city. Our roadways and power systems will be severely stressed, so anything you can do to limit travel and use of water and electricity will help everybody. If your business must open, please try to use creative means, as I mentioned, to stagger start times or to spread out the burden otherwise. However, we have a different message for city employees. Our Building and Safety Department has inspected almost all of the city public buildings and has announced that they are all suitable for occupancy tomorrow. Therefore, with the chief, I call on all city employees to come to work tomorrow, even if you are not involved in providing emergency services. Today, many of our employees skip their holiday to join our efforts. Tomorrow, we will need the full force of our city family to continue to respond. Tomorrow, building and safety inspectors will continue to respond to calls for emergency inspections. Their 24-hour hotline to call is 213-237-0920 or 0921. That's 237-0920 or 21. Building and safety inspectors will begin staging tomorrow morning at the Van Nuys Building and Safety parking lot and will move out from there in force. With the help of our Recreation and Parks Department and the Red Cross, there are 9 shelters that have been opened. Chief mentioned Fillmore High, Granada Hills High, and also at Manual Arts High, Hollywood High, Birmingham High, Canyon High in Santa Clarita, and at the San Fernando Recreation Center, the Church of Christ on Sherman Way and Van Nuys, and the Glendale Armory. If you need additional information, the number in the valley is 818-904-1404. That's 904-1404. Finally, I encourage you to reach out to help your neighbors. If you can volunteer time or supplies to assist people who have been displaced, please call the city's volunteer hotline at 213-847-3125. That's 847-3125. People need flashlights, batteries, bottled water, and portable radios, so call if we can assist you. Closing, fellow Angelinos, we need to stay calm and cool today, tomorrow, and the difficult days ahead. We are a resilient city, As you can see from the people behind me, we have some of the best leaders that you could possibly hope for. So let's continue to stick together, and we're going to get over this problem. Thank you very much.
A lot of people want to stay in parks, especially people from...
Mayor Richard Reardon, Fire Chief Donald Manning, and of course Police Chief Willie Williams from Parker Center, assessing our situation.
Yeah, they have that, and you heard them talk about a number of things there, and things that I think we all should stay aware of, especially coming up to now. And there's one thing I'm not real clear on. He talked about the fact that they didn't want, with this dusk to dawn curfew, they didn't want people out in the public parks. They didn't want people in some of the vacant private property. Yet we see a lot of people that are out there right now in their sleeping bags. Some are pitching tents. I'm not exactly clear what's going to happen to these folks for the rest of the evening. There are a number of shelters, of course, open, the cold and wet weather shelters that are normally open during some of the inclement weather have now been open for this as well.
I'm Kelly Lang, sitting in now. Colleen Williams leaves us, and Jess Marlowe joins me for the 6 o'clock hour. And the mayor was talking about boiling your water. That we have been told by the DWP to boil the water in the city of Los Angeles everywhere, but the mayor said especially please north of Sunset, on the other side of the Santa Monica Mountains, and of course in the San Fernando Valley. Now you're looking at shelters, water centers where you can get water. They're distributing water at Chatsworth High School, that's on Lewline Avenue in Chatsworth, Granada Hills High School on Zelza Avenue in Granada Hills. Also Kennedy High School, that's on Gothic Avenue, and Sylmar High in Sylmar on Borden Avenue. They are distributing water. You can get it there. If you can't get it, if you can't get in your car and drive somewhere to get it because you have no gasoline, because of course that's a situation that's endemic as well, then use the water out of your tap, but be sure you boil it. Boil it for 4 or 5 minutes and let it sit there. And if you can't boil it because you have no gas or you have no electricity, then you can use liquid bleach, not the dry, please, that can be poisonous, but liquid bleach, 8 drops of bleach to 1 gallon of water if it's clear, 16 drops of bleach to 1 gallon of water if it's cloudy. It sounds complicated, but you know, that's the kind of water that comes out of your tap. And as we've been told, it's not been purified the second time, and so if you do add the bleach, then you're going to be okay. Boil several minutes, 4 to 5 minutes, we are told, or add the bleach. And remember, 8 drops per gallon if the water is clear, 16 drops per gallon if the water is cloudy. If you want to purify your own water, and you know, you can do much more than a gallon, you can fill up your bathtub and get going with it, and you'll have a supply of water.
There may be shortages of water. Clearly there will be shortages of water, but we are assured there is no shortage of gasoline. There is no shortage of food. And yet people have been lining up at gas stations and also at supermarkets trying to lay in a stock in case there should be such shortages. That's one way you can create a little shortage, at least.
It's going to play well when we're tense. We've got to be loose and be able to enjoy ourselves and have a nice tight game.
Mighty Ducks home record now 6-15-2. They will hit the road for a couple of games, Tuesday night in Toronto, Wednesday night in Detroit. Finally, to our OCN tennis tip of the week, brought to you each and every Monday by Jack Pate, Director of Tennis at the Tustin Hills Racket Club.
The lob. Let's make it easy. How many of you think it's a defensive shot? That's simply not true. Let's make it an offensive weapon for us. When we're playing those doubles, you got both those people in tight. Let's put that lob up deeper over their head, preferably down the middle or to the backhand side.
On OCN, Orange County's exclusive source for local news and information, round the clock whenever you want it. And now, OCN News.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining us on the Orange County News Channel. I'm Brooke Robbins.
And I'm Nancy Pender. It's Monday, January 17th, a very unsettling January 17th. We'll have the latest earthquake coverage for you, but first, here's a look at the weather forecast. Tonight, it's going to be clear with winds from the north to northwest up to 15 miles per hour. Temperatures in the upper 40s to lower 50s.
And we have another sunny day on tap for Orange County tomorrow. Highs will be mostly in the 70s. Stay with us for more weather at 5:30.
Orange County has fared pretty well throughout the Monday morning quake. The most significant damage in the county is at the Big A, the Anaheim Stadium. As OCN's Rebecca Brown reports, the Big A suffered upwards of $4 million in damages.
During game time, an earthquake like this may have killed several hundred people. As many as 2,000 seats were put out of commission Monday morning as the concrete A on the north side of the stadium fell forward. With it came a $3 million video replay board and 6 rotating panel billboards.
First official word was that we had our Jumbotron board fall into the seats as a result of the earthquake. It was dark, of course, when I got here, and it was hard to see, but it was obvious that major structural damage had occurred, and that board had dropped down into the seats.
The earthquake rattled Anaheim Stadium and the rest of Southern California at 4:31 a.m. Yet the damage at the Big A didn't happen until almost a full minute later. Overnight security guards were on hand to hear the powerful crash.
All of a sudden we heard an incredible rumble, and at first I didn't know what it was, and then I walked out and I looked at the lights inside in there, and I didn't know it was an earthquake till the lights actually started to move. And then it lasted, I'd say, a good 25-30 seconds. And then about, I'd say a good minute later, we heard this incredible crash. That's when I came out and called the other guard. And he said that the Big A came down. So that was about the excitement of the night.
The lead security told us that the Big A fell down. And I thought it was the one outside. I was, no, it's still up there, so you're joking. And then he walked out this way and he saw that thing. So I was like, oh boy, that was pretty big.
The larger Big A that stands next to the 57 freeway stood firm during the shaker. It was the smaller one, built in 1979, that couldn't withstand the rumble. The A rolled with 2 large quakes that shook Orange County in 1992, but this one was too much for the A to handle. Damage has been estimated to be about $4 million. Of course, the Anaheim Stadium has insurance, but it also has a huge deductible of $6.25 million. Just when the Big A will be back in business is yet to be determined. Stadium officials are hoping engineers will be able to stabilize the destruction by Saturday for the Mickey Thompson Off-Road, which is normally a sellout crowd. Reporting from Anaheim, Rebecca Brown, Orange County News Channel.
Structural engineers are assessing the damage and will know within the next few days if they'll be able to stabilize the stadium in time for next Saturday's event. Meanwhile, in the city of Westminster, damage to structures around the city was fairly light. One place where damage was visible was at this vacant store on the corner of Springdale and Garden Grove Boulevard. The earthquake caused the plate glass windows to shatter, sending shards of glass to the walkway underneath. We caught up with a few curious residents as they stopped by to survey the damage and asked how the earthquake felt from their perspective.
It felt like the whole place was shaking pretty bad. We're in a trailer, so we were up on blocks, so it was really rocking and rolling.
Were you scared?
Yeah, a little scared. I grabbed my 3-year-old and got her up on the bed with my parents, and they were kind of shaken up there from out of state.
Well, I'm on a 2-story house. I'm up on the 2nd floor. It's shook like hell.
Did it?
I lost some water out of the pool.
We were on the 3rd level where our bedrooms are, and obviously it has a pendulum effect, and it moved quite. We had some china fall off the hutch. We had our chandelier swinging. We had a grandfather clock kind of hop across the room, but nothing broke within it.
Overall, Westminster, like most of the county, fared well. City crews and emergency personnel will continue to check throughout the day to make sure everything is safe.
The Orange County water supply is safe. That from the Orange County Municipal Water District. Residents in Los Angeles County, particularly in the San Fernando Valley, are advised to boil tap water before drinking it. The Water District reports water line breaks in Los Angeles and the San Fernando Valley have tainted the water supply in those areas. Now here in Orange County, we may notice a slight difference in the flavor and smell of the tap water because of a change in the water purification technique while the distribution lines are being fixed. But our water meets state and federal quality standards and is safe to drink. The Orange County Register has set up a special phone number you can use to share your earthquake experiences or to ask questions. The number is 714-565-6922. Again, that's 714-565-6922. Your questions will be recorded, and as many as possible will be answered in the Tuesday edition of the Register. And if you had a notable experience in the quake this morning, you might see that in tomorrow's paper too. 8 minutes after 6 o'clock now on what's been a rather exciting, tough, strenuous Monday. You pick a word. It's
Just think of what would have happened had it not been early morning, had it not been a holiday. Such is the case, despite the 29 deaths, such is the case throughout the Los Angeles area tonight. Back to you.
And from your position, it appears as though the curfew is being honored?
It appears that way. Some people look like the pedestrians have legitimate business. Some people I've seen have belongings in shopping carts, either going to a neighbor's house within a few blocks where the power is spotty, but they do have it, or taking some things home. But very few onlookers compared to what you would assume would be the case at this hour following this kind of a disaster.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. And you mentioned the 29 dead. The major location of those who lost their lives was that apartment building in Northridge Meadows, where 14 have died. Is Jim Avila there now?
Yes, he is.
All right, let's go to Jim Avila.
Okay, Jess, we're here in front of the apartment building. You can see that the firefighters are still gathered here. They're getting ready to send in this big urban search team to try once more. Now, in front of me, that's Tony, by the way. That is a dog that's been here since 4:30 in the morning. Her trainer and her guide who goes inside with him is Gregory Gonzalez from LA County. Tell me what it was like inside. What is your dog looking for? How successful can you be?
She's looking for humans that are trapped underneath the collapsed structure. So far today, we haven't been successful. We haven't found any in the area that we've been searching in.
Now, what is she trained to do? What is she trained to? I mean, as we talked before, there's a lot of human scent in there because people have been living there. Can she really differentiate?
She's trained to find the scent that's coming off of human beings, to ignore the smaller amount of scent that's coming off the residual human scent that you'll find in any building. We're looking for the massive amounts of scent that are coming off of humans.
Well, what's making it so difficult in there? This building, of course, has collapsed. The second and third floors are now the first and second floors. The first floor is practically gone. What's making it difficult there?
The difficulty is the small amount of area that there actually is that the dog can get in and search. Like you said, the whole first floor is pretty well flat, but there are a lot of voids. There's areas where the floors are being held up by the furniture in the buildings. So we're trying to get the dogs as far into the building as we can to search those voids.
Okay. What's going to happen now tonight? What is the difference, or do you know the difference between what you're able to do and what Urban Search and Rescue is going to do? They have heavier machinery. Can they be able to get at areas that you could not get to?
They're opening up areas so that firefighters and the dogs can get further into the building to search.
Okay, so that might be a little more successful than what you were faced with.
Yeah, we hope it is.
Okay. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us.
Okay.
Tony, thank you very much. Part of the effort out here at this Northridge apartment building where indeed 14 people have died. Along with me tonight is Gordon Takamatsu. Gordon, you've been speaking to some people who were inside the building at the time. They have some terrific stories here and also some concerns. Tell us about that.
That is correct, Jim. When you mention the word hero to some of the survivors of this catastrophe, a lot of them point to Eric and Susan Pearson. Eric, because he is an EMT who helped a lot of people to safety, but you are upset tonight, and can you tell us why?
Well, as you guys perfectly well know, we had a whole floor here go on 6 separate units in this complex. All 6 units went down to the ground. Now we have a 2-story complex. They've been pulling out a lot of people out of this bottom today, out of this bottom level. And I've never seen anything like it, and it's a first time for me.
What do you think about the structure of the building? Was it earthquake safe in your opinion?
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of these buildings here that are post-1971 buildings are supposed to be coded to where they are supposed to be at least decently structurally sound. For something in this area. I heard this was a 6.6. I don't know what it was. I'm going to look into that. If this was an 8.0, I could perfectly well imagine why this happened. It felt like an 8.0 to me. When I went up 2 feet, over 2 feet, and came down 12 within 5 seconds, and I felt that rumbling and that swing for 20 more seconds, I really honestly thought the building was going to fold.
But you don't believe a 6.6 should have done this kind of damage?
My beliefs are that if a building is supposed to be coded for an earthquake area, as in post-1971, you're supposed to have these things coded for earthquake safety, that something like this on a 6.6 earthquake should not take down every single building, all 6 of them, and completely annihilate the entire bottom level, killing all these people. I'm not putting any blame on anybody. I don't know who built the building or who was looking at the codes at the time, but I would just like to know what they did about it at that time, and to be honest with you, a lot of people here have a lot of questions about it, and the biggest question is, why should a 6.6 earthquake take down an entire complex like this? Every other apartment in here is completely destroyed. Why should that kind of thing do this and all these people lose their lives? Personally, I think it didn't have to happen, and I'm going to find out when this thing was built, and we're going to try to find out what kind of avenues we can take for this. There's a lot of people that lost a lot more than we did.
Okay, very good. Eric Pearson, an EMT who helped a lot of people out. He's obviously very upset, Jim, at what happened here. He thinks that perhaps this building should have been a bit more sound. That's a story we're hearing quite a bit out here on the streets. Back to you.
Thank you, Gordon. So a lot of people who are angry and also still afraid from these rumblings. I wanted to show you one more thing, and that's to show you how this building collapsed. If you take a look over here, the building on your right is 3 stories high, and it has some damage on the bottom floor. The building on the left, you can see them together, was the same height as the building on the right. And it collapsed, it's lost the bottom floor, completely gone downhill. You can see what happened there. Some of these people, as you heard that man there, said he dropped 12 feet in just a few seconds from the impact of this earthquake, 6.6 on the Richter scale, frightening, and we've had some aftershocks since then, which have been quite strong as well. That's the latest here from Northridge, where the search for bodies continues. The death toll here, 14. Back to you in the newsroom.
Jim, we can understand the anger of the emergency medical technician who lived there and saw that, but nobody questions that a 6.6 earthquake is a very strong earthquake.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you right now.
All right, it doesn't matter. I'm propounding.
No, but right you are. And you know, a lot of people were saying, Jess, that there might have been a problem, of course, with Caltech and their instruments being thrown off, and we supposedly got that calibration from Colorado, that 6.6.
Well, even 6 point, that is not a modest earthquake. That's
no, it is not, and of course it depends on so many things. It depends on how your building foundation is sitting on the plates that are being, hit by this particular quake.
All right, this is that fire that's burning out in Granada Hills. Bob Petty is still above it. Bob?
Jess, we've just discovered something. The Los Angeles Police Department has got a light, night sun, that they just shone on the fire in the building, and just to the right of the fire as you look at it in your screen. Very heavy earthquake damage to that building. This is one part of the San Fernando Valley that we had not come over and examined closely because there had been no fires. But apparently when the LAPD just shone their light on it, we could see extensive damage to the building immediately next to the one that is burning. So obviously this is why this fire started. The damage to the gas lines finally became so great that they ruptured and started this fire. So that was pretty dramatic proof that we were able to see just a minute ago. Unfortunately, the police have stopped shining his light on that part of the building that shows the damage. But again, just more information to show that indeed these sporadic fires are a result of the continuing aftershocks. Again, Bob Petty over Granada Hills. Oh, I do have a better location for this fire. This is Wildwood Drive, just to the north of Rinaldi and west of Holy Cross Hospital. Bob Petty in the Telecopter. Jess,
Kelly,
back to you.
One of the things that Chief Williams urged people to do earlier was to avoid using candles. Here's the shot that Bob wanted us to see.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, that's the damage I was talking about. You can see this is not just fire damage. This building, this is built on a terrace. These are several apartment complexes or buildings built on a terrace up above Rinaldi here on Wildwood and Hillview Drive, just at the end of Sepulveda up here in the hills west of Holy Cross Hospital. You could see that extensive damage actually off the foundation and, of course, breaking those gas lines and causing this fire.
All right, thanks a lot, Bob Petty. And yes, Jess, absolutely. As history has proven so many times, if you're walking around with a candle, or if you take a candle, put it up there stationary for light, and then you get one of these aftershocks. It falls over, you've got no power, you can't see what you're doing, the thing is gone before you know what's going on. So don't use candles.
As in this instance,
absolutely.
If the gas line is broken or jarred loose, that candle is the perfect igniter for anybody who's there without electricity. Use flashlights, use batteries, and many of you are without electricity. The Department of Water and Power says about 70% of its customers in the city of Los Angeles are without electric power.
So you're not alone if you have no power, and if you have no water, 40% of you have no water out there. And if you are looking for water, we have distribution centers where you can get it. If you have to get in your car, though, make sure you've got enough gasoline to get to the place and back again, because gas stations are shutting down if they're not already closed. A lot of them have run out of gasoline, and it has become, I mean, some of those lines, Jess, were looking like 1973 when there were real gas shortages, and you can be sitting in a line and run out of gas waiting for an hour and a half to fill up.
That's true.
Yeah.
The fortunate ones, or the wise ones, are those who were advised early about the water shortage. Some of those filled bathtubs and other utensils around the house to maintain a water supply, but that water should also be purified before use, as Kelly's been explaining, purifying it with 8 drops of bleach per gallon. If the water's cloudy, what, 16 drops?
16 drops of bleach. That's about a half a tablespoon if the water is cloudy. Do not use the dry bleach, though, because that can be poisonous. And don't worry, though, about using good old Clorox in your water, because that's, of course, what the treatment centers do.
In this town tonight, but it's one of those things where everybody is really pulling together. We all sustained major damage. The roads have buckled up here quite well. We have no water, we have no gas, we have no electricity. I had not had a phone all day. I've got 2 lines in this house, my private line, and then this line that KLOS installs for me to do my radio sports reports, and that line's been working. So I guess I should tell Bill Summers, the general manager at KLOS, that he's going to have a little bit of a bill because I've been making some phone calls here.
I don't think he'll mind. Yes, Todd, I spent 2 hours trying to get to your home, actually, and I could not get in, even with a media pass. The access into the area is completely blocked. The 14 is closed. The 5 is closed. The old road, which was the original means by which I got in, was closed, too. So that Metro link tomorrow will be very critical for folks to be able to get out.
Right. I know it sounds like the worst has come from the North San Fernando Valley, but I believe Santa Clarita took a big hit too. And the reason that it just hasn't been showing up on a lot of the news reports is nobody can get here because everybody is south of here, and there's no way to get to Santa Clarita right now. But I know I was at around 5 o'clock. I wanted to go out and see. I heard they were giving out some water down at Avon's down here at the corner, but then that was out. And I went down to, and Laura, I know you know this fella, Dave's Meat Market there on Lyons.
Right.
He had some water and some beer and some soda pops and a little bit of food and drinks and juice and whatnot. And he was passing them out, loading them up, and everybody was pretty much getting their tents pitched before dark because it is pitch black in Santa Clarita tonight.
Well, not too far from you, Todd, 44 homes in suburban Sylmar destroyed, and Laura was at one of those locations, a mobile home park, where 20 homes were destroyed. So we are, I certainly agree with you that we haven't been able to get up and give folks the coverage visually as we'd like to because we don't have access. We're not in any better position than they are to get up to where this story is at this point.
Yeah, and the local bridges, Paul, around here are buckling as well. I pulled out on Wiley Canyon, which is very close to our house, and could not go a certain way because bridges over washes. And this is just on residential streets or not major thoroughfares, but kind of intermediate thoroughfares that are closed down. You get on Lyons Boulevard, which is a major thoroughfare through Newhall and Valencia, and you can only go maybe a half mile on that stretch there, and then it's closed off for various reasons. But a lot of roads buckle. It's just that the residential streets are buckled here.
And the house you're in, any serious structural damage to yours?
We've got, I've got a brick wall down on one side, and cracks on the outside, cracks on the inside. We're telling relatives that if they ever bought us anything that is breakable for a present or a gift, it's broken.
You'll need another one this year.
Well, we've literally, when we were cleaning up, obviously with no electricity, you can't do any vacuuming today. But today was a lot of shovel work and just, you can only imagine shoveling up Waterford crystal and things like that. And I know that's probably a familiar story for a lot of people right now. Shoveling up the crystal, the china that you got from grandmother, keepsakes, mementos, and everything else. But basically every piece of furniture in our house was turned over, it was down, all the pictures fell off the wall.
I think she speaks for literally thousands and thousands of people. As for those people who are camping out, just pick any park anywhere in the San Fernando Valley, anywhere in the valley, anywhere in North Hollywood. They are there tonight, and I think that is going to be one of the exceptions to the curfew. They just do not in any way want to go back home.
Well, the mayor says that's a discretionary curfew at the discretion, we assume, of the officers enforcing it. And how can they force those people to go somewhere else?
Obviously, if they're staying calm and they're not causing any trouble, I would think that they will leave them alone.
And we see that happen almost after every major quake in every city. Instant camps open up in these public parks.
That's right. As early as 5:30 this morning, that was happening.
And there's some reassurance, we would think, in those numbers of people who are congregated there. Reassurance to each other. Tricia Toyota is in the newsroom right now at the update desk. Let's go to her for the latest information. Tricia.
Hi, Mike. Yeah, I have a couple things I want to update you on. The latest in the earthquake crisis today. 26 people are confirmed dead now. 14 just in the collapse of that terrible collapse of that apartment building in Northridge. The aftershocks are continuing. Officials now say there have been more than 200 aftershocks since this morning, a couple of them quite sizable. And 40% of the DWP customers in Los Angeles are still without power tonight, and we don't know how long that's going to happen. Injuries, more than 1,100 people have now been admitted to hospitals around Southern California. More than 800 patients currently hospitalized have had to be transferred to other facilities because there has been such severe damage at the hospitals that they were in. Granada Hills Hospital was heavily hit by the quake, for example. It is asking for help from doctors and nurses in the area, and our Chopper 2 is heading to that hospital right now to transfer someone to another hospital who has a severe head injury. And of course, Chopper 2 was invaluable earlier in the afternoon in transporting a burn victim also out of the area. The closures I want to tell you about very briefly. Pepperdine University, Tuesday classes have been canceled, of course, because of possible earthquake damage there. All of the schools in the Long Beach Unified School District will be open tomorrow. The Buckley School in Sherman Oaks will be closed for the rest of the week. Nessa Israel, it's a Hebrew school and a preschool, will also be closed tomorrow. Cal State Los Angeles will be open tomorrow. And the Hollywood Little Red Schoolhouse is also going to be closed tomorrow. And also Rockadyne's division of Rockwell, 7,000 employees, they are told not to come to work tomorrow. They're going to be closed at the Canoga Park and the Westlake facilities. And I want to remind everybody again that Mayor Reardon and Police Chief Willie Williams, they have instituted a dawn to dusk curfew here in Los Angeles. So it is now, of course, past sunset. The curfew is in effect. It will be in effect until tomorrow morning at sunrise. Mike.
Thank you, Tricia. Police force officers out in full force tonight. Chief Willie Williams telling us earlier they're not going to tolerate anything like the looting that occurred after the riots. He said, and this is a direct quote, "If you try something, you're going to get arrested and you're going to go to jail." Police
So
Chief
far,
Willie
people have been behaving themselves pretty well. You know, we've been showing you the damage from this morning's big quake. It also had a devastating effect on residents in Ventura County, especially in the Fillmore area. That's approximately 40 miles northwest of downtown Los Angeles. Our Linda Zoman is standing by live there with the latest. Linda?
Bree, I'm outside the Fillmore Hotel. Take a look at this. This is what's left of the Fillmore Hotel. Looks like somebody opened it up with a can opener. Somehow, nobody who was staying here was hurt. It's really amazing when you look at this. And this is what a lot of buildings look like all over Fillmore. The earthquake took a heavy toll on Fillmore. In the downtown business district, older unreinforced buildings crumbled. One wall of this lemon processing plant came crashing down, narrowly missing a security guard who was parked outside. About a dozen homes were damaged. The worst, this turn-of-the-century wood frame house that just collapsed around Frank Badui and his family.
At first I thought we would just ride it out as usual, but then things started crashing and falling, and we just, screamed and tried to get my daughter, and, it was pitch black, crawled down the stairs and wade through the broken glass and just get out.
The fire department went door to door, making sure residents of damaged homes had gotten out. At this trailer park just outside town, most of the 300 units had some kind of damage, including one trailer that burned to the ground when a water heater exploded. Mildred Clyde's mobile home was such a mess, building inspectors said she couldn't stay.
It was horrible. It was really horrible. It really was. It felt just like the whole world was exploding.
The city set up an emergency command post at City Hall to help residents deal with the aftermath.
We're telling people that if they live in an unreinforced masonry building or they work in one, don't go inside the building. Just 15 minutes ago on an Aftershock, we lost another unreinforced masonry building and went down to the ground. So please, people, stay out of the buildings.
That's still the word tonight. 40 to 50 people injured here in Fillmore. Thankfully, none of them seriously. And for all the folks who are displaced tonight, the city has opened 2 shelters, so they'll have some place to stay. Bree and Mike, back to you.
Thank you, Linda. Very quickly, let's go to Bob Turin, Chopper 2, transporting a victim of one of these accidents.
Well, we're airborne now about 1,800 feet over the valley. We're en route at about 150 miles an hour to UCLA Medical Center. Just a matter of minutes ago, we picked up a patient from Granada Hills Medical Center, a head injury patient. That victim was injured in an accident involving the earthquake. The patient is now being transported to UCLA. We'll be there in just a matter of minutes. Back to you.
Thank you, Bob.
All right, thank you, Bob. And for right now, we're turning things over to Dan Rather in the CBS Evening News, but we will be back at 7 o'clock with more information.
And we'll be with you throughout the evening, so please do stay with us.
In Southern California, a fiery end to a dark winter night. Before the sun rises, the earth shakes, sending highways and homes crashing to the ground.
This is the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather and Connie Chung.
Good evening. It wasn't the big one, but the earthquake that hit Southern California today was plenty big enough to cause major and deadly damage.
Dan, the quake weighed in at 6.6 on the Richter scale, and it shook the ground for hundreds of miles as far south as San Diego, as far east as Las Vegas. Ground zero was the San Fernando Valley. The quake snapped gas lines throughout the area, setting the ground on fire. Whole neighborhoods went up in flames, residents losing everything they owned. Water pipes ruptured, flooding many streets. Elevated freeways buckled, some tumbling to the ground, crushing cars beneath them. Fortunately, traffic on the highways was light because of the early hour and the Martin Luther King holiday. As residents slept, the quake knocked down walls and buildings slid off their foundations.
This story is still unfolding, but here's what we know at this hour. At least 27 people now dead. The death toll has gone up this evening. Hundreds more have been injured. Fire has destroyed at least 44 homes in Fillmore, California. Fillmore and the rest of the San Fernando Valley are losing their water because of pipeline damage. A state of emergency is in effect in Los Angeles, and the mayor has declared a dusk to dawn curfew. So far, there have been more than 200 aftershocks. The quake was centered in the San Fernando Valley, about 20 miles northwest of downtown Los Angeles, hitting just after 4:30 Pacific time this morning. CBS News correspondent Sandra Hughes reports now on a city's rude awakening.
It shook a sleeping Los Angeles awake with a wallop to panic and confusion.
I've never been through anything like it before.
They had no sense of time and everything was rocking and rolling.
Blurry-eyed residents wandered out into the dark streets, huddling together in blankets. The violent jerking ripped through gas lines, which then exploded. Freeways buckled. More than 600,000 people lost power. By far, most structures withstood the temblor, but still, some collapsed. In the hills over the San Fernando Valley, this pregnant woman was pulled to safety from the pile of rubble that used to be her home. Her 4-year-old daughter was crushed to death by the debris.
And there was a house here, and it's not here anymore.
Panic spread as quickly as the fires, which swept through the areas. In this one mobile home park, 44 homes were destroyed. Trying to quell fears, the Los Angeles mayor took to the airwaves.
I congratulate the citizens of Los Angeles for the cool they've shown so far. Keep it up, and God bless all of you.
The governor arrived by midday.
You begin to wonder how much Angelenos are really expected to take.
Aftershock started up just as the dust settled and will continue for weeks and months to come, which may be how long it will take some people to clean up.
My husband and I celebrated our 25th wedding anniversary a year ago, and my plastic is done. This is all I have left. 25 years. There you go.
1,500 National Guard troops have been ordered to the area. Already some people have been arrested for looting, and we understand that the National Guard, as well as the extra police patrols, will be looking out for looters tonight. Already shelters have been set up in the San Fernando Valley and the West Los Angeles area, and Los Angeles public schools, some colleges, including UCLA, will all be closed tomorrow. Dan?
Sandra, what happened to you when this thing hit this morning?
Well, Dan, I'm new to California, and I was awakened at 4:30 this morning with a violent jolt. That's what it felt like, and it just continued to jostle me until I was literally thrown out of bed. My cat was sleeping beside me on the bed. She was thrown out of bed. It honestly was the most frightening thing I've ever been through.
Sandra Hughes live in Los Angeles, thanks. Search and rescue teams have high-tech listening devices tonight at the scene of the quake's single deadliest disaster scene. At least 14 people are confirmed dead in the rubble of one apartment building, which is right at the earthquake epicenter. That's in heavily populated Northridge. CBS News correspondent Jerry Bowen reports from that scene.
The rescue effort at the collapsed three-story Meadows apartment complex in Northridge was frantic. Firefighters cutting through the instant rubble to free stunned and dazed survivors.
See that right there? That's the first floor, that's the second floor, and there's no more first floor. The paramedics right here.
Hyun Suk Lee was rescued by her son from their apartment, but her husband was among those trapped and killed when the earth shifted violently and the stucco and wood frame building gave way.
I can't even believe the windows didn't explode. All of our dressers turned over. There's not a single piece of furniture in our house.
The refrigerator moved 4 feet.
Everything's ripped out of the walls.
Firefighters were hampered by the pre-dawn darkness in locating and rescuing survivors. Some, trapped in the sandwiched first-floor apartments, found a way to dig themselves out.
My wife and I went to bed, and we were in the corner of the room, and everything fell down except the one little corner where we were hiding, and we were trapped, and the 3 stories fell on top of us, and for some reason, God saved us. We punched our way out of the wall, and we got out.
As the cold night gave way to the grim realities revealed by daylight, firefighters neared a weary Jerry Prezzo in his first-floor apartment and finally, gingerly, pulled him free.
Now I can see the Super Bowl.
Now I can see the Super Bowl, said the elated Jerry Prezzo.
This all lobby?
All lobby.
Okay, good.
Then there's a bedroom, and then we've got 2 bodies.
Okay.
Firefighters are continuing to look for survivors, and when they find a body, the notation DB, dead body, is made on the wall. The victim to be removed later. Tonight, 75-year-old Sid Dalvin, pulled from a first-floor apartment, speaks for many, remembering the early morning horror.
Lucky you didn't crush me. You know that? That's a lucky thing.
Jerry Bowen, CBS News, Northridge, California.
As you watch these disaster scenes, we should remind you that they are only part of the picture. Much of the vast Los Angeles area is up and running. Much of the infrastructure is still intact. But among the biggest dangers still looming, continuing aftershocks throughout the region. They could further damage buildings and freeways, the bones and arteries of Southern California. Correspondent Bill Whitaker is live on the scene in the San Fernando Valley. Bill?
Connie, even as it struggles to get over its shock, Los Angeles is struggling to get back on its feet. In addition to the lives lost and shattered here today, as you can see behind me, huge chunks of Los Angeles's infrastructure lie in ruins, bringing this brash, busy city to a crawl. In this city that lives by the car, today LA's lifeline was severed. Across the city, freeways collapsed and buckled. Portions of 5 major arteries are down. When the earth shook with such fury this morning,
We're having an aftershock right now, people.
steel and concrete were no match. After decades of preparing for quakes like this, many are asking what, if anything, Los Angeles could have done better.
The serious questions that we have to ask now is whether or not we have learned those lessons in the past, or why we were not able to take steps that would have given us greater safety.
Millions of people will have to find alternate routes. A 64-car freight train derailed and leaked sulfuric acid. 10,000 people and tons of freight used to ride these rails into the city every day. Now they're twisted and useless. No one knows how long before trains will be up and running again. Virtually the entire city has been without electricity all day. The 2 major power stations were seriously damaged. Officials say they have no idea when they can restore power to nearly 2 million customers.
To my knowledge, this city has never lost all its power. Obviously, it has to be a surprise to us when we did this morning.
While most of the city's 44,000 miles of gas pipeline withstood the force of the quake, those that did blow cut service to thousands and ignited fires all across the San Fernando Valley. It will be at least a week before gas lines are repaired. But perhaps the most critical problem facing the city now is the water supply. With one of the 2 major aqueducts damaged and treatment plants not running, everyone is being warned to boil the water. Lines are forming all over the city to buy precious water and to make phone calls. Now, witnesses say that there is a vehicle trapped beneath this collapsed roadway behind me. The highway work crews say that it will be some time before they can get the roadway lifted to see what in fact is under the collapsed road. And people here say that it will be quite a bit longer before Los Angeles returns to anything approaching normal. Connie?
Bill, isn't that the same freeway that collapsed during the Sylmar earthquake in 1971?
Well, yes, a portion of it behind me, the upper level, which you can't see, it's in the dark now, but the upper level did collapse back in '71. This is a different portion, but this wasn't supposed to happen because after that earthquake, this one was inspected and it was checked out, and everyone thought that it would be able to make it through an earthquake like this one.
All right, thank you, Bill Whitaker in the San Fernando Valley. Dan?
Thanks, Connie. It may be worth reminding ourselves that natural forces have been shaking Southern California for millions of years, long before any humans showed up. That's why Californians have been told rather constantly to expect that eventually those natural forces will unleash the quake they call the big one. As correspondent Richard Threlkeld reports, just in case anyone forgets, history is a constant reminder.
San Francisco in April of 1906, a monster earthquake, an estimated 8.3 on the Richter scale, kills at least 700 people. The city's downtown burns to the ground. Emergency officials estimate a quake like that in today's Los Angeles would kill as many as 14,000 people and cause hundreds of billions of dollars damage. In fact, they're preparing for the big one, as they call it, 8.0 or more, because scientists say it will surely come someday. Before today, the quake that most Southern Californians remember was also in the San Fernando Valley almost 23 years ago. It was bad enough, 6.5 on the Richter scale, and 65 people died in it. That was a learning experience for Californians, and so was this, the quake in Long Beach, just southeast of Los Angeles, in March of 1933. 6.3 on the Richter scale. It killed 115 people. Ever since, California's cities have been trying to make themselves earthquake safe. There was another reminder of how much is left to do in October of 1989. 63 people were killed when San Francisco and the Bay Area were hit by a 7.1 earthquake. Bridges and freeways collapsed and whole neighborhoods burned. It was evidence, if that was needed, that despite all the effort to make California earthquake safe, there's no way to make it earthquake-proof. One of the few things that Los Angeles can be grateful for is that today's quake, as awful as it was not the big one. Scientists say they have no way of knowing whether today's earthquake brought the big one any closer or postponed the inevitable day that it will come. Richard Threlkeld, CBS News, New York.
Straight ahead on tonight's CBS Evening News, more of our complete coverage of the Southern California earthquake, including a live interview with the governor of California. Made a quick turnaround from the overseas summit to the quake disaster in California. CBS News White House correspondent Rita Braver has the latest on that aspect of the story.
Late today, President Clinton signed an emergency disaster declaration for California, authorizing immediate federal relief for
low-interest loans to replace homes and businesses, cash grants where needed, housing assistance, energy unemployment, emergency unemployment assistance, and funds to rebuild the highways, the schools, and other infrastructure.
No dollar figure has been set. Just rebuilding the freeways will cost millions.
The people of Southern California have been through a lot recently with the fires. The economy of the state of California has suffered enormous stresses in the last few years. And I think all of us should be very sensitive to what they are going through now.
Mr. Clinton had barely returned from Europe, was planning to spend the day on activities commemorating the Martin Luther King holiday. When he learned of the earthquake, the president called the mayor of Los Angeles and the governor of California. But his very first call was to his brother Roger, who lives in California.
He was fine. He said they'd suffered some, there's some significant disruption in movement there in his apartment, but they didn't have any significant loss.
President Clinton is eager to show the voters of California how concerned he is about their plight. But he's also worried about looking as if he's grandstanding. He says he'd like to visit the damaged areas, but wants to be sure not to get in the way. Rita Braver, CBS News at the White House.
California's Governor, Republican Pete Wilson, wasted no time getting to Los Angeles. We talked with the governor a short time ago and asked him if he expected to get enough help from Washington to deal with the disaster.
Connie, we are getting good help from Washington, but obviously much of what has to be done here locally. Our first concern is protecting human life and restoring services to families that don't have water and power. That's something that has to be done locally.
Do you have any preliminary estimate on the damage to the infrastructure?
No, at this point it would be totally preliminary and premature. We will not know what the damage either to public or private property is, perhaps for days.
But obviously people will try to go to work tomorrow, and it will be very difficult on these highways at rush hour time tomorrow morning.
It will be very difficult. The California Highway Patrol is right now figuring a way to alternatively route traffic, both truck traffic for commercial traffic and passenger vehicles. We will get through it, but tomorrow will probably be a day of disruption. We will have people who pass the night without water and without power. The utility crews are working diligently to restore service. But this was a big one. This was 6.6. We have people who are hurting. Our advisories is to have candles, have flashlights. We will have sufficient water, but you have to boil it if it's coming out of the tap. That's a conservative view, but it's the safe thing to do. Our first concerns are to try to restore some stability and normalcy and restore power, water, and some normal traffic patterns. Some of that's going to be more difficult to do than others.
All right, Governor, nightfall is approaching in Southern California. The mayor has just announced a dawn to dusk curfew. Are you concerned about the possibility of looting, and do you have enough law enforcement to keep the streets safe?
Yes, I think we do, because local law enforcement here is very good, very experienced, and we are backing them up with state National Guardsmen. There will be some 800 in the armories ready for deployment at the direction of local law enforcement authorities by late afternoon.
And finally, Governor, it's been a very tough couple of years for the people of Southern California with the riots in '92 and the wildfires last summer. Is this quake basically the straw that breaks the spirit?
No, it isn't. As terrible as it is, and my heart goes out to the families and the loved ones of those who have perished in this and those who've lost their homes. No, Californians aren't quitters, and as tough as this is, we will get through it. We're a resilient people, but it does seem like we're getting more than our share.
Governor Pete Wilson, a short time ago, assessing the aftermath of today's quake.
Stay with us now for the rest of the day's news. Up next, new aftershocks in the investigation of the Nancy Kerrigan attack as rival Tonya Harding agrees to show up for questioning.
Louise?
Well, Pat and Jerry, you might say that yesterday we all got one of the scariest wake-up calls we could imagine. So what do we do tonight? How do we cope with scenes like this, and how do we cope with being afraid to go back into our homes, our mobile homes? With me now is a man named Ernie Velasquez. Ernie lives just across from this devastation here. I've been inside his house, and it's really been shaken up. It's hard to even walk up the stairs. Ernie, tell me what you're doing tonight. Where are you going to sleep? How are you going to cope?
Well, we've had a meeting with the residents of the park, and the people in charge have instructed us to, if you have a gun, to wear it around your area. And I have my next door neighbors, and they're sleeping in their car tonight, and I'm sleeping in my car, and the gun is more or less to avoid any looting that may go on.
Now, what's happened, I understand, is that the community group actually formed their own, I don't know what to call it, posse, but security force, because now, have there been problems in the area? What you were telling me?
Well, we understand there was some looting this morning, so they've come up with this extra precautionary effort.
Okay. Now, Ernie, show us your gun there. What do you know how to use this thing?
Yeah, I've used it many times.
What kind of training do you have for this sort of thing?
Well, this is a 380 semi-automatic, and I've had this for several years. And I usually go out into the desert or to a gun club, and just to keep up on it. But I never thought I'd have to use it like this, you know, against looting. But if you have it, use it. That's the only thing I'm going to use, is to protect the ladies that are with me and for everything that goes with it.
Now, do you really expect that something like somebody could actually come in here and do that kind of looting? This is a little bit separated from the rest of the city here. It's really not. I didn't see a lot of buildings around it.
Well, I don't feel that anything's going to happen, but it's just a precautionary measure. That's about all it amounts to. And I'm still a little shook up about the whole incident, but.
Speaking of shook up, when we walked into your house, when you invited me over to look around, we had another major aftershock there. We really felt that one, and we felt several others out here. How are your nerves really tonight? I mean, I know you're tough. You got your gun with you and all that, but how are you really feeling deep inside?
Well, a little shook up. You know, really a little apprehensive, a little jittery, but I'm able to walk away from it. But like these people here have lost their homes. Everything went up in flames. And there were elderly people. They had beautiful things that were in there. They can't be replaced. So I think I'm pretty fortunate at this moment.
Well, thank you very much for spending some time with us, and I'm glad that you feel fortunate. I think you are. So it is an interesting second night, the night after the quake. The concern, of course, is how do we cope? And as you've seen, for some residents here of the Green Brier mobile home estates, they're actually arming themselves. Reporting live from Saugus, Luis Patiño, now back to you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Luis.
Luis. About 5:30 this evening, Chief of Police of Los Angeles, Willie Williams, held a press conference. We're going to listen.
As time goes along, the likelihood of another strong one will diminish. We certainly hope.
You know, I was thinking, the press really puts Dr. Hutton in a very difficult position. It says, can you predict that there will not be another 5 earthquake or 5.5? Now, what is she supposed to say?
And she explains it very studiously
Right.
and very patiently and very carefully.
True.
And then when she finishes explaining it that way, somebody else says, but can you predict
Yeah,
that
right.
there
Can you
will be?
predict that there will or will not be? Well, it's a difficult job at best. Let us review once more for you that the Santa Monica Public Schools are going to be closed tomorrow. Same thing for Malibu. UCLA closed tomorrow. USC open. The Visitation School in Westchester closed tomorrow. College of the Canyons in Valencia will be closed tomorrow. And the Beverly Hills Unified School District will be closed tomorrow to students only. Teachers are asked to come in if they can get there.
For those who may not have been able to find provisions for the night, we've been remarking all along, there are lots and lots of people, for various reasons, who are staying out on the street. Either they're afraid to go back into their apartments because of the aftershocks, or they are simply homeless people who have no place to stay, or they're people whose property has been rendered uninhabitable. For you, here are a list of shelters where you may go to spend the night and get into the light and out of the dark. The American Red Cross phone number is 213-739-4543. Here's some of the shelters where you can go.
Visible impact of that curfew out here, John pointed out earlier. At this point, I think if you probably have a decent enough excuse, that is, you've been standing in line to get gas for a couple of hours, that you'll be able to get home without any problem. I should also point out that we have still not seen any sheriff's deputies who have been up here in force from South Los Angeles, from the Lenox and Firestone stations, nor have we seen any LAPD. They are around, they are stretched to the very maximum. And so in answer to your question, the curfew has had no visible impact out here.
You had mentioned, Chris, that gas station is about to run out of gas. Do you have any information as to when they're going to restock?
Well, they don't know. They have been trying to reach the ARCO people all day long, they say. They had quite a lot of gas on hand, but they're getting down and out of what the gentleman who's running the place was telling me was down to the bare minimums, and I don't know what that translates to, but at that point he's going to close down. He's going to have to close down.
Right. Okay, Chris Harris reporting live at Sherman Way and Balboa in Van Nuys. Thanks very much for your report.
Some word from state officials now. They're saying that the 9 earthquake damaged and destroyed freeway bridges will cost up to $100 million to repair and take up to a year. They say most of that money will be spent, as you might expect, on the 14 and the 5, where most of the damage was, according to our pictures. The Santa Monica Freeway, which was scheduled to be retrofitted up to the new earthquake standards, Next month, it was assigned, as the governor said earlier, a low priority because it wasn't thought to be at risk.
Right.
That's going to cost about $3 to $4 million. And all of this brings into question, I think, the double decking of the Harbor Freeway. You know, they're going to put another level on top of the harbor. That's scheduled, that work is scheduled to begin fairly soon. And you know, obviously that's what happened up in the San Francisco area when one level went down on the other. And I think state engineers and safety officials are going to be taking a long look at all those plans in the next few weeks or so.
Oh yes, you can bet on that. We're going to go ahead and take a look at what you might call the history of earthquakes over the past 40 years, perhaps put this in perspective a little bit, and we'll go ahead and take a look at that now.
And first I thought a freight train had run off the rails, and then I thought it was an atomic bomb, and then when it lasted that long, I just knew that it was the end of the world, or then I realized it was an earthquake.
It was July of 1952 when the ground in the Tehachapi-Bakersfield area began to rock like a nuclear explosion. The numbers were astounding, 7.7 on the Richter scale and 12 people dead.
The ground was still rocking. A bucking bronco in Wyoming, I'm sure, was no worse.
The Earth stayed relatively quiet until the pre-dawn hours of February 9, 1971. This time, centered in Fillmore, the forces of nature moved the ground again. Although this quake's 5.5 magnitude wasn't as great, it twisted freeways, crumpled buildings, and took the lives of 65 people. The next time, it's October of 1987, and now nature's target is the Whittier Narrows. This shaker hit just after the morning rush hour. The quake and an almost equally strong aftershock killed 8 people. But it's the twin quakes in Landers and Big Bear Lake that are freshest in Southlanders' minds. On a calm Sunday morning in June 1992, the first measures 7.5, the second 6.6. The single victim, a toddler crushed by a collapsing chimney.
Those quakes certainly sure are fresh in our minds. It's hard to forget those two.
Does this seem to you like I'm writing the whole time we're on here?
What were you writing?
Well, what I was doing at this point was writing down the areas that the DWP has been forced to cut off water to. They said, first, earlier in the day, they said, boil the water if you have it. There was no cutoff at that point because it may not be purified up to their normal standards, assuming you have the electricity to boil it. Then late in the afternoon, they said because of a break in a couple of main water lines coming in and some lesser lines in the valley area, they had to cut off water to Sylmar, Pacoima, Sunland, Tujunga, Sun Valley, Chatsworth, Reseda, Winnetka, Northridge, and Porter Ranch. And they honestly say they don't know at this point how soon they'll be able to turn that water back on, hopefully early tomorrow morning, but they don't know just yet.
Listing all those cities, I see why you were writing so much.
I quit writing and I'm just reading now. It's a lot easier.
Okay. You know, also speaking of the water, we have some information from Santa Monica officials. They say Santa Monica is not linked to the LA City water system, so people in Santa Monica do not need to boil their water, but if you live anywhere in LA City limits, they're asking you to make sure and you do that until further notice, until we tell you you can.
And even in Santa Monica, they caution you unless there's an odor or unless it's cloudy. If it looks like the water you get every day, then don't worry about it.
Right.
Okay, we're going to recap once again what has happened in Southern California. Boy, it doesn't seem to me like it's been that long ago. 4:30 this morning. Well, we're going to do that in a moment. First of all, we're going to take a look at what you should know about your water and your electricity in the situation that all of us are in right now. We put this together for you, and here it is.
One of the first things you would be looking for is an obvious water leak, water spraying from fixtures inside your house, a broken or cracked main, water would be bubbling up through the ground. Those are obvious signs. Sometimes you might have water leaks that aren't so obvious. One way to determine if there's water escaping in your property is to inspect your meter, flip open the lid, and check the test hand, which is the smallest hand on the meter. If you had a major leak in your house, that little triangle would be spinning rapidly, and the red hand, which is called the test hand, would also be spinning around the dial like so, fairly rapidly, okay? That indicates you have a pretty good leak. What you want to do at that point, and the best way to shut your service off, is to locate your curb valve, which is this valve here. And this is called a water key. If you have access to one of these, this is the easiest tool to use. Otherwise, you can buy smaller versions in a hardware store. To shut the valve off, place the water key over it and turn it. so that it's perpendicular to the house, shutting off the flow of water completely.
If you don't have a water key, you can use a wrench, but prepare to apply a little elbow grease. It's not easy. If you can't locate your curb valve or are having trouble shutting